Archibald Constable and Company's publications. Constable's Oriental Miscellany, a series that has the strongest claim on popularity. Notes and queries. Already published. Volume I. Bernier's Travels in the Mughal Empire, an entirely new edition with illustrations and reproductions of maps from early editions, by Archibald Constable Mem. as Soch, Bengal FSA Scott, CR, 8 vo pp, live plus 500, price 6s, net. The old translation has now been revised and edited in very scholarly fashion. The Times. This is a scholarly volume and bodes well for the success of the miscellany. The Scotsman. The new miscellany has been right worthily inaugurated by a reprint of Bernier's Travels in India, which must delight the scholar and lover of books. The Bombay Gazette. An almost perfect instance of careful, painstaking, and judicious editing. The Pioneer. The excellent editing, as well as outward get-up, are a guarantee that this new venture will supply a long-felt want. The Times of India. The student will know how to prize the work, and the general reader will find it very interesting reading. The Manchester Guardian. Since their first appearance in Paris in 1670, many have been the reprints and translations of Bernier's Travels. With all this, however, the book itself is not easily accessible. In offering the English public a new edition of it, Messrs. Archibald Constable and Company have therefore no need to apologize. It is a fact that until this publication, no really satisfactory edition has existed. It is now edited not only with great care, but also with a laudable regard to the needs of the general reader. The Anti-Jacobin. The book abounds with curious scenes and anecdotes of native life in India, amusing in themselves and interesting for comparison with the ways, habits, and ideas of modern India. The running glossary of Indian terms and words is very useful. So are the brief notices of distinguished persons and remarkable places mentioned in the text. There is also a chronicle of Bernier's life, a bibliography of his works, and an excellent index. The Speaker. The book is of almost indispensable necessity to the reader of history, being accurate and painstaking to a high degree. The Academy. The volume has been admirably edited and illustrated. The numerous allusions in the text to individuals, places, productions of art and industry, etc., are well explained in brief but sufficient notes, which contain the results of careful research in contemporary historians and of an intimate personal acquaintance with Indian life and industry at the present day. The Scottish Geographical Magazine. Volume Roman II. Popular Readings in Science, by John Gall, M.A., LL.B., late Professor of Mathematics and Physics, Canning College, Lucknow, and David Robertson, M.A., LL.B., B.Sc., with many diagrams, a glossary of technical terms, and an index. Cr. 8 vo pp. 468, price 5s, net. The authors lay no claim to originality, but have exercised a judicious choice in the selection of subject matter. The narrative style which has been adopted by the authors will make the book acceptable to general readers who are anxious to make acquaintance with modern science. Nature. It is hardly to be expected that this second volume of Constable's Oriental Miscellany will meet with such universal acclamation as the first volume, which consisted of Bernier's Travels. But when rightly considered, it equally shows the thoroughness with which the publishers have thrown themselves into the enterprise. The Academy. While the essays are such as would attract and instruct a general reader, they appear to have been written specially with a view to the needs of Indian students approaching the study of science for the first time. They are well adapted to this end and cannot fail to create in their readers a desire to push their knowledge further. The Scotsman. The new volume of Constable's Oriental Miscellany would have delighted Macaulay and the champions of Occidentalism in Indian education in Lord William Bentinck's day. Messrs. Gall and Robertson have prepared a collection of essays which will be at least as acceptable to the general reader as to the student, in which the results of the most modern researches in physical science are brought up to date. In each case, the subject is treated in a clear and interesting way. It is a most commendable undertaking. The Bombay Gazette. The title sufficiently indicates the lines on which the two collaborators have worked. Theirs is no dry-as-dust textbook. It is rather a collection of scientific facts forming chapters in what has aptly been called the romance of science. Messrs. Archibald, Constable, and Company have a particular interest in this country, and their Oriental miscellany is so well edited, printed, and published that it is easy to predict for it a wide popularity. The Madras Mail. The second volume of Constable's Oriental Miscellany, just published under the above heading, has been designed to meet an undoubted want, and will hardly yield in usefulness to any in the projected series. While elementary principles are explained with sufficient clearness to enable the work to be used independently of other textbooks, the compilers have devoted much attention and space to many of the results of scientific researches which have mainly distinguished the present century. The Darwinian theory, for instance, is not only admirably summarized in itself, but we are furnished with a useful praesis of the arguments pro et con, together with an account of the more recent discoveries of paleontologists, which have strengthened the doctrine of the evolution of organic beings, and an outline of the views regarding it of the savants of all nations. The book is one which should secure a large number of general readers, who will find in it a vast store of useful information placed before them in a peculiarly readable and acceptable form. The Pioneer. This is a popular treatise covering a very wide range of subjects. A well-written book like a modernized Lardner or a Findecycle edition of the scientific information for the people of the Useful Knowledge series. The Educational Times. The authors write about what they know, and they write with clearness and precision, and on the topics which they discuss they have spoken with that accuracy which comes from full knowledge. The value of the book is enhanced by a glossary of technical terms, which will be of the utmost possible use to the beginner and also of use to those who are somewhat advanced in their studies. The Aberdeen Daily Free Press. Volume Roman 3. Aurangzeb, a Tragedy by John Dryden, and Book 2 of The Chase, a poem by William Somerville. Edited with biographical memoirs and notes by Kenneth Dayton, editor of Select Plays of Shakespeare, with a portrait of Dryden and a colored reproduction of an Indian painting representing the Emperor Akbar deer-stalking. Cr. 8 vo. pp. Roman 13 plus 222, price 5s. Net. An interesting reprint of Dryden's tragedy. If anyone wishes to realize by an hour's easy reading the vast gulf which separates our knowledge of India and our conceptions about India, at the close of this 19th century, from the views of our ancestors about India in the last quarter of the 17th century, we recommend this book to his notice. Mr. Dayton's copious and suggestive footnotes will render the perusal both profitable and pleasant. The Times. The volume, like its predecessors, is admirably got up, and is enriched by a fine portrait of Dryden, and a capital reproduction of a highly curious and interesting Indian picture exhibiting the youthful Akbar at the chase. The Scotsman. Mr. Kenneth Dayton supplies a short biography of Dryden and a just estimate of his dramatic power, taking due notice of the improvement in the later tone of a poet who was largely made by his surroundings and had to write to please. Ample notes, suited to the capacity of the Indian student, are incorporated in the volume. The Glasgow Herald. Volume Roman 4. Letters from a Mahratta Camp, by Thomas Dewar Broughton, a new edition with an introduction by the Right Hun, Sir M. E. Grant Duff, GCSIF, R.S., notes, colored and other illustrations, a very full index and a map. Crown 8 vo. pp. Roman 32 plus 274, price 6s. Net. Forthcoming volumes, in active preparation. Life in Ancient India, by Mrs. Spare. A new edition, revised and edited by Dr. Rost, CIE, Librarian, India Office. Rambles and Recollections of an Indian Official, by Major General Sir W. H. Sleeman, KCB. A new edition, edited by Vincent Arthur Smith, Indian Civil Service. Other publications. Studies in Mohammedanism, Historical and Doctrinal, with a chapter on Islam in England, by John J. Poole, with a frontispiece and index pp. Roman 16 plus 420, cr. 8 vo. Full cloth, price 6s. An interesting survey, all the more readable perhaps on account of its informal and even discursive arrangement, of Mussulman faith, practice, and history. A conspicuous feature of Mr. Poole's work is the account of the Moslem propaganda, which Mr. Quilliam, a Liverpool solicitor, is now prosecuting in that city. It is tinged by no rancor or contempt, and exhibits a conscientious endeavor to appreciate the Mohammedan standpoint. As a popular textbook, dealing with some of the most picturesque aspects of Islam, it deserves more than ordinary attention. The Times. Mr. Poole has done good service in publishing this popular exposition of the doctrines and real character of Islam. So far as he errs at all, he errs on the side of too much leniency to Mohammedanism. Mr. Poole's too favorable account of the Moorish regime in Spain is the only part of his book that is open to serious question. The rest of the volume is both readable and instructive. He has evidently studied Islam with great care, and he states his own views with exemplary moderation. The Spectator. The chapter which gives information on this matter Islam in Liverpool is naturally the most interesting in the volume. As to the other parts of Mr. Poole's book, it is difficult to speak too highly. His account of Mohammed and his system is fair and full, abounding in all kinds of illustrative anecdote. The Glasgow Herald. In the 41 chapters of this volume, the promise of the title is well kept, and every aspect of Islam faith and practice is discussed in a clear, comprehensive, and interesting manner. The Liverpool Mercury. These studies in Mohammedanism are conspicuously fair. The writer is devotedly attached to Christianity, but he frankly and gladly acknowledges that Mohammed was a man of extraordinary powers and gifts, and that the religion which bears his name has done incalculable service to humanity in keeping the sublime truth of the unity of God before the eyes of the non-Christian world steeped in polytheism. The Bradford Observer. This volume will be found both interesting and useful to the general reader, as supplying in a convenient form a very good outline of the rise and development, with an account of the more salient features of the Mohammedan religion. There are short chapters also on the Turks, Afghans, Corsairs, Crusades, literature, architecture, slavery, etc., which convey much public information in a pleasant style. The Scottish Geographical Magazine. Ancient India. Its invasion by Alexander the Great. Catalogue or order slips. It is hoped that these slips, which have been drawn up and printed strictly in accordance with the British Museum catalogue rules, will prove a convenience to booksellers, librarians, catalogers, and book buyers generally. Their judicious acquisition and use may save many a hurried, fruitless search for a piece of paper and a pencil, required at times to note down the title of a desirable book scene in the possession of another. M. Crindle, J.W. The Invasion of India by Alexander the Great, as described by Arrian, Curtius, Diodoros, Plutarch, Justin, and other classical authors, with an introduction containing a life of Alexander, copious notes, illustrations, maps, and indices. pp. Roman 12 plus 432, Archibald Constable and Co., Westminster, London. 1893. 8 vo. M. Crindle, J.W. The Invasion of India by Alexander the Great, as described by Arrian, Curtius, Diodoros, Plutarch, Justin, and other classical authors, with an introduction containing a life of Alexander, copious notes, illustrations, maps, and indices. pp. Roman 12 plus 432, Archibald Constable and Co., Westminster, London. 1893. 8 vo. M. Crindle, J.W. The Invasion of India by Alexander the Great, as described by Arrian, Curtius, Diodoros, Plutarch, Justin, and other classical authors, with an introduction containing a life of Alexander, copious notes, illustrations, maps, and indices. pp. Roman 12 plus 432, Archibald Constable and Co., Westminster, London. 1893. 8 vo. M. Crindle, J.W. The Invasion of India by Alexander the Great, as described by Arrian, Curtius, Diodoros, Plutarch, Justin, and other classical authors, with an introduction containing a life of Alexander, copious notes, illustrations, maps, and indices. pp. Roman 12 plus 432, Archibald Constable and Co., Westminster, London. 1893. 8 vo. M. Crindle, J.W. The Invasion of India by Alexander the Great, as described by Arrian, Curtius, Diodoros, Plutarch, Justin, and other classical authors, with an introduction containing a life of Alexander, copious notes, illustrations, maps, and indices. pp. Roman 12 plus 432, Archibald Constable and Co., Westminster, London. 1893. 8 vo. Ancient India. Its Invasion by Alexander the Great. Illustration. Comment Leroy Alexander Pleridipity, quil ont de son tuel beautiful qui si merit. Alexander the Great Mourning, the death of Baucephalos. The invasion of India by Alexander the Great as described by Arrian, Curtius, Diodoros, Plutarch, and Justin. Being translations of such portions of the works of these and other classical authors as describe Alexander's campaigns in Afghanistan, the Panjab, Sindh, Jedrosia, and Carmania. With an introduction containing a life of Alexander, copious notes, illustrations, maps, and indices by J. W. M. Crindle, M.A., M.R.A.S., F.R.S., G.S., late Principal of the Government College, Patna, and Fellow of the Calcutta University, member of the General Council of the University of Edinburgh. New edition bringing the work up to date. Westminster Archibald Constable and Company, 1896. All rights reserved. Table of contents. Pay. List of illustrations Roman 9. Preface to second edition Roman 11. Preface to first edition Roman 35. Introduction containing a life of Alexander. Arrian. Curtius Rufus. Diodoros. Plutarch. Justin. Appendices. Notes LL. Biographical appendix. General index. Index of authorities quoted or referred to. List of illustrations. Alexander the Great Mourning for Baucephalos frontispiece. By the Autotype Company from a French mise in the British Museum of the Life of Alexander the Great. Written in the 15th century. Fig. Page. Lysimachos gold coin of Lysimachos, BC 281, struck at Lysimatia in the British Museum. Aristotle from an intaglio gem, engraved on sard in the British Museum. Seal of Darius from a cylinder of chalcedony, inscribed I am Darius the Great King, in Persian, Median, and Babylonian in the Brit Museum. Alexander the Great on a silver coin struck in Thrace by Lysimachos in the Brit Museum. Diodoros on a gold stater struck in Bactria in the British Museum. Antiochus the Great on a gold coin, BC 222-187, in the British Museum. Euthydermos on a silver Bactrian coin in the British Museum. The Tyrian Heracles on a silver coin struck at Tyre, BC, in the British Museum. Eumenares silver coin of Eumenares, BC 241, struck at Pergamos in the British Museum. Ptolemy Soterer on a silver coin, BC 306-84, in the British Museum. Indian bowman from a coin of Chandragupta Roman II. AD 415 in the Brit Muse. Sophoters from a silver coin in the Brit Muse, 280. Greek warship from a silver coin of Sidon in the British Museum. Seleucus Nicator obverse of a silver coin struck in Pergamos in the British Museum. Eucratides on a silver Bactrian coin in the British Museum. Antimachos on a silver Bactrian coin in the British Museum. Agathocles silver coin of Agathocles in the British Museum. Heliocles on a silver Bactrian coin in the British Museum. Apollodotos on a silver Bactrian coin in the British Museum. Asoka inscription reduced from an impression of the Chalcis Edict by Dr. James Burgess, CIE. Antigonos Gonatas silver coin of Antigonos Gonatas, BC 277-39, in the Brit Muse. Antigonos Dawson silver coin of Antigonos Dawson, BC 220, in the British Museum. Antiochos Roman II, on a silver coin, BC 261-46, in the British Museum. Demetrios Polarcardares silver coin of Demetrios Polarcardares, BC 294-88, in the Brit Muse Ptolemy Roman III. On a gold coin, BC 247-22, in the British Museum. Maps. Map of Alexander's route in the Panjab, facing 57. Map of the route taken by Alexander in his Asiatic expedition. Preface to second edition. Since this volume was written, 3 works have appeared which not only make important additions to our knowledge of Alexander's campaigns in Turkestan, Lower Sindh, and Makran, respectively, but which also serve to correct some current errors with regard to the identification of places which lay in the route of the great conqueror, as he passed through these obscure regions. As the works referred to have been written by scholarly men, who possess an intimate personal knowledge of the localities which they describe, the conclusions to which their investigations have conducted them may be accepted with confidence, and we propose to give here a brief summary of these conclusions so far as they concern our subject. The works are these: 1. Alexander des großen Feldzügen Turkestan, von Franz Schwarz München. 2. The Indus Delta, a memoir chiefly on its ancient history and geography by Major General M.R. Haig, MRAS, London. 3. A lecture on the retreat of Alexander the Great from India by Colonel Holditch, R.E., as reported in the Calcutta Englishman. We begin with Turkestan, by which is here meant the provinces called anciently Bactriana and Sogdiana. Their reduction, as will be seen from our introduction, pp. 3944, occupied the arms of Alexander for upwards of 2 years, from BC 329–327. The description of the campaigns, by which this conquest was effected, has hitherto proved a task of unusual difficulty, due partly to imperfect knowledge of the geography of the seat of war, and partly also to discrepancies in the accounts of these campaigns as given by Arrian and Curtius, who neither drew their facts from the same original sources nor relate them in quite the same order of sequence. It is fortunate, therefore, that Herr Schwarz, who for 15 years resided in Turkestan, and had occasion or opportunity during that time to visit all its places of importance, sedulously applied himself to study the antiquities of the country, and was thus able ultimately to identify with certainty almost all the places in which Alexander is reported by his historians to have shown himself. His work is accompanied by an excellent map, in which he has traced the line of the marches and the countermarches of the Macedonian troops, while operating in the regions of the Oxus and the Jaxartes. Alexander, in the early spring of 329 BC, left Kabulistan, and having crossed the Indian Caucasus, arrived at Drapsaka, and from thence continued his march to Yornos and Bactra. It has never been doubted that Bactra is now Balkh, but opinions have differed with regard to the other two places. Schwarz, on sufficient grounds, identifies Drapsaka with Kunduz and Yornos with Tashkorgan, near which are situated the ruins of Kulm. Alexander, marching from Bactra through a frightful desert, gained the banks of the Oxus, which he crossed with his army in 5 days. The passage was effected not from Kizil, as has been hitherto supposed, but from Kilif, higher up the stream, a place which Schwarz thinks was probably the city of the Branchidae, which, with its inhabitants, Alexander so remorselessly destroyed. From the Oxus the expedition advanced by way of Karshi and Jam to Marikanda, the famous city of Samarkand. Near Karshi, at the hill Kungertau, occurred the skirmish in which Alexander, on this march, received a wound. Marikanda was situated on the banks of the Palatinmerdos, now the Zarafshan or Kohik, which flows westward till its waters are lost in the sands of the Khwarezmian desert. Alexander marched thence to the river Tanais, the Jaxartes or Sardaria, which formed the eastern boundary of the Persian Empire and separated it from the Scythians. On the Persian side of this river, Alexander founded a city, which he called by his own name, Alexandria. It is agreed on all hands that the site of this Alexandria was at or near where Cogent now stands. In this neighborhood, Alexander captured 7 towns, which had shown signs of a purpose to revolt. The names of 2 of these have been recorded, Gaza and Chiropolis. The former Schwarz identifies with now, and the latter with Uratube, a considerable city occupying a commanding position, strongly fortified, and distant from Cogent about 40 miles. It had been founded by Cyrus to serve as a bulwark against incursions of the Scythians. Alexander, having quelled the attempted revolt of the Sogdians, crossed the Jaxartes, and inflicted a defeat on the Scythians, who had mustered in great force on their own side of the river. He pursued them as far as what Curtius calls the boundary stones of Father Bacchus, which Schwarz has identified as a pass over Mogultau, near Mercer Rabbet, a post station, 17 miles distant from Cogent. On the heels of this victory tidings reached Alexander of the terrible defeat and slaughter of his Macedonian troops by Spitamenes in one of the islands of the Palatinmerdos, and he immediately started for Marikanda, and reached it after a march of 3 days. As the distance from Cogent to Samarkand is 172 English miles, this march, made in broiling heat, and through a country without roads, must have tried to the very utmost the powers of endurance of the Macedonian soldiers, some of whom were hoplites, wearing their brazen helmets, carrying their shields, and clad in mail. Spitamenes made his escape into the desert, and Alexander could only sate his vengeance by ravaging with merciless severity the beautiful valley through which the river flowed. Schwarz tells us that he searched in vain to discover the island which was the scene of the disaster, and it probably no longer exists. It must, however, he thinks, have been situated in the neighborhood of Zayadin and Kermene. Alexander, pursuing his way down the river, passed Bokhara, the Sogdian capital, and advanced as far as Karakul, beyond which the river disappears in the sands. He then retired for the winter to Zariaspa. Zariaspa has been taken to be another name of Bactra, but Schwarz shows that such an opinion is altogether untenable, and identifies it, for reasons not to be gainsaid, with Charjui, a place some 6 or 7 miles distant from where the Oxus is now spanned by the bridge of the Trans-Caspian Railway. From Zariaspa, Alexander returned to Marikanda, passing on his route by Karakul, Bokhara, Kermene, and Karakurgan. Koinos meanwhile had difficulty in holding his own against the indomitable Spitamenes, who had collected at Bagay a body of 3,000 Scythian horsemen with a view to invade Sogdiana. Bagay is now Ustuk, a Bokharan frontier fortress, 28 miles below Charjui, but on the opposite side of the Oxus. The hostile forces at length came to an engagement. Koinos was victorious, and Spitamenes, who fled into the desert with his Scythian horsemen, fell a victim to their treachery. They cut off his head and sent it as a peace offering to Alexander. After the reduction of Sogdiana, Alexander withdrew to Nautaka, where he spent the winter of 328–327 BC. This place has been generally identified with Karshi, but Schwarz takes it to be Shar, which lies 40 miles to the south of Samarkand. Alexander left Nautaka early in spring, and his next great exploit was the capture of the famous Sogdian Rock, in the fortress of which Oxyartes had placed for safety the members of his family, including his daughter, the beautiful Roxana, whose charms so fascinated her captor that he made her his queen, in spite of all the remonstrances of his friends. Curtius calls this stronghold the Rock of Aramazes. Some have identified it with the steep crags which line one side of the narrow gorge near Derbent, called the Iron Gate, which forms the only direct approach from West Bokhara to Hisar. Schwarz, however, says that the Iron Gate, through which he has himself often passed, answers neither to the description of Arrian nor of Curtius, and his own identification of the rock is with a mountain which ascends precipitously from a gorge similar to that of the Iron Gate, from which it is some 5 miles distant in a northeast direction. From the rock the expedition marched eastward into the country of the Periodikai, the mountainous district now known as Hisar. Here Alexander's progress was arrested by another mountain fortress, no less formidable than the Sogdian. It is called by Arrian the Rock of Corians, and by Curtius the Rock of Sicimithers. Its identification presents no difficulty, as in all Hisar there is but one place which answers the descriptions of it, namely, the narrow pass at the river Waksh, where the suspension bridge, Palai Sangin, overspans it on the way from Hisar through Faizabad to Bachuan. This pass, Schwarz tells us, is the most remarkable place to which he came in the whole course of his travels. The fort having been surrendered through the persuasions of Oxyartes, the conqueror returned to Bactra, by way of Faizabad, Hisar, Karatag, and Uachi, from which place he proceeded down the right bank of the Sirkhan to Tormes, and thence to the passage of the Oxus at Padajisar. On his return to Bactra, he there made his preparations for the invasion of India. We have here only further to notice that Alexander's visit to Margiana, the city now so well known as Merv, could not have been made, as Curtius informs us, from Bokhara, which is 215 miles distant and separated from it by a terrible intervening desert, all but entirely destitute of wells, but was probably made from Sarax in the earlier part of the march from the Caspian Gates. We turn now to Major General Haig's memoir on the Indus Delta country, a work of which about a fourth part directly concerns our subject. The sections which are of this nature discuss the following points. 1. The geography and hydrography of the Delta country, Chapter I. 2. The Delta at the time of Alexander's expedition, Chapter Roman II. 3. The Delta according to later Greek accounts, Chapter Roman III. 4. The Lonaber mouth of the Indus append. Note A. 5. The general course of the Indus in Sind in ancient times append. Note C. 6. Itineraries in the Las Berla country, append, note D. 7. The march to the Arabios, append, note E. 8. The voyage of Nearchos from Alexander's haven to the mouth of the Arabios, append, note F. Our author could scarcely have chosen for his subject one that is more beset with problems of aggravating perplexity. The Indus is notable even among Indian rivers for the frequency, and sometimes also for the suddenness, with which it changes its courses. As Colonel Holditch well observes, the difficulty of restoring to the map of India an outline of the ancient geography of Sind and the Indus Delta is one which has baffled many generations of scholars. The vagaries of the Indus, even within the limits of historic record, render this river, even before the delta is reached, a hopeless feature for reference with regard to the position of places said once to have been near its bank. Within the limits of the delta, the confusion of hydrography becomes even more confounded. In my note on Alexander in Sind, which will be found at page 352, I have noticed that the channel in which the Indus now flows lies much farther to the west than the channel in which the Macedonians found it flowing. This westing, as it is called, is due to the operation of the law, first discovered by K. E. von Baer, that the difference of the velocity of the Earth's rotation at the equator and at the poles causes eroding rivers in the northern hemisphere to attack their right bank more than the left, and to push their beds sideways, while in the southern hemisphere this action is reversed. From the memoir we learn how this law, and the other natural laws by which its action is modified, have affected the Indus. The river, we learn, pursues from the confluence of the Panjab a very uniform SW direction for nearly 300 miles till it reaches lat. 26 degrees 56, long, 67 degrees 53. At this point the river changes its general direction to 1 due south and maintains this for about 60 miles till it strikes in lat. 26 degrees 20 long. 67 degrees 55, the eastern base of the Laki Hills, just under the peak called Bago Toro. Below this point, the westing movement of centuries has now brought the stream to the extreme edge of the alluvial land, and into contact with the gravel slopes bordering the hill country. As the gravel tracks project in a bow into the alluvial land of Lower Sind, the river, unable to erode them, is forced to conform to their contour, and to run in a great curve for nearly 180 miles to Thada. This curve continues through the delta to the sea, so that from Bago Taro to the river mouth, the course of the Indus forms an arc of some 260 miles, of which the chord is about 160 miles, and the maximum depth nearly 50 miles. The general result is to give the course of the river in Sind the form of the letter S, and, as its abandoned channels attest, such has been the form in which the river has run in past ages as it approached the sea. The lower curve of the S had a still bolder sweep eastward when the river ran far east of its present course, unchecked by rock or gravel bed, than it has now, when this part of the course has been shaped by a resistance which the current cannot overcome. This S-shaped course of the river in all ages should be remembered in considering questions of ancient local topography, such, for instance, as that of the site of Patala. It will then be seen to be impossible that the river can have run at the same period in its present course near Hyderabad, and lower down through the Garo, or ancient Sind Sagara. Also that if Patala was at Hyderabad, the western river mouth of Alexander's time must have lain, not at the western extremity of the sea face of the delta, but much to the east of that point. From these remarks, which I have abbreviated from the text, it will be seen that Hyderabad can no longer be taken to be the modern representative of Patala. Where then was the point at which, in Alexander's time, the Indus bifurcated and Patala was situated? Major General Haig says that any precise identification of this site is hardly within the limits of possibility. But, for reasons for which his work itself must be consulted, he is of opinion that the ancient capital of the delta was most likely not far from a spot 35 miles southeast of Hyderabad. A spot which happens to be 160 miles distant from each extremity of the delta coast, as supposed to have existed in Alexander's time. With regard to places which lie farther north than Patala, the views set forth in this volume do not differ from those of Major General Haig. He is, however, of opinion that the kingdom of Mausicanos was of greater extent than is usually supposed, and must have embraced the district of Bahawalpur, which answers better to the description of that kingdom as the most flourishing in all India than the country around Allore. The delta tract, as taken in the memoir, extends from the sea northwards to the latitude of Hyderabad, 25 degrees 25 N, and is bounded on the east by the desert, the Purin or Old Course of the Indus, now dry, and by the Kori mouth, which is the Lonibare mouth of Ptolemy. On the west by the outer border of the plains, where the boundary runs S, by W for 50 miles to near Thada, from which point it turns almost due west and runs for 60 miles more to the sea near Karachi. This alluvial tract is everywhere furrowed by ancient channels, some continuous, both above and throughout the delta, and others all but totally obliterated. Our author has a notice of each of the more important of these channels. Regarding the Garo, the western arm down which Alexander and his fleet sailed, he says that it runs nearly east and west along the southern border of the Kohistan hill country, that it is thus on the extreme edge of the delta, and that it has a course of about 40 miles in length. Referring to the present channel of the Indus, he remarks, "This divides the lower delta region into two unequal portions. Of these, the western and much the smaller portion is in the form of an equilateral triangle, having sides of about 64 miles in length, consisting of the river, the coastline, and the southern edge of the Kohistan Plains, and including an area of about 1,700 square miles. This it will be convenient to call the Western Delta, a name the more suitable that all the westward-flowing branches of the river have, or have once had, their mouths within the limits of the tract to which it will apply." A very interesting question is next discussed, that of the secular extension of the delta seaward, and the conclusion arrived at, which is, however, conjectural and below the estimate of Colonel Holditch, is that from Alexander's time to 1869 AD. The advance of the delta seaward has been 8 miles, or at the rate of rather more than 6 yards in a year, this being less than a fourth of the growth of the Nile Delta in a not much greater period of time. We now proceed to show what new light we gain from the memoir respecting the voyage of Nearchos from the naval station in the Indus to Alexander's haven, now Karachi. We abridge the account which Arrian has given in his indica of this part of the famous voyage. Weighing from the naval station, the fleet reached Stowera, about 100 stadia further downstream, and at the further distance of 30 stadia came to another channel where the sea was salt, at a place called Comana. A run of 20 stadia from Comana brought it to Corides, where it anchored. After weighing from this, a bar letter 1F15 Romeo Alpha was encountered at the spot where the Indus discharges into the sea, and through this, where it was soft, a passage had to be cut at low water for a space of 5 stadia. On this part of the coast, which was rugged, the waves dashed with great violence. The next place of anchorage was at Crocala, a sandy island, which was reached after a course of 150 stadia that had followed the windings of the coast. Near this dwelt the Arabes, who had their name from the river Erebus, which separates their territory from that of the Oretai. On weighing from Crocala, a hill called Iros lay to the right, and to the left a low, flat island, which stretched along the face of the coast and made the intervening creek narrow. The ships having cleared this creek, reached a commodious harbor to which Nearchos gave the name of Alexander's Haven. At the harbor's mouth, 2 stadia off, lay an island named Bybacta, which, acting as a barrier against the sea, caused the existence of the harbor. Our author thinks that some of the circumstances described in the above passage supply irresistible evidence that it was through the Garo that Nearchos sailed into the sea. If the obstruction at the mouth of the river was caused in part by rock, it is certain, he says, that that mouth cannot have been situated to the east of the Garo, for along the whole sea border of the delta, to a depth of several miles, no rock, not even a stone, is to be found. The description again of the coast adjoining the bar as rugged or rocky, tau rho alpha chi epsilon letter 1 FD6 alpha, can apply with great propriety to the plain west of the Garo, consisting, as it does, of a compact gravelly soil, frequently broken by outcropping rock, while the description would be utterly out of place if applied to the low mud banks of the actual delta coast. And further, the statement that the fleet, after leaving the river, ran a winding course, shows very pointedly that the Garo must have been the mouth by which the fleet reached the sea, since, if it had issued from any of the mouths east of the Garo, there would have been no windings to follow, the coast of the delta being singularly straight and regular. The fleet probably entered the sea by the creek of the Garo known as the Kudrow, not far from the present mouth of which there is a small port named the Waghudar, accessible to riverboats of light draft, Sir A. Burns, however, who visited the delta in 1831, took the Petey Channel to have been that by which Nearchos gained the sea. He had seen in that channel what he took to be a rock, and concluded that it was the obstacle which Nearchos had encountered. It was not a rock, however, but probably an oyster bank, for when search was made for it afterwards during a survey, it was no longer to be found. The island of Crocala, which General Cunningham erroneously identified with the island of Kayamari, which lies in front of Karachi, no longer exists as an island, but forms part of the mainland. It lay at the mouth of the Jisri Creek, by which the Malheur River pours its waters into the sea. The headland which Arrian calls Iros is to be identified with the eminence called Clifton, the eastern headland of Karachi Bay. The narrow creek, which the fleet entered on leaving Crocala, is Chinny Creek, which leads into Karachi Bay and harbor. Kayamari thus corresponds with the low, flat island of the Greek narrative, while Manora, mistaken by Cunningham for Iros, exactly corresponds with Bybacta. We must now briefly notice what is said regarding the eastern portion of the delta. Here the most important of all the forsaken channels of the Indus is the Purin, which can still be clearly traced from two different starting points in central Sindh, one 24, the other 36 miles northeast of Hyderabad. The two head channels run southeast for about 50 miles and unite at a spot 45 miles east by south from Hyderabad. The single channel has then a course of over 140 miles to the head of the Kori Creek, the last 50 miles being through the Rann of Kuchha. The eastern arm of the Indus, which Alexander in person explored, was probably some channel running into the Purin not far above the point where it enters the Rann. On reaching the sea by this eastern branch, Alexander, as Arrian informs us, landed, and with some cavalry proceeded 3 marches along the coast. This statement the memoir declares to be a fabrication, since such a march would be an utter impossibility. At the same time, the notion of wells being dug in the locality is scouted as an absurdity. The memoir further indicates the route by which Alexander, after starting from Patala to return homewards, reached the Erebus or Arabios, now the Purali River, which flows through Lusbela and discharges into Sanmiani Bay. The eastern frontier of the Arabios lay near Crocala and was very probably formed by the river called the Malheur. Alexander, according to Curtius, reached this frontier in a 9 days march from Patala and the western frontier, which was about 65 miles distant from the other, in 5 days more. Our author, assuming that Alexander would not have marched his army across the comparatively waterless plain of the Kohistan, but would keep, if possible, within easy reach of the river or one of its branches, thinks it obvious that the earlier part of the route would follow the branch which ran westward, the branch, namely, of which the Calry and Garrow formed the lower portion. From the position which he assigns to Patala, the distance traversed in the 9 days, march would be 117 miles, while the point on the Malheur where Alexander encamped would be, he thinks, 7 or 8 miles east by north from Karachi cantonments. The distance between the Malheur and the Purali, it must be pointed out, is much greater now than it was in Alexander's time, for, like the Indus, the Purali has shifted its course far westward. The coastline, moreover, at Sanmiani has advanced 20 miles, if not more, since then. Our author, therefore, placing the mouth of the river rather to the north of the latitude of Lyre, suggests that the point where the army reached the Arabios was about 10 miles east by north from Lyre, and 20 miles north or north by east from Sanmiani. The last appendix in the memoir is devoted to a review of the narrative of the voyage, by which Nearchos in 6 days reached the mouth of the Arabios, or Purali, from Alexander's haven. It states in the outset that the discovery of the great advance of the coast about the head of Sanmiani Bay serves to explain some difficulties in the account of the voyage, which have hitherto defied solution. We here abridge that account. The fleet, on weighing from the haven, ran a course of 60 stadia and anchored under shelter of a desert island called Damai. Next day, with a run of 300 stadia, it reached Saranga, and on the following day anchored at a desert place called Sakala. Another run of 300 stadia brought it on the morrow to Morontabara, or Women's Haven. This haven had a narrow entrance, but was deep, capacious, and well sheltered. The fleet, before gaining the entrance, had passed through between 2 islets, which lay so close to each other that the oars grazed the rocks on each side. On leaving this harbor next day, It had on the left a tree-covered island 70 stadia long, which sheltered it from the violence of the sea. As the channel, however, which separated the island from the mainland was narrow, and shoal with ebb tide, the passage through it was difficult and tedious, and it was not till near the dawn of the following day that the fleet succeeded in clearing it. A course of 120 stadia brought it to a good harbor at the mouth of the Arabios. Not far from this harbor lay an island described as being high and bare. The island of Demi Colonel Holditch and others would identify with Manora. Manora, however, Haig points out, is even now 4 to 5 miles off from the nearest mainland, and must have been further in Alexander's time. He would, therefore, place Demi rather more than 4 miles due west of the town of Karachi, or perhaps further north. The fleet, in its course to Saranga, must have rounded Cape Mons or Ras Muari, but this projection is not mentioned by Arrian. The position of Saranga, to judge from the recorded length of the run, must have been near the mouth of the Hub River, which is 26 miles distant from the position assigned to Demi. The hub mouth has been silted up, and this led, last century, to its port being abandoned. Our author points out that if Kappa were substituted for Sigma in Saranga, we would then have in Karanga a very fair representation of Karak, the name of the hub port. However this may be, he adds, there can be no doubt that the Saranga of Nirchos was either at the hub mouth or a few miles further north. He then corrects a mistake into which Dr. Vincent and myself had both of us fallen in our respective translations of the record of the next part of the voyage, that from Saranga to Sakala, and thence to Morantabara. Our versions represented the 2 rocky islets, between which the fleet passed instead of taking a circuitous course out in the open sea, as being in the neighborhood of Sakala instead of that of Morantabara. Sakala, Haig thinks, may be placed a little east of Bidak Lak, a place 24 miles distant from Saranga, if Saranga be taken to lie a few miles north of the hub mouth. Between these 2 places, the fleet must have passed the island of Gadani, which is now a part of the mainland, and was probably the codonaire of Ptolemy. With regard to Morantabara, our author agrees with Colonel Holditch in thinking that it is now represented by the Great Depression known as Sayernta, which, though usually a freshwater lake, is occasionally quite dry. This, as the colonel states, was at no very distant date a commodious harbor or arm of the sea, which has extended north in historic times at least as far as Liari and possibly further. He adds that southwest of Liari, some of the land formation is probably very ancient, and that westward along the Makran coast there are many indications of local changes. The distance from Bidak Lak to the depression is estimated at about 27 miles, which represents very fairly the 300 stadia of the narrative. Liari is now about 20 miles distant from the sea. On leaving the Arabios, the fleet, coasting the shores of the Oretai, arrived at Kokala, a place near Razkachar, where Nirchos landed, and was joined by the division of the army under Leonidas, from whom he received a supply of provisions for his ships. From Kokala, a course of 500 stadia brought him to the estuary of the Timeros, or, as it is now called, the river Hingal. All connection between the fleet and the army was thenceforth lost until the district of Harmosia, in Carmania, was reached. The coast of the Oretai extended westward from the Arabios to the great rocky headland of Malan, which still bears the name given to it in Arrian, Malana, a distance of fully 100 miles. The desolate shores of the Ichthyophaги succeeded, and inland lay the vast sandy wastes of Jedrosia. Between Cape Malan and the mouth of the Anamis River in Harmosia, from which Nirchos, with a small retinue, proceeded inland to meet Alexander, no fewer than 21 names of places at which the fleet touched are recorded in the narrative of the voyage. Most of these have been identified by Major Mockler, the political agent of Makran. We can refer to only 1 or 2 of the more notable. From Cape Malan, the fleet proceeded to Bajasara, which, Colonel Holditch tells us, is likely enough the Dimizar or eastern bay of the Urmara headland. The Pasiris, who are mentioned as a people of this neighborhood, have left frequent traces of their existence along the coast. At Kalama, now Khor Kalmet, which was reached on the 2nd day from Urmara, there can be traced a very considerable extension of the land seawards, which would have completely altered the course of the fleet from the present coasting tract. The island of Carbine, which was distant 100 stadia from Kalama, cannot, our author points out, be the island of Astola, but is probably a headland now connected with the mainland by a low sandy waste. Astola, however, he takes to be the island sacred to the sun, which Arrian calls Nozala, and places at a distance of 100 stadia from the mainland. The nearest land to it is Ras Jadi or Ko Zarern, in the neighborhood of which was Masarna, where Nearchos took on board a pilot, by whom thenceforth the course of the fleet was directed. The next place of importance was Barna, called by others Badera, and this Makler identifies with Gwadar. The following identifications succeed: Dendrabosa with the west point of Gwadar Headland, Kafas with Pishikan Bay, Baja with Cape Breres, Talmina with a harbor in Chabar Bay, Kanate with Karati, Dagasira with Jakasar, near the mouth of the Jajin River, Badis with Ko Mubarak, and the mouth of the Anamis River with a point north by east from the island of Ormus. The distances which Arrian records as run by the fleet from day to day are generally excessive, especially after it had left the mouth of the Arabios. We must now resume consideration of the movements of Alexander himself. When we left him, he had reached the banks of the Arabios, at a point distant some 20 miles from San Millani, or perhaps even higher up the river. On crossing the stream, he turned to his left towards the sea, and with a picked force made a sudden descent on the Oretai. After a night's march, he came to a well-inhabited district, defeated the Oretai, and penetrated to their capital, a mere village called Rambakia, which Colonel Holditch places at or near Karkat. The Oretai themselves are, in his opinion, represented by the Lumri tribes of Lasbela, who are of Rajput descent. From Rambakia, Alexander proceeded with a part of his troops to force the narrow pass, which the Gadrasoi and the Oretai had conjointly seized with the design of stopping his progress. This defile was most probably the turning pass at the northern end of the Hala range. The Gadrasoi seem to owe their name to the Gadyars, one of the Lumri clans, from which, however, they hold themselves somewhat distinct. Alexander, after clearing the pass, pushed on through a desert country into the territory of the Gadrasoi and drew down to the coast. He must then, says our author, have followed the valley of the Fur to the coast, and pushed on along the track of the modern telegraph line till he reached the neighborhood of the Hingal River, where he halted to collect supplies for the fleet. On this part of the route were the tamarisk trees which yielded myrrh, the mangrove swamps, the euphorbias with prickly shoots, and the roots of spikenard. Beyond this, he could no longer pursue his march along the coast in order to keep in touch with the fleet. The huge barrier of the Malin Range, which abutted direct on the sea, stopped his way. There was no goat track in those days, such as, after infinite difficulty, helped the telegraph line over. He was consequently forced into the interior. Taking the only route that was possible, he followed up the Hingal till he could turn the Malin by the first available pass westward. Nothing here, we are told, has altered since his days. The magnificent peaks and mountains which surround the sacred shrine of Hinglas are everlasting hills, and it was through these that he proceeded to make his way. The windings of the Hingal River he followed for 40 miles up to its junction with the Parkin. The bed of this stream leads westward from the Hingal and skirts the north of the Tali Range. Alexander had thus for the first time a chance of turning the Malin block and directing his march westward to the sea. He therefore pushed his way through this low valley, which was flanked by the Tali Hills, that rose on his left to a height of 2,000 feet. All the region at their base was a wilderness of sandy hillocks and scanty grass-covered waste, which could afford his troops no supplies and no shelter from the fierce autumn heat. All the miseries of his retreat, which are so graphically depicted by his historians, were concentrated into the distance between the Hingal and the point where he regained the coast. The Parkin route should have led him to the river Basal, but having lost his way, he must have emerged near the harbor of Pasni, almost on the line of the present telegraph. The distance from the Hingal to Pasni our author estimates at about 200 miles, but in Curzon's well-known map of Persia it appears as if only 150. From Pasni, Alexander marched for 7 days along the coast till he reached the well-known highway to Carmania. He could only leave the coast near the Dasht River and strike into the valley of the Bahu, which would lead him to Bampur, the capital of Gadrosia. This part of the march probably occupied nearly a month. It has been doubted whether Bampur was, in Alexander's time, the capital of Gadrosia, rather than the place on the edge of the Kirman Desert, called indifferently Faraj, Purag, and Pura, where there are extensive ruins of a very ancient date. Colonel Holditch, however, adduces arguments which suffice to set aside the claims advanced in favor of Farej. Bampur is as old as Farej, and has in its neighborhood the site of a city still older, and now called Pura and Purag. Besides, in order to reach Farej, Alexander must have passed Bampur, since there is no other way consistent with Arrian's account. With regard to the route pursued by Crateros with the heavy transport and invalids, our author points out that it was probably by the Mullah, and not the Balan, passed to Kelat and Quetta. Thence he must have taken the Kandahar route to the Helmand, and followed that river down to the fertile plains of Lower Seistan, whence he crossed the Kirman Desert by a well-known modern caravan route and joined Alexander at or near Kirman. Since the publication of his lecture, of which we have thus summarized the contents, Colonel Holditch has contributed to the Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, January 1896, an article on the origin of the Kafir of the Hindu Kush, which contains some very interesting notices regarding Alexander as he fought his way from the Hindu Kush to the banks of the Indus. The route by which the conqueror himself advanced with one division of his army, while the other division, which was more heavily armed, advanced by the Khyber Pass, is thus described by our author. The recognized road to India from Central Asia was that which passed through the plains of Kabul, by the Kabul River, into Lagman or Lamgan, and thence by the open Dashti Gumbez into the lower Kunar. From the Kunar Valley, this road, even to the time of Babur's invasion of India, early in the 16th century, crossed the comparatively low intervening range into Badger, thence to the valley of the Panjkora and Swat, and out into India by the same passes with which we have now, after nearly 400 years, found it convenient to enter the same district. A reference to our notes, B, C, D, E, in the appendix, will show that this view of the route is that which we ourselves had adopted. His views with regard to the position of Massaga, Yornos, and Embalama are also coincident with those at which we had arrived. Diada he takes to have been the place now known as Dyer. That opinion was held by such great authorities as Court and Lassen, but we have pointed out an objection to it in P76, N3. To Nissa, which, as will be seen by a reference to our long note pp. 330-8340, we have identified with the Nagara or Dionysopolis of Ptolemy, B Romans 7. 43, thus placing it at a distance of 4 or 5 miles west of Jalalabad and near the Kabul River. Colonel Holditch assigns a different locality. The Nicaeans, he says, whose city Alexander spared, were the descendants of those conquerors, who, coming from the west, were probably deterred by the heat of the plains of India from carrying their conquests south of the Punjab. They settled on the cool and well-watered slopes of those mountains which crown the uplands of Swat and Badger, where they cultivated the vine for generations. It seems possible that they may have extended their habitat as far eastward as the upper Swat Valley and the mountain region of the Indus, and at one time may have occupied the site of the ancient capital of the Asakno, Massaga, which there is reason to suppose stood in about the position now occupied by the town of Manglayor. The hill in the neighborhood of Nissa called Mount Meros, which was clad with ivy, laurel, and vine trees, he identifies with the Ko-i-Mor or Mountain of Mor, and gives this account of it. On the right bank of the Panjkora River, the ancient Gowara, nearly opposite to its junction with the river of Swat, Swaistos, is a very conspicuous mountain, whose three-headed outline can be distinctly seen from the Peshawar cantonment, known as the Ko-i-Mor or Mountain of Mor. On the southern slopes of this mountain, near the foot of it, is a large scattered village called Nuzar or Nassar. The sides of the mountain spurs are clothed with the same forest and jungle that is common to the mountains of Kafiristan and to the hills intervening between Kafiristan and the Ko-i-Mor. Amid this jungle are to be found the wild vine and ivy. In Note B, Nikya, page 332, some remarks will be found regarding the Kafirs. Colonel Holditch describes them similarly, but upholds the view, rejected by Elphinstone, of their Greek origin. The best known of them, he points out, are the Kamdesh Kafirs from the lower valley of the Bashgal, a large affluent of the Kunar River, which it joins from the northwest, some 40 miles below Chitral. He then continues. In the case of the Kamdesh Kafir, at least, the tradition of Greek or Pelasgic origin seems likely to be verified in a very remarkable way. Scientific inquiry has been converging on him from several directions, and it seems possible that the ethnographical riddle connected with his existence will be solved ere long. In appearance, he is of a distinct Aryan type, with low forehead and prominent aquiline features, entirely free from Tartar or Mongolian traits. His eyes, though generally dark, are frequently of a light gray color. His complexion is fair enough to pass for Southern European. His figure is always slight, but indicating marvelous activity and strength, and the modeling of his limbs would furnish study for a sculptor. Colonel Holditch subsequently calls our attention to certain strange inscriptions found in the valley of the Indus east of Swat, and engraved, most of them, on stone slabs built into towers which are now in ruins. These inscriptions, on being subjected to a congress of Orientalists, were pronounced to be in an unknown tongue. They may possibly, he adds, be found to be vastly more ancient than the towers they adorned, it being, at any rate, a notable fact about them that some of them recall a Greek alphabet of archaic type. He concludes his observations regarding the Kafirs in these terms. I cannot but believe them to be the modern representatives of that very ancient Western race, the Nicaeans, so ancient that the historians of Alexander refer to their origin as mythical. I may, in conclusion, advert, in a word, to an article of great ability, contributed to the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society for October 1894, in which the writer endeavors to show that Alexander reached the Indus by a widely different route from that which is indicated in our pages, although it is also the route which, in its main outlines, has been determined by the best authorities, men of high military rank, personally acquainted with the country, and scholars of the greatest eminence. As the selection of the route advocated was mainly based on the opinion which the writer had formed as to the point where Alexander had effected his passage of the Indus, it will suffice to refute his theory if we prove that his opinion is altogether untenable. In his view, the Indus was crossed, not at Attock, but much higher upstream, at a point between Am and the mouth of the Barhind River, the Perennos of the Greeks. Now, while the passage at Attock is that which from time immemorial has been used as the easiest means of access into India from the west, the passage higher up is much more difficult and dangerous, for though the river is not there so wide, its current is much more impetuous, while the banks are, at the same time, much steeper. Had Alexander, notwithstanding, attempted to cross at that point, he would have had to encounter a desperate resistance on the part of his determined enemy Abyssaires, in whose dominions he would have found himself on reaching the eastern bank. He made, however, no such foolhardy attempt either here or afterwards at the Hydesps. We find, as a matter of fact, that when he made the passage he met with no opposition, but was most hospitably received by his vassal, the king of Taxila, in whose dominions Attock was situated. The writer, it would appear, has been led to his erroneous assumption by applying to the Indus specially the remark in Strabo, quoted at page 64, note 4, regarding the rivers of northern Afghanistan generally, that Alexander wished to cross them as near their sources as possible. The remark, we may be certain, had no reference to the Indus at all, for Alexander could not but have learned from Taxils, who had joined him at Nicaea before the two divisions of his army separated, where the Indus could best be crossed. Taxils, moreover, accompanied the division which advanced towards the Indus by the Khaybar Pass, with instructions to make all the necessary preparations for the passage of the whole army. Could such instructions have been given if the point where the passage was to be made had still to be discovered? A reference to Baber's memoirs will show with what ease that other great conqueror transported his army into India by using the Attock passage. A sixth volume, containing descriptions of India by Strabo and Pliny, together with incidental notices of India by other classical writers, is in course of preparation and will complete the series. Preface to first edition. En inventant l'histoire, la Grèce inventa le jugement du monde, et dans ce jugement, elle erreur de la Grèce fut sans appel. Et celui dont la Grèce n'a pas parlé, elle oublie, c'est à dire le néant. A celui dont la Grèce s'y souvient, la gloire, c'est à dire la vie. Discours de Ernest Renan du 5 Mai. This work is the fifth of a series which may be entitled Ancient India as described by the classical writers, since it was projected to supply annotated translations of all the accounts of India which have descended to us from classical antiquity. The volumes which have already appeared contain the fragments of the Indica of K-Tertius the Nidian, and of the Indica of Megasthenes, the Indica of Arrian, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea by an unknown author, and Ptolemy's Geography of India and the other countries of Eastern Asia. A sixth work, containing translations of the chapters in Strabo's Geography which describe India and Ariana, is in preparation and will complete the series. I cannot at present say whether this work will appear as a separate publication or will be included in a volume containing new and revised editions of the three Indicas mentioned above, which are now nearly out of print, as are also the other two works of the series. In the present work, I have translated and annotated all the earliest and most authentic records which have been preserved of the Macedonian invasion of India under Alexander the Great. The notes do not touch on points either of grammar or of textual criticism, but are mainly designed to illustrate the statements advanced in the narratives. When short, they accompany the text as footnotes, and when of such a length as would too much encumber the pages, they have been placed together in an appendix by themselves. Such notes again as refer to persons have been placed, whether short or long, in a second appendix, which I have designated a biographical appendix. In preparing the translations and notes, I have consulted a great many works, of which the following may be specified as those which I found most useful. Droysen's Geschichte Alexanders des Großen, Williams's Life of Alexander, St. Croix's Examen critique des Anciens Historiens d'Alexander le Grand. See Muller's collection of the remaining fragments of the historians of Alexander the Great. Thirlwall's History of Greece, vols. Roman 6 and Roman 7. Grote's History of Greece, volume Roman 12. Dunker's History of Antiquity, volume Roman 4, which treats of India exclusively. Talboys Wheeler's History of India. Leclerc's Criticism upon Curtius, prefixed to Rook's translation of Arrian's Anabasis. Lassen's Indische Alterthumbskund. General Sir A. Cunningham's Geography of Ancient India. V. de Saint Martin's Étude sur la géographie grecque et latine de l'Inde, and his Mémoire analytique sur la carte de l'Asie centrale et de l'Inde. Reynolds' Memoir of a Map of Hindustan. Bunbury's History of Ancient Geography. Abbott's Gradus ad Jornen. Journal Asiatique, Sarai Roman 8. Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, new series. Mahaffy's Alexander's Empire and His Greek Life, and Thought from the Age of Alexander to the Roman Conquest. Professor Freeman's Essay on Alexander the Great. General Chesney's Lecture on the Indian Campaign of Alexander. Wesseling's Latin translation of Diodoros. Translations of Curtius by Digby, Pratt, and Vaugelas respectively. The notes to the Elsevier edition of Curtius. Chinnock's translation of Arrian's Anabasis of Alexander, and notes thereto. Chaucer's translation of Arrian into French. Moberly's Alexander the Great in the Punjab, from Arrian, Book 5. Burton's Sind. Weber's Die Griechen in Indian. Dr. Bellu's Ethnography of Afghanistan. Sir W. W. Hunter's and Professor Max Muller's works on India. The translations are strictly literal, but though such will, I trust, be found to give, without crudeness of diction, a faithful reflex not only of the sense, but also of the spirit, force, fluency, and perspicuity of the original compositions. I have at all events spared no pains to combine in the translations the two merits of being at once literal and idiomatic in expression. In translating Arrian, I adopted the text of Sintenis, 2nd edition, Berlin, 1863, and with regard to Curtius, I found the work entitled Alexander in India, edited by Heitland and Raven, very serviceable, containing, as it does, exactly that portion of Curtius which it was my purpose to translate. Both the works referred to contain valuable prolegomena and notes, to which I must here acknowledge my obligations. The introduction consists of two parts. In the first, I have pointed out the sources whence our knowledge of the history of Alexander has been derived, and discussed their title to credibility, while in the second I have sketched Alexander's career and added a very brief summary of the events that followed his death till the wars for the division of his empire were finally composed. In the transcription of Greek proper names, I have followed as hitherto the method introduced by Grote, which scholars have now generally adopted. A vindication of the method which, to my thinking, is unanswerable, has appeared in the preface to Professor Freeman's History of Sicily, a work which the author unfortunately has not lived to complete. The most noticeable change resulting from this method is the substitution of K for C in the spelling of Greek names. This should be borne in mind by those who may have occasion to consult either the biographical appendix or the general index. I may further note that in transcribing Sanskrit or other Indian names, I have in all cases used the circumflex to distinguish the long, which is sounded as a in fall, from the short which is sounded as u in dumb. In Sanskrit and its derivative dialects, this short vowel Hindi, hi-ainus, is never written unless it begin a word, for it is supposed to be inherent in every consonant. The letter S with the acute accent represents the palatal sibilant Hindi, hi-sha-ainus, which is sounded like sh. Two maps accompany the work, the larger of which shows the entire line of the route which Alexander followed in the course of his Asiatic expedition, while the smaller shows more distinctly that part of his route which lay through the northern parts of Afghanistan and the country of the 5 rivers. For both I consulted the latest and most authoritative maps, both British and German, in which these routes have been laid down, and I found them in pretty close agreement, except with regard to that part of the route which is traced in the smaller map. Here I have generally followed the sketch map of the Panjab, which is given in General Cunningham's Ancient Geography of India, but have ventured to differ from him with regard to the position of the rock Yornos, of Alexander's bridge over the Indus, of Sangala, and of the Oxydraci, whom I have placed, as in Sir E. H. Bunbury's map, to the south of the Malay. The frontispiece to the volume, reproduced from a 15th century French mise of the life of Alexander, may, it is hoped, appeal to many as a quaint rendering of a widely popular incident. I cannot conclude without expressing my great obligations to Mr. Archibald Constable, by whose firm this work is published, for all the trouble he has taken in connection with its passage through the press, and especially with the preparation of the illustrations. I have also to thank Dr. Burgess for supplying the photograph from which the Asoka inscription on page 373 has been reproduced, and for sundry valuable suggestions besides. J.W. Emke, 9 Westhall Gardens, Edinburgh, 1892. Introduction. Of the life of Alexander we have 5 consecutive narratives, besides numerous allusions and fragments scattered up and down various Greek and Latin writers. Unluckily, among all the 5 there is not a single contemporary chronicler. The value of all, it is clear, must depend upon the faithfulness with which they represent the earlier writings which they had before them, and upon the amount of critical power which they may have brought to bear upon their examination. Unluckily again, among all the 5, one only has any claim to the name of a critic. Arrian alone seems to have had at once the will and the power to exercise a discreet judgment upon the statements of those who went before him. Diodoros we believe to be perfectly honest, but he is, at the same time, impenetrably stupid. Plutarch, as he himself tells us, does not write history, but lives. His object is rather to gather anecdotes, to point a moral, than to give a formal narrative of political and military events. Justin is a feeble and careless epitomizer. Quintus Curtius is, in our eyes, little better than a romance writer. He is the only one of the 5 whom we should suspect of any willful departure from the truth. From Historical Essays, by Professor Freeman, 2D Series, 3rd edition, pp. 183, 184. Introduction. The invasion of India by Alexander the Great, like the first voyage of Columbus to America, was the means of opening up a new world to the knowledge of mankind. Before the great conqueror visited that remote and sequestered country, which was then thought to lie at the utmost ends of the earth, nothing was known regarding it beyond a few vague particulars mentioned by Diodoros, and such grains of truth as could be sifted from the mass of fictions which formed the staple of the treatise on India written by Tertius of Knidos. A comparison of this work with the Indica of Megasthenes, which was written after the invasion, will show how entirely all real knowledge of the country was due to that event. It may even, we think, be asserted that had that invasion not taken place, the knowledge of India among the nations of the West would not have advanced much beyond where Tertius left it, until the maritime passage to the east by the Cape of Good Hope had been discovered. It was early in the year 326 BC that Alexander, fresh from the conquest of the fierce tribes of northern Afghanistan, led his army over into the plains of India by a bridge of boats, with which he had spanned the Indus a little below its junction with the Kabul River. He remained in the country not more than 20 months all told, yet in that brief space he reduced the Panjab as far as the Satluj and the whole of the spacious valley of the lower Indus, downwards to the ocean itself. He would even have penetrated to the Ganges had his army consented to follow him, and, in the opinion of Sandrikatos, would have succeeded in adding to his empire the vast regions through which that river flows. The rapidity with which he achieved his actual conquests in the country appears all the more surprising when we take into account that at every stage of his advance he encountered a most determined resistance. The people were not only of a most martial temperament, but were at the same time inured to arms, and had they but been united and led by such a capable commander as Poros, the Macedonian army was doomed to utter destruction. Alexander, with all his matchless strategy, could not have averted such a catastrophe. For what is the record of his Indian campaigns? We find that the toughest of all his battles was that which he fought on the banks of the Hydaspes against Poros, that he had hot work in overcoming the resistance of the Cathians before the walls of Sangala, that he was wounded near to death in his assault upon the Malian stronghold, and that in the valley of the Indus he could only overpower the opposition instigated by the Brahmins by means of wholesale massacres and executions. It may hence be safely inferred that if Alexander had found India united in arms to withstand his aggression, the star of his good fortune would have culminated with his passage of the Indus. But he found, on the contrary, the political condition of the country, when he entered it, eminently favorable to his designs. The regions of the Indus and its great tributary streams were then divided into separate states, some under kingly and others under republican governments, but all alike prevented by their mutual jealousies and feuds from acting in concert against a common enemy, and therefore all the more easy to overcome. Alexander, in pursuance of his usual policy, sought to secure the permanence of his Indian conquests by founding cities, which he strongly fortified and garrisoned with large bodies of troops to overawe and hold in subjection the tribes in their neighborhood. The system of government also which he established was the same as that which he had provided for his other subject provinces, the civil administration being entrusted to native chiefs, while the executive and military authority was wielded by Macedonian officers. The Asiatic nations in general submissively acquiesced in the new order of things, and after a time found no reason to regret the old order which it had superseded. Under their Hellenic masters, they enjoyed a greater measure of freedom than they had ever before known. Commerce was promoted, wealth increased, the administration of justice improved, and altogether they reached a higher level of culture, both intellectual and moral, than they could possibly have attained under a continuance of Persian supremacy. India did not participate to any great extent in these advantages. Her people were too proud and warlike to brook long the burden and reproach of foreign thraldom, and within a few years after the conqueror's death, they completely freed themselves from the yoke he imposed, and were thereafter ruled by their native princes. The Greek occupation, having thus proved so transient, had little more effect in shaping the future course of the national destinies than a casual raid of Scottish borderers into Cumberland in the old days could have had in shaping the general course of English history. By this disruption of her relations with the rest of Alexander's empire, India fell back into her former isolation from all the outside world, and for more than 15 or 16 centuries afterwards, the Western nations knew as little of her internal condition as they knew till lately of the interior of the Dark Continent. The invasion was, however, by no means fruitless of some good results. As has been already indicated, it drew aside the veil which had till then shrouded India from the observation of the rest of the world, and it thus widened the horizon of knowledge. It is fortunate that what then became known of India was not left for its preservation at the mercy of mere oral tradition, but was committed to the safer custody of writing. Not a few of Alexander's officers and companions were men of high attainments in literature and science, and some of their number composed memoirs of his wars, in the course of which they recorded their impressions of India and the races by which they found it inhabited. These reports, even in the fragmentary state in which they have come down to us, have proved of inestimable value to scholars engaged in the investigation of Indian antiquity, a task which the sad deficiency of Sanskrit literature in history and chronology has rendered one of no ordinary difficulty. Strabo, we must however note, stigmatized the authors referred to as being in general a set of liars, of whom only a few managed now and then to stammer out some words of truth. This sweeping censure is, however, a most egregious calumny. It may indeed be admitted that their descriptions are not uniformly free from error or exaggeration, and may even be tainted by some intermixture of fiction, but on the whole they wrote in good faith, a fact which even Strabo himself practically admits by frequently citing their authority for his statements. If one or two of them are to some extent liable to the censure, it must be remembered that Ptolemy, Aristobulus, Nearchos, Megasthenes, and others of them are writers of unimpeachable veracity. It is to be regretted that the works in which these writers recorded their Indian experiences have all, without exception, perished. We know, however, the main substance of their contents from the histories of Alexander, written several centuries after his death by the authors we have here translated, as well as from Strabo, Pliny, Aelianos, Athenaeus, Orosius, and others. The following is a list of the writers on India who visited the country either with Alexander or not many years after his death, or who were at least his contemporaries. Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, who became king of Egypt; Aristobulus of Potidaea, or, as it was called afterwards, Cassandreia; Nearchos, a Cretan by birth but settled at Amphipolis, admiral of the fleet; Anersicritos of Astypaleia, or, as some say, of Aegina, pilot of the fleet; Eumenares of Cardia, Alexander's secretary, who kept the Ephemerides or court journal. His countryman Hieronymus in his work on Alexander's successors made a few references to the campaigns of the conqueror. Charles of Mytilene wrote anecdotes of Alexander's private life. Callisthenes of Olynthos, Aristotle's kinsman, author of an account of Alexander's Asiatic expedition. Clitarchus, son of Daenon of Rhodes, author of a life of Alexander. Androsthenes of Thassos, a naval officer, author of a periplus. Polykleitos of Larissa, author of a history of Alexander, full of geographical details. Kiasilos of Pharsalos, who wrote of the exploits of Alexander. Anaximenes of Lampsakos, author of a history of Alexander. Diogneardos, who, with Baeton, measured and recorded the distances of Alexander's marches. Archelaus, a geographer, supposed to have accompanied Alexander's expedition. Amyntas, author of a work on Alexander's stathmi, i.e. stages or halting places. Patroclus, a writer on geography. Megasthenes, friend of Seleucus Nicator, and his ambassador at the court of Sandrocatos, king of Palabothra, composed in Indica. Derymachos, ambassador at the same court in the days of the son and successor of Sandrocatos, author of a work on India in 2 books. Diodoros of Erythrae, who, like Eumenares, kept Alexander's court journal, and may possibly have been in India. 5 consecutive narratives of Alexander's Indian campaigns, compiled several centuries after his death from the works of the writers enumerated, who were either witnesses of the events they described or living at the time of their occurrence, have descended to our times, and are respectively contained in the following productions: The Anabasis of Alexander by Arrian of Nicomedia; The History of Alexander the Great by Quintus Curtius Rufus; The Life of Alexander in Plutarch's Parallel Lives; The History of Diodoros the Sicilian; The Book of Macedonian History, compiled from the Universal History of Trogus Pompeius by Justinus Frontinus. Arrian, who is universally allowed to be by far the best of all Alexander's historians, was at once a philosopher, a statesman, a military commander, an expert in the tactics of war, and an accomplished writer. He was born towards the end of the 1st century of our era at Nicomedia, now Ismichnid or Ismid, the capital of Bithynia, situated near the head of a deep bay at the southeastern end of the Propontis or Sea of Marmora. He became a disciple of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus, much in the same way as Xenophon attached himself to Socrates, and gave to the world an abstract of his master's lectures, together with an enchiridion or manual of his philosophy, a work which was long and widely popular. Under the Emperor Hadrian, he was appointed in AD 132 prefect of Cappadocia. He had not long filled this office when a large body of wild Alan horsemen made one of their formidable raids into his province. They had hitherto proved irresistible, but on this occasion they were completely foiled by the skillful strategy and tactics of Arrian, who expelled them from his borders before they had secured any plunder. In Rome, he was preferred to various high offices, and under Antoninus Pius was raised to the consulship. In his later years, he retired to his native city, where he occupied himself in composing treatises on a considerable variety of subjects, but chiefly on history and geography. He died at an advanced age in the reign of the Emperor Marcus Aurelius. His account of Alexander's Asiatic expedition was followed by a treatise on India called the Indica. The first part of this work, which gives a description of India and its people, was based chiefly on the Indica of Megasthenes, and the second part, which narrates the famous voyage of Nearchos from the mouth of the Indus to the head of the Persian Gulf, was based on a journal kept by Nearchos himself. The work is but a supplement to his history. He speaks himself with noble pride of this great work. "This I do assert," he says, "that this historical record of Alexander's deeds is, and has been from my youth up, in place to me of native land, family, and honors of state. And so I do not regard myself as unworthy to take rank among the foremost writers in the Greek language, if Alexander be forsooth among the foremost in arms. Quel delayer de l'amour proper," here exclaims Saint Croix. His merits as an author are thus well stated by a writer in Smith's Classical Dictionary. This great work, the Anabasis, reminds the reader of Xenophon's Anabasis, not only by its title, but also by the ease and clearness of its style. Great as his merits thus are as an historian, they are yet surpassed by his excellences as an historical critic. His Anabasis is based upon the most trustworthy historians among the contemporaries of Alexander. One of the great merits of the work is the clearness and distinctness with which he describes all military movements and operations, the drawing up of the armies for battle, and the conduct of battles and sieges. Q. Curtius Rufus. Nothing is known with any certainty respecting either the life of this historian or the time at which he lived. Niebuhr makes him contemporary with Septimius Severus, but most critics with Vespasian. Zumpt again, who, like some other eminent scholars, identifies him with the rhetorician Q. Curtius Rufus, of whom Suetonius wrote a life now lost, places him as early as Augustus. The style in which his history is written certainly shows him to have been a consummate master of rhetoric. He was particularly given to adorning his narrative with speeches and public harangues, and these, as Zumpt observes, are marked with a degree of power and effectiveness which scarcely anything in that species of writing can surpass. It may also be said that his style for elegance does not fall much short of the perfection of Cicero himself. It has of course its faults, and in these can be traced the incipient degeneracy of the Latin language, such as the introduction of poetical diction into prose, the ambition of expressing everything pointedly and strikingly, not to mention certain deviations from strict grammatical propriety. The materials of his narrative were drawn chiefly from Ptolemy, who accompanied Alexander into India, from Cleitarchos their contemporary, and from Timagenes, who flourished in the reign of Augustus and wrote an excellent history of Alexander and his successors. While the sources whence he derived his information were thus good on the whole, he was himself deficient in the knowledge of military tactics, geography, chronology, astronomy, and especially in historical criticism, and he is therefore as an historical authority far inferior to Arrian. But in perusing his pictured pages, the reader takes but little note of his errors and inconsistencies, being fascinated with his graceful and glowing narrative, interspersed as it is with brilliant orations, sage maxims, sound moral reflections, vivid descriptions of life and manners, and beautiful estimates of character. It is not surprising that with such merits Curtius has been one of the most popular of the classical authors. In spite of all his sins, for which he has so often been pilloried by the censors of literary morals, his history of Alexander has been the delight and admiration of not a few of the greatest of European scholars. He seems to have taken Livy as his model, as Arrian took Xenophon for his. His work consisted originally of 10 books, but the first 2 are lost, and in some of the others considerable gaps occur. The French translation of Curtius by Vaugelas who devoted 30 years of his life to the task, is so remarkable for its elegance that it has been pronounced to be as inimitable as Alexander himself was invincible. It is not, however, a very close version. Plutarch. There are but few works in the wide circle of literature which have afforded so much instruction and entertainment to the world as Plutarch's parallel lives of the famous men of Greece and Rome. These lives, which are 46 in number, are arranged in pairs, and each pair contains the life of a Greek and a Roman, followed, though not always, by a comparison drawn between the two. Alexander the Great and Caesar are ranked together, but no comparison follows. In his introduction to the life of the former, Plutarch explains his method as a biographer. "We do not," he says, "give the actions in full detail and with a scrupulous exactness, but rather in a short summary, since we are not writing histories but lives." It is not always in the most distinguished achievements that men's vices or virtues may be best discerned, but often an action of but little note, a short saying or a jest, may mark a person's real character more than the greatest sieges or the most important battles. His lives, therefore, while useful to the writer of history, must be used with care, since they are not intended as materials for history. His narrative of Alexander's progress through India has one or two passages which show this indifference to historical accuracy, as when, for instance, he states that the soldiers of Alexander refused to pass the Ganges when they saw the opposite bank covered with the army of the king of the Persians. His account of the battle with Poros is, however, excellent and all the more interesting, because, as he tells us, he obtained the particulars from Alexander's own letters. Plutarch was a native of Chaeronea, a town in Boeotia. The date of his birth is unknown, but may be fixed towards the middle of the 1st century of our era. He visited Italy and lectured on philosophy in some of its cities. For some time he lived in Rome, where it is said, but on doubtful authority, that he was promoted to high offices of state and became tutor to the Emperor Trajan. The later years of his life he spent at Chaeronea, where he discharged various magisterial offices and held a priesthood. The date of his death, like that of his birth, is unknown, but it is clear that he lived to an advanced age. Besides the lives, he published other writings, mostly essays, having some resemblance to those of Bacon. They are 60 in number and are called collectively Moralia, though some of them are of an historical character. 2 of them are orations about the fortune or virtue of Alexander. His style is somewhat difficult, at times cumbrous and involved, and somewhat deficient in that grace and perspicuity for which the works of the Attic writers are noted. His writings are all the more valuable from their supplying a deficiency of the Greek historians, whose works are filled with the records of war and politics, while giving us but little insight into men's private lives and their social surroundings. Diodoros the Sicilian. Diodoros was born at Agirium, a city in the interior of Sicily, and was a contemporary of Julius Caesar and the Emperor Augustus. It was the great ambition of his life to write an universal history, and having this in view, he traveled over a great part of Europe and Asia in order to acquire a more accurate knowledge of countries and nations than could be obtained from merely reading books. In Rome, where a far greater number of the ancient documents which he required to consult had been collected than were to be found elsewhere, he resided for a considerable time. He spent 30 years in the composition of his work, to which he gave the name of Bibliothèque, which indicated that it formed quite a library in itself, embracing, as it did, the history of all ages and all countries. It consisted of 40 books, which he divided into 3 great sections. First, the mythical period previous to the Trojan War; 2d, the period thence to the death of Alexander the Great; 3d, the period from Alexander to the beginning of Caesar's Gallic Wars. Considerable portions of the Bibliothèque are lost, but all the books relating to the period with which we are concerned are still extant. Diodoros constructed his narrative upon the plan of annals, placing the events of each year side by side without regard to their intrinsic connection. The value of the work is greatly impaired by the author's evident want of critical discernment. He mixes up history with fiction, shows frequently that he has misunderstood his authorities, and advances statements which are mutually contradictory. His style is, however, pleasing, having the merits of simplicity and clearness. In his second book, he gives a description of India, epitomized from Megasthenes. His account of Alexander's career in India records some interesting particulars of which we should otherwise have remained ignorant. He seems to have drawn largely from the same sources as Curtius. Justinus Frontinus. Justin, in the preface to his work entitled De Historiae Philippicis, informs us that it was a kind of anthology, veludi florum corpusculum, extracted from the 44 volumes published by Pompeius Trogus on Philippic, i.e. Macedonian history. As these volumes included histories of nearly all the countries with which the Macedonian sovereigns had transactions, they embraced such a very wide field that they were regarded as a cyclopedia of general history. Justin remarks that, while many authors regard it as an arduous task to write no more than the history of one king or one state, we cannot but think that Pompeius had the daring of Hercules in attacking the whole world, seeing that in his books are contained the res gesti of all ages, kings, nations, and peoples. He then states that he had occupied his leisure while in Rome by selecting those passages of Trogus which seemed most worthy of being generally known, and passing over such as he took to be neither particularly interesting nor instructive. He has been much, but unjustly, blamed for his omissions, seeing that his only object in writing was to compile a work of elegant historical extracts. By so doing, he has rescued from oblivion many facts not elsewhere recorded. From the extracts relating to India, we gather more information about Sandracatos, Chandragupta, than from any other classical source. Trogus Pompeius belonged, we know, to the age of Augustus, but it is uncertain when Justin lived. As the earliest writer by whom he is mentioned is Saint Jerome, his date cannot be later than the beginning of the 5th century of our era. The life of Alexander the Great. Alexander Roman III, king of Macedonia, surnamed the Great, was born at Pella in the year 356 BC. He was the son of Philip Roman II and Olympias, who belonged to the royal race of Eperos, which claimed to be descended from Achilles, the hero of the Iliad. The education of the prince was in the outset entrusted to Lysimachos, an Acarnanian, and to his mother's kinsman Leonidas, a man of an austere character, who inured his pupil to Spartan-like habits of hard exercise and simple fare. In his 13th year, he was placed under the immediate tuition of Aristotle, who acquired a lifelong influence over the mind and character of his pupil. It may be supposed that the eager love of discovery, which conspicuously distinguished Alexander from ordinary conquerors, was in a great measure inspired and stimulated by the precepts of his master. In his 16th year, he was entrusted, during his father's absence on a foreign expedition, with the regency of Macedonia. And 2 years later, at the Battle of Chaeronea, which was won chiefly through his impetuous valor, he displayed for the first time his incomparable genius for war. This victory made the Macedonian king supreme in Greece, and at a convention which met soon afterwards at his summons, and which was attended by deputies from all the Grecian states except Sparta, he was appointed to command the national forces and to conduct an expedition against Persia to avenge the invasions of Mardonios and Xerxes. He was actively engaged in preparing for this great contest when he fell by the hand of an assassin. Alexander succeeded, 336 BC, not only to his sovereignty, but also to his supremacy in the affairs of Greece. He found himself, immediately on his accession, beset on all sides with most formidable opponents. Attalos, who was in Asia with a considerable force under his command, aspired to the throne. The Greeks, instigated by the passionate eloquence of Demosthenes, attempted to liberate themselves from Macedonian dictation, and the barbarians of the north threatened his hereditary dominions with invasion. The youthful monarch was equal to the emergency. He at once seized Attalos and put him to death. Then, suddenly marching southwards, he suppressed by skillful diplomacy the incipient rebellion of the Greek states. In the next place, he turned his arms northwards, and, after much severe fighting, subjugated the barbarous tribes which lay between the frontiers of his kingdom and the Danube. Finally, he quelled in blood and desolation the revolt of Thebes, which had been prompted by a false rumor of his death. Having thus in a single year made himself a more powerful monarch than his father had ever been, he directed all his energies to complete the arrangements for the Persian expedition. The whole force, which he collected for this purpose, amounted to little more than 30,000 foot and 4,500 horse. The empire which this comparatively insignificant force was destined to attack and overthrow was the greatest which the world had as yet seen, and had already subsisted for 200 years. It had been founded by Cyrus the Great and extended by his successors till it embraced all Asia from the shores of the Aegean and the Levant to the regions of the Jaxartes and the Indus. It was divided by the Great Belt of Desert, which stretches almost continuously from the Persian Gulf to the Sea of Aral, into two great sections which differed widely both in their physical aspect and the character of their inhabitants. The eastern tribes living amid mountains and deserts were rude, but distinguished for their hardihood, their love of independence, and their martial prowess. The Western Asiatics, on the other hand, who inhabited those fair and fertile countries which had been the earliest seats of civilization, were singularly deficient in these qualities. Enervated by ease and the affluence of luxuries, they offered but a feeble resistance to Alexander and bent their necks submissively to his yoke. He had quite a different experience when he came into conflict with the tribes of the Oxus, Jaxartes, and Indus. They resisted him with the utmost spirit and determination, rose against him even after defeat, and succeeded in inflicting a signal disaster on his arms. The system by which the vast empire was governed may be described as a rigid monarchy. It was divided by Darius Hystaspes into 20 provinces, a number which was afterwards much augmented probably by the subdivision of the larger ones. The government of each was committed to a satrap, whose powers were almost despotic. He collected the revenues, from which, besides defraying the expenses of his own administration, he was obliged to remit a fixed amount of annual tribute to the royal treasury. The Indian satrapy, which probably included Bactria and was limited to the regions west of the Indus, paid the largest tribute, which, as we learn from Diodoros, amounted to the immense sum of 360 talents of gold dust. The king who filled the throne at the time of the invasion was Darius Codomanos, who had some reputation for personal courage and some other virtues which might have adorned his reign had it been fated to be peaceful. He was, however, like Louis Roman XVI, of France, quite destitute of the skill and nerve required for piloting the vessel of the state in stormy times. The empire long before his accession had been falling into decay. Insurrections were forever breaking out. Some of the provinces, though nominally subject, were practically independent, while in others the satraps both claimed and exercised the right of transmitting their authority by hereditary succession. What saved it from dissolution was not so much the strength of the government, as the reluctance of the leading men, through their distrust of each other's good faith, to enter into combinations against it. It was another symptom of its weakness, that the king in his wars trusted far more to the Greek troops in his pay than to his native levies and their leaders. Neither the Greeks nor the Persians had lost sight of the fact that at Cunaxa the victory had been won for Cyrus by the Greek mercenaries. Alexander, having completed his preparations, and appointed Antipater to act as regent of Macedonia during his absence, crossed over the Hellespont into Asia in the spring of 334 BC. His army, though numerically insignificant when compared with the magnitude of the enterprise which lay before it, proved nevertheless, from the physical superiority, courage, and daring of the men, combined with the perfection of their organization and discipline, and the consummate skill of their leader, more than a match for any force, however numerous, which was brought into the field against it. We may here quote a passage from Thirlwall, in which he describes the composition, organization, and equipment of this heroic little army, which performed the greatest deeds recorded in military annals. The main body, the phalanx, or quadruple phalanx as it was sometimes called, to mark that it was formed of 4 divisions, each bearing the same name, presented a mass of 18,000 men, which was distributed, at least by Alexander, into 6 brigades of 3,000 each, formidable in its aspect, and on ground suited to its operations, irresistible in its attacks. The phalangite soldier wore the usual defensive armor of the Greek heavy infantry, helmet, breastplate, and greaves, and almost the whole front of his person was covered with the long shield called the aspes. His weapons were a sword long enough to enable a man in the second rank to reach an enemy who had come to close quarters with the comrade who stood before him, and the celebrated spear, known by the Macedonian name, sarissa, 4 feet long. The sarissa, when couched, projected 18 feet in front of the soldier, and the space between the ranks was such that those of the second rank were 15, those of the third 12, those of the fourth 9, those of the fifth 6, and those of the sixth 3 feet in advance of the first line, so that the man at the head of the file was guarded on each side by the points of 6 spears. The ordinary depth of the phalanx was of 16 ranks. The men who stood too far behind to use their sarissas, and who therefore kept them raised until they advanced to fill a vacant place, still added to the pressure of the mass. As the efficacy of the phalanx depended on its compactness, and this again on the uniformity of its movements, the greatest care was taken to select the best soldiers for the foremost and hindmost ranks, the frames, as it were, of the engine. The bulk and core of the phalanx consisted of Macedonians, but it was composed in part of foreign troops. These were no doubt Greeks, but the northern Illyrians, Paeonians, Agrianians, and Thracians, who were skilled in the use of missiles, furnished bowmen, dartsmen, and slingers, probably according to the proportion which the master of tactics deemed the most eligible, about half the number of the phalanx. To these was added another class of infantry, peculiar in some respects to the Macedonian army, though the invention belonged to Iphicrates. They were called hypaspists, because, like the phalangites, they carried the long shield, but their spears were shorter, their swords longer, their armor lighter. They were thus prepared for more rapid movements, and did not so much depend on the nature of the ground. They formed a corps of about 6,000 men. The cavalry was similarly distinguished into 3 classes by its arms, accoutrements, and mode of warfare. Its main strength consisted in 1,500 Macedonian and as many Thessalian horse. But the rider and his horse were cased in armor, and his weapons seemed to have corresponded to those of the heavy infantry. The light cavalry, chiefly used for skirmishing and pursuit, and in part armed with the sarissa, was drawn from the Thracians and Paeonians, and was about the third of the number of the heavy horse. A smaller body of Greek cavalry probably stood in nearly the same relation to the other 2 divisions, as the hypaspists to the heavy and light infantry. To the hypaspists belonged the royal foot bodyguard, the agirma, or royal escort, and the argyraspides, so called from the silver ornaments with which their long shields were enriched. But the precise relation in which these bodies stood to each other does not appear very distinctly from the descriptions of the ancients. The royal horse guard was composed of 8 Macedonian squadrons, filled with the sons of the best families. The numbers of each are not ascertained, but they seem in all not much to have exceeded or fallen short of 1,000. From this description of the Macedonian army, it may easily be imagined what a formidable aspect its main arm, the phalanx of panoplied infantry, would present to the enemy. Polybios informs us that the Roman officers who were present in the battle of Kynoscephalae, and then saw the phalanx for the first time, told him that in all their experience of war they had never seen anything so terrible. The phalanx, however, as that historian points out, could only operate effectively on level and open ground, was quite unfit for rapid advance and rough terrain, and useless if its ranks were broken. It was thus helpless in face of an active enemy unless well supported by cavalry and light troops. This explains why Alexander attached so much importance to his cavalry. In point of fact, he owed none of his victories to the phalanx. His cavalry, rapid in its evolutions and charging with resistless impetuosity, gained them all. In addition to the troops which have been particularized in the extract, there was one kind organized by Alexander called dimichai, intermediate between cavalry and infantry, being designed to fight on horseback or on foot as circumstances required. His artillery formed a very useful part of his equipment. The ballistae and catapultae, of which it consisted, threw stones and darts to the distance of 300 yards, and was frequently employed with great effect. As he foresaw that in the course of his expedition he was likely to penetrate to regions either imperfectly or altogether unknown, he entertained on his staff men of literary and scientific requirements to write his deeds, and describe those countries and nations to which he might carry his arms. He first came into conflict with the Persians on the banks of the Granicos, a small river, which, flowing from Mount Ida through the Trojan plain, enters the Propontis to the west of Cyzicus. Their army, which consisted of 20,000 horse and an equal number of Greek mercenaries, was commanded by several satraps who were assisted by the counsels of Memnon the Rhodian, the ablest general in the service of Darius. The Persians were drawn up in line along the right bank of the stream, while their mercenaries were posted on a range of heights that rose in the rear. Alexander drew up his forces on the opposite bank in the order which he adopted in all his great battles. Thus the phalanx formed his center. He commanded himself the extreme right, and the officer in whom he had most confidence the extreme left. To either wing were attached such brigades of the phalanx as circumstances seemed to require. The Persians, having observed where Alexander was posted, strengthened their left wing with dense squadrons of their best cavalry, anticipating that this part of their line would be exposed to the first fury of the onset led by himself in person. They judged aright. Alexander, having sent a detachment of cavalry across the stream, followed with other cavalry and a portion of the phalanx. The Persians made a gallant resistance, but were soon beaten. Their darts and scimitars were no match for the tough cornel of the Macedonian spears. Their ranks first broke where Alexander himself in the hottest of the fight was dealing death and wounds around him. A blow which was descending on his own head, and which if delivered would have proved fatal, was intercepted by Clados, who cut off the arm of the assailant, scimitar and all. The field was won before either the phalanx on the one side or the Greek mercenaries on the other could come into action. The Macedonians, after returning from a short pursuit, closed around the mercenaries and cut them down, all but 2,000 who were made prisoners and sent in chains to Macedonia. The number of the Persians slain was about 1,000 against only 115 on the other side. Alexander did not, like most other conquerors after a victory, plunder the surrounding country, but regarding Asia as already his own, treated the inhabitants as subjects whose interests he was bound to protect and promote. Neither did he at once advance into the interior, but, acting by a rule of strategy which he was always careful to observe, resolved to make his rear secure. He therefore first reduced all the western provinces of the empire, which Darius, after the defeat of his satraps, had placed under the supreme authority of Memnon the Rhodian. Memnon was a formidable antagonist, both from his skill in war, and from his having a powerful fleet at his command, which gave him the dominion of the sea, and enabled him to threat at will the shores of Greece and Macedonia. Alexander marched from the battlefield to Ilion, and advanced thence southward through the beautiful regions of Ionia and the other maritime states, which, in striking contrast to their present blighted condition, were then at the height of prosperity, adorned with numerous rich and splendid cities, which vied with each other in all the arts of refinement. The terror of his name preceded him, and these cities one after another, including even Sardis, the western capital, which was strongly fortified, threw open their gates to admit him. Malerdos, however, and Halicarnassos, being supported by the Persian fleet, refused to surrender, and did not fall into his hands until each had been for some time besieged. After the fall of Halicarnassos, the rest of Caria, of which it was the capital, submitted, and then the operations of the first year of the war were brought to a close by the reduction of all Lycia. In this province, he gave his army some rest. The next campaign opened with the conquest of Pamphylia, after which Alexander turned his march away from the coast with a view to invade Phrygia, which lay to the north beyond the lofty range of Tauros. It was now the depth of winter, but Alexander, in defiance of all obstacles, frost and snow, torrents and precipices, and the resistance of the fierce Pisidian mountaineers, forced his way into the Phrygian plains. This passage of the Tauros at such a season was an achievement not unworthy to rank with the more celebrated passage of the Alps made by Hannibal about a century later. After he had cleared the defiles, a march of 5 days brought him to Celaeni, the capital of the greater Phrygia, which was pleasantly situated where the river Marsyas joins the Meander, and was embellished with a palace and a royal park. Alexander, deeming its acropolis to be impregnable, made terms with the inhabitants, and then advanced to the ancient capital called Gordion, after Gordios, the father of the celebrated Midas, the first king of the country. Here was the complicated knot to which the prophecy was attached, that whoever untied it should be lord of Asia. It was tied on a rope of bark, which fastened the yoke to the pole of the wagon on which Midas had been carried into the city on the day when the people chose him as their king. Alexander either undid the knot or cut it through with his sword. On the return of spring, he moved forward to Ancyra, now Angora, and there had the satisfaction to receive the submission of the Paphlagonians, who at that time were a very powerful nation. Being thus free to move southwards without leaving an enemy in his rear, he entered Cappadocia, and having overrun it without encountering any serious opposition, he recrossed the Tauros by a pass that admitted him into the fertile plains of eastern Cilicia. The capital of this province was Tarsos, a flourishing seat of commerce, art, and learning, built on both banks of the river Kidnos, which was navigable to the sea. This important city fell without resistance into Alexander's hands, the satrap having fled at the tidings of his approach. Here, however, he nearly lost his life, having caught a violent fever by throwing himself when heated into the waters of the Kidnos, which ran cold with the snows of Mount Tauros. After his recovery, he sent Parmenion eastward to occupy the passes leading into Syria, called the Syrian Gates, and marched himself in the opposite direction to reduce the hill tribes of western Cilicia. In the meantime, Darius, advancing from the east, had crossed the Euphrates and the Syrian desert at the head of an army not less numerous than that with which Napoleon invaded Russia, and was lying encamped on a wide plain suitable for his cavalry within a 2 days' march of the Syrian Gates. Here he waited for some time, ready to fall upon the Macedonian troops and crush them with the overwhelming superiority of his numbers when they debouched from the defile. When he despaired of their coming, he marched into Cilicia through a pass known as the Ammanian Gates and encamped on the banks of the Paneros, which flows through the plain of Issos to the sea. He thus placed himself in a trap where he was hemmed in by the mountains and the sea in a narrow plain not more than 1.5 miles in width. Alexander, meanwhile, had passed through the other gates into the Syrian plain when he learned to his astonishment that Darius was now in his rear. He at once retraced his steps, and by midnight regained the pass, where from one of its summits he beheld the Persian watchfires gleaming far and wide over the plain of Issos. At daybreak, he marched down the pass, and on reaching the open part of the plain made the usual disposition of his forces, Parmenion commanding the left and himself the right wing. Darius had drawn up his line, which extended from the mountains to the sea, along the northern bank of the river Paneros. In the center, which confronted the dreaded Macedonian phalanx, he had posted a body of 30,000 heavy-armed Greek mercenaries. Alexander began the action by dislodging a detachment of the enemy which had been posted at the base of the mountains and threatened his rear. Finding the Persians did not advance, he crossed the river and charged their left wing with such impetuosity that he broke their ranks and swept them from the field irretrievably discomfited. He then wheeled round and brought timely succor to his phalanx, which the Greek mercenaries of Darius were driving back with disordered ranks to the river. The struggle now became desperate, for these mercenaries, bitterly resenting the state of political degradation to which the Macedonians had reduced their compatriots in southern Greece, now fought against them with all the fury that the passions of hate and rivalry could inspire. They were nevertheless driven back, and the tide of battle surged up towards the state chariot itself, on which Darius was mounted in the center of his line. The pusillanimous monarch no sooner perceived that his person was in danger than he ordered his charioteer to turn the heads of his horses for flight. This decided the fortunes of the day. It was the signal of his defeat, and his troops, on seeing it, at once broke from their ranks and fled from the field. The cavalry even, which on the extreme right had victory almost within their grasp, yielded to the general panic and helped to swell the crowd of fugitives. As the narrowness of the plain allowed but very little room for escape, the vanquished were massacred in myriads. Darius escaped across the Euphrates, but his treasures and his family, consisting of his mother, wife, and children, fell into Alexander's hands, who treated these illustrious captives with all the kindness and courtesy which were due alike to their misfortunes and their exalted rank. He did not pursue Darius, and about 2 years passed away before he again met him in battle. His victory had left Syria and Egypt open to his arms, and these countries had to be reduced and the power of Persia effectually crushed at sea before he could advance with safety into the heart of the empire. He therefore marched southward to Phoenicia, the seaports of which supplied the Persians with most of their war galleys. Parmenion he sent forward with a small detachment to seize Damascus, where Darius, before his defeat, had deposited his treasures. The city surrendered without resistance, and a vast and varied spoil fell into the hands of the Macedonians. The cities along the Syrian coast submitted in like manner to Alexander himself, all but Tyre, which sent him a golden crown, but refused to admit him within her gates. For this temerity, the city of merchant princes paid a dreadful penalty. Alexander, having captured it after a 7 months' siege, burned it to the ground, and most of the inhabitants he either slew or sold into slavery. This is considered to have been the greatest of all Alexander's military achievements. Tyre had hitherto been deemed impregnable. It was built on an island separated from the mainland by a channel of the sea half a mile in width. Its walls, which were of great solidity, rose to an immense height, and its navy gave it the command of the sea. The inhabitants, moreover, were expert in arms, and defended themselves with such spirit and obstinacy that Alexander found himself unable to overcome their resistance, until he obtained from Cyprus and Sidon a fleet superior to their own. He had also to construct a causeway through the channel to enable him to bring his engines close up to the walls, and this was a work of vast labor and difficulty. His merciless treatment of the vanquished darkly overshadows the glory of this memorable exploit. Palestine, with the adjoining districts, next submitted to the conqueror. Gaza alone, like Tyre, closed its gates against him. This city, which stood not far from the sea, towards the edge of the desert which separates Syria from Egypt, was strongly fortified and held out for 2 months. Alexander took it by storm, slaughtered the garrison, and then set out for Egypt. A 7 days' march through the desert brought him to Pelusium. The Egyptians, who smarted under the bondage of Persia, like the Israelites of old under their own, hailed his advent as that of a deliverer, and gladly submitted to his rule. Alexander proceeded as far southward as Memphis and the Pyramids, and then embarking on the western or canopic branch of the Nile, sailed down to Lake Merodes and landed on the narrow sandy isthmus by which that lake is separated from the sea. This neck of land was faced on the north by the island of Pharos, a long ridge of rock which sheltered it from all the violence of the ocean. Alexander, discerning with his keen eye all the advantages of such a position for commerce, at once founded on the isthmus the city of Alexandria, which, as he anticipated, soon became the great center of trade between the eastern and western worlds. His next object was to consult the oracle of Jupiter Ammon, which was said to have been visited by Heracles and Perseus, from both of whom he claimed to be descended. He therefore marched along the coast for about 200 miles to Parætonion, which lay at the western extremity of Egypt. On the way he was met by deputies from Kyrene, who brought him valuable presents and invited him to visit their city. From Parætonion he marched southward through the Libyan desert, and after some days reached the large and beautiful oasis where, embosomed amid thick woods, rose the temple of Ammon and the palace of his priests. On consulting the oracle he obtained answers, about the nature of which he stated nothing further than that they were satisfactory. He then returned across the desert to Memphis, where he settled the future government of Egypt and ordered justice to be dispensed according to the ancient laws of the country. From Memphis, he directed his march to Syria, and on reaching Tyre, remained there for some time. While he was in Egypt, he had been visited by Hegelachos, his admiral, who reported that the Persians had been dispossessed of the islands which they had acquired in the Aegean, that their fleet had been dissipated, and that all their leaders were prisoners except Pharnabazos, the successor of Memnon, who had died somewhat suddenly while Alexander was in Phrygia. Alexander was now, therefore, the undisputed master of all the countries west of the Euphrates, and could with complete security turn his arms eastward to bring his contest with Persia to a final issue. Darius, on the other hand, who, in the interval between his defeat and the fall of Tyre, had twice sent an embassy to the conqueror to sue for peace and the ransom of his family, on terms which, though most tempting, had been haughtily refused, was mustering all his forces to encounter the storm of war which would sooner or later burst from the clouds that hung ominously on his western horizon. The army he now raised was far stronger numerically than that with which he had fought at Issos, and, as it was drawn chiefly from the east, consisted of the best troops in his empire. He led it from Babylon across the Tigris, and marching northward along the eastern bank of that river, reached the plains of northern Assyria, which afforded ample space for the evolutions of his numerous cavalry. Here he encamped on a wide plain between the Tigris and the mountains of Kurdistan, near a village called Gaugamla. Alexander, having remained at Tyre until his preparations were completed, started from that city after midsummer in the year 331 BC. On crossing the Euphrates at the fords of Thapsacos, he learned where Darius was, and at once accelerated his march to find him. He passed the Tigris, which had been left unguarded, and advancing southward for a few days, came in sight of the Persian host, which he found already drawn up in line prepared for action. It is said that Parmenion, alarmed by the immense array of the hostile ranks, came at a late hour to the king's tent and proposed a night attack, and that Alexander's answer was that it would be a base thing to steal a victory. His forces amounted only to 40,000 infantry and 7,000 horse, yet he was so confident of success that on the morning of the decisive day, his sleep was deeper and longer than usual. In its main features, the battle that followed was but a repetition of the day of Issos. Alexander again commanded the right wing and Parmenion the left. Again Darius posted himself in the center of his line, and again the Greek mercenaries confronted the Macedonian phalanx. Again, Alexander, at the head of the companion cavalry, made havoc of the troops which guarded the royal standard, and again Darius, terror-struck at his near approach, ignominiously fled from the field. His flight gave once more the signal of defeat, and that too, as at Issos, just at the time when his cavalry on the right had made the position of Parmenion most critical. Alexander was recalled from the pursuit of Darius, whom he was eagerly bent on capturing, by a messenger sent by Parmenion pressing for instant aid. He at once turned back. On his way, he met the Persian and Parthian cavalry and the Indian troops now in full retreat. A combat close and hot followed. The fugitives were for the most part killed, but sold their lives dearly. On returning to the field, Alexander found that his left wing was no longer in distress, but putting the enemy to rout, and he therefore started once more in pursuit of Darius. The fugitive escaped, however, to Ecbatana, the capital in former days of the Median kings. Accounts differ as to the numbers that were killed in this battle. Arrian says, absurdly enough, that 300,000 of the Persians were slain, and a greater number taken prisoners. Diodoros reduces the amount to 90,000 and Curtius to 40,000. The loss again on Alexander's side is reckoned by Arrian at 100, by Curtius at 300, and by Diodoros at 500. Alexander pursued the fugitive troops as far as Arberla, the place which has given its name to the battle, though it was 60 miles distant from the field whereon it was fought. Here he found the baggage of Darius, and having enriched himself with its spoils, he advanced southward to Babylon. This great capital, which once gave law to all the nations of the East, had under the rule of the Achaemenids gradually declined both in wealth and importance. Its inhabitants, like the Egyptians, detested their Persian masters, who oppressed them and persecuted their religion. They issued therefore from their gates in a joyful procession to welcome the victor and present him with gifts. His first acts on entering the city were well calculated to make a favorable impression on their minds. He ordered the temple of Belus to be rebuilt, honored that deity with a public sacrifice according to the Chaldean ritual, and restored to his priests the immense revenues with which they had been endowed by the Assyrian kings. Alexander thus found himself the master of a more spacious empire than any the world had yet seen. No king or conqueror had ever before stood on such a giddy pinnacle of power. As he had made his way to this supreme height, before he had yet reached those years or experienced those vicissitudes of fortune which have a sobering effect on the mind, it is not surprising that, as in the case of Napoleon, whose genius was at many points in close touch with his own, and who, at a like early age, had amazed the world with his deeds of arms, unbounded success tended to deteriorate his character. He is found henceforth becoming more arrogant and despotic, more suspicious and avid of flattery, while less tolerant of advice or remonstrance, and less capable of controlling the violence of his passions. The simple style of living in which he had been brought up seemed no longer to please him, and he began to assume all the pomp and splendor with which an Oriental despot loves to surround himself, an innovation in his habits which deeply mortified the pride of the Macedonians. It may be urged in his defense that he may have made the change less from any real inclination than from the politic motive of conciliating his new subjects by conforming to their tastes and habits. Before leaving Babylon, he settled the affairs of Assyria and its dependencies in accordance with a principle on which he generally acted, committing the civil administration to a native ruler, but leaving the command of the forces and the collection of the revenue in the hands of Macedonian officers. He then marched eastward, and in 20 days reached Susa, the favorite capital of the Persian kings. Rich as Babylon was, its treasures were as nothing compared with those which had been here accumulated. The sums contained in the treasury amounted to 40,000 talents of uncoined gold and silver, and 9,000 talents of coined gold. And there was other booty besides of immense value, including the spoils which Xerxes had carried off from Greece, the recovery of which gratified beyond measure the patriotic feelings of the army. From Sousa, Alexander took the road to Persepolis, the ancient capital of the Persians, a rich and splendid city lying to the southeast of Sousa, in the beautiful vale of Persis, which was fertilized by the streams descending from Mount Zagros, the Merdos, and the Araxares. On his route, he passed through the hill country of the Auxians, which, like that of the Pisidians, was occupied by warlike and predatory tribes. These mountaineers were nominally subject to Persia, but they nevertheless, at one of their defiles, exacted toll even from the great king himself whenever he passed through their country in going between his two capitals. They beset this defile with the whole of their effective force to levy the customary tribute from Alexander, who paid them what he called their dues in the form of a crushing defeat. He then plundered their villages, and, having received their submission, pressed forward by way of the formidable pass called the Persian Gates. Here the satrap Ariobarzanes, at the head of more than 40,000 men, tried but in vain to arrest his progress. Alexander, with his usual skill and courage, forced the position, and meeting with no further resistance reached Persepolis, where no defense was attempted. He not only permitted his soldiers to plunder this ancient capital, but, if we may believe the story with which Dryden's ode has made us familiar, set fire with his own hands in a drunken revel to the royal palace, a structure of supreme magnificence, as its ruins, which are still to be seen, attest. It is more probable, however, that he burned it from motives of policy, partly to show the Persians how absolutely he was now their master, and partly to avenge Greece for the destruction of her temples by Xerxes. In the royal treasury, he found the vast sum of 120,000 talents, which falls little short of 30 million pounds of our money. As it was now midwinter, he here gave his army some respite from their toils. He gave himself, however, no rest, but led a detachment to Pasargadae, the primitive seat of the Achaemenids, which contained an august monument, the tomb of Cyrus, which still exists, and a rich treasury which he plundered. He next assailed the Mardians, and marching over ice and snow, reduced their mountain fastnesses and compelled their submission. In the spring of 330 BC, he resumed the pursuit of Darius, who was still at Ecbatana making vain efforts to raise another army. The fallen monarch, on hearing that the enemy was again moving against him and had reached Media, fled eastward hoping to find protection and safety in the far remote province of Bactria, of which his kinsman Bessos was the satrap. The capital which he had left was the summer residence of the Persian kings, and was noted for the enormous strength of its citadel. Alexander therefore ordered Parmenion to transport thither, as to a place of peculiar security, the treasures which had been seized at the other capitals, and to confide their custody to a strong guard of Macedonian soldiers. This done, he set out with a light detachment of troops in the hope of overtaking the fugitive king before he passed through the Caspian gates. At Ragai, which was a day's rapid march from that pass, he learned that Darius had escaped beyond it, and he therefore halted for 5 days to recruit his troops. On renewing the pursuit and reaching the open country beyond the gates, he learned that the Persian officers who were escorting their sovereign had conspired against him and deprived him of his liberty. Greatly fearing now lest the traitors had some deadlier purpose in view, he made incredible exertions to overtake them, and he came up with them on the 4th day, but all too late. The conspirators, among whom was Bessos, finding that the pursuit was gaining upon them, mortally wounded the hapless king, who breathed his last before Alexander reached him. Such, says Arrian, was the end of Darius, who as a warrior was singularly remiss and injudicious. In other respects his character is blameless, either because he was just by nature, or because he had no opportunity of displaying the contrary, as his accession and the Macedonian invasion were simultaneous. It was not in his power, therefore, to oppress his subjects, as his danger was greater than theirs. His reign was one unbroken series of disasters, and he was at last treacherously assassinated by his most intimate connections. At his death, he was about 50 years old. Alexander sent his body into Persia with orders that it should be buried with all due honors in the royal sepulchre. Bessos escaped into his own satrapy, where he assumed the upright tiara, the distinguishing emblem of Persian royalty, and took the name of Artaxerxes. Alexander now halted at Hecatompylos, a place which received this Greek name from its being the center where many roads met, and which became in after times the capital of the Parthian kings. Being joined here by the rest of his army, he prepared to invade Hyrcania, from which he was separated by the chain of mountains now called the Elbers. As the passes were beset by robber tribes, he divided his army into 3 bodies. The most numerous division crossed the mountains under his own command by the shortest and most difficult roads. Crateros made a circuit to the left through the country of the Taparians, Tabaristan, while the 3rd Division under Erigyios took the royal road which led westward from Hecatompylos to Zadracarta. The divisions on emerging from the defiles united and encamped near the last named place, which was the Hyrcanian capital. Hither came to Alexander with 3 of his sons the aged Artabazos, accompanied by the Taparian satrap and by deputies from the Greek mercenaries of Darius. Artabazos was received with distinguished honor, both because of his high rank and the fidelity he had shown to Darius, whom he had accompanied in his flight. The satrap was confirmed in his government, but the deputies were sternly told that as the mercenaries had violated the duty which they owed to their country, they must submit themselves unreservedly to the judgment of the king. Alexander then attacked the Mardians, who inhabited the lofty mountains to the northwest of the Caspian Gates. They submitted after a slight resistance and were ordered to obey the Taparian satrap. Alexander's next object was to crush Bessos and possess himself of all the eastern provinces as far as the borders of India. He therefore marched eastward towards Bactria, and having traversed the northern part of Parthia, reached Sauja, a city of Aria, now Suse, near Mesht, the present capital of Khorasan. Satabarzanes, the satrap of that province and one of the conspirators against Darius, met him here, and having tendered his submission, was confirmed in his government, and dismissed with an escort of Macedonian horsemen to his capital, Artacona. Alexander then resumed his march towards Bactria, but was arrested on the way by receiving word that Satabarzanes had revolted in favor of Bessos, armed the Arians, and slain his Macedonian escort. He therefore at once altered his route, and by the promptitude of his appearance confounded the plans of the satrap, who fled and was deserted by most of his troops. Artacona was captured by Crateros after a short siege. This city stood in a plain of exceptional fertility at a point where all the roads from the north to the south, and from the west to the east, united, and Alexander, discerning the incomparable advantages of its position, whether for war or commerce, founded in its neighborhood a new city in which he planted a Macedonian colony. He called it Alexandria, and as it still exists as Herat, it will be seen how well-grounded was its founder's belief in the strategical and commercial importance of its site. Alexander, after suppressing this revolt, instead of resuming his march to Bactria, moved forward to Prophthasia, now Fura, the capital of Drangiana, Seistan, of which Barsintes, another of the accomplices in the murder of Darius, was satrap. This traitor was seized and executed. Here an event occurred which has left a dark stain on the character of Alexander. He was led to suspect that a conspiracy had been formed against his life by some of his principal officers, and among others by the son of Parmenion, Philotas, who held the most coveted post in the army, that of commander of the companion cavalry. It is certain that he was not an accomplice in the plot, but as he had been informed of its existence and failed to give the king any warning of his danger, he was accused before the Macedonian army and condemned to death. He confessed under torture that his father, Parmenion, had formed a design against the king's life, and that he had himself joined the recent plot, lest his father, who is now an old man, might, before the plot was ripe, be snatched away by death from his command at Ecbatana, which placed the vast treasures deposited there at his disposal. This confession, wrung by torture when its agonies became insupportable, and obviously framed to meet the wishes of the questioners, was no proof of the guilt either of the father or the son. Parmenion was, nevertheless, on this worthless evidence condemned to death, and Alexander, whom he had so faithfully served, took care that the sentence should be executed before the news of his son's death, which he might seek to avenge, could reach his ears. Many other Macedonians were also at this time tried and put to death. Alexander's confidence in his friends was thus much shaken, and instead of entrusting as formerly the command of the companion cavalry to one individual, he divided that body into 2 regiments, giving the command of one to Clados and of the other to Hephaestion. From Prophthasia, he proceeded southwards into the fertile plains along the Etamander, Helmund, then inhabited by a peaceful tribe called the Ariaspians, who had received from Cyrus the title of Eurgeti, that is, benefactors, because they had assisted him at a time when he had been reduced to great straits. Alexander spent 2 months in their dominions, probably awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from Ecbatana. During this interval, Demetrios, a member of the king's bodyguard, was arrested on suspicion of his having been implicated with Philotas in the recent plot, and his office was bestowed on Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, for whom this promotion opened the way to a royal destiny. Alexander, before resuming his march, appointed a governor over the Eurgeti, but rewarded their hospitality by augmenting their territory and confirming them in the enjoyment of their political privileges. He left this country about midwinter, and ascending the valley of the Etamander penetrated into Arachosia, a province which stretched eastward to the Indus. As he advanced northward by Kandahar, the snow lay deep on the ground, and the soldiers suffered severely both from hunger and cold. About this time, he heard that the Aryans had again revolted at the instigation of Satabarzanes, who had entered their province at the head of 2,000 horse, and he immediately sent a detachment under Arigios to quell the insurgents. Continuing meanwhile his own advance, he arrived at the foot of the colossal mountain barrier, the chain of Peloponnesos, which separates Kabul from Bactria. Here in a commanding position, near the village of Charakar, which stands in the rich and beautiful valley of Kodamon, he founded yet another Alexandria, called by way of distinction Alexandria of the Parapamisadae or Alexandria apud Caucasum, and planted it with Macedonian colonists. According to Strabo, he wintered in this neighborhood, but Arrian leads us to suppose that he departed as soon as he had founded the city. He crossed the mountains, as some think, by the Bamian Pass, the most western of the 4 routes which give access from the Kodamon to the regions of the Upper Oxus. It is likelier, however, that he ascended by the more direct route along the course of the Panjshir River. The army again suffered on the way from the severity of the cold, and still more from the scarcity of provisions. According to Aristobulus, nothing grew on these hills but terebinth trees and the herb called silphium, on which the flocks and herds of the mountaineers pastured. This march, which terminated at Adrapsa, occupied 15 days. The Macedonians had now reached a fertile country, but as Bessos had ordered it to be ravaged, they found a wide barrier of desolation opposed to their further advance. The barrier was interposed in vain. Alexander resolutely pressed forward, and Bessos and his associates fled at his approach, and, crossing the Oxus, retired into Sogdiana. Yornos and Bactra, the 2 principal cities of the Bactrian satrapy, surrendered without resistance, and the satrapy itself was soon afterwards reduced. At Bactra, Arigios, who had succeeded in quelling the Aryan revolt, rejoined the army. Alexander, having appointed Artabazos satrap of his new conquest, marched to the Oxus in pursuit of Bessos, and came upon that river at the point where Kigil now stands. There it was about 3/4 of a mile in breadth, and the current was found to be both deep and rapid. The passage, which occupied 5 days, was made on floats, supported by skins stuffed with straw and rendered watertight. The army had no sooner gained the right bank than messengers arrived from 2 of the leading adherents of Bessos, Spitamenes, the satrap of Sogdiana, and Datafernes, promising to surrender Bessos, who was already their prisoner, if Alexander would send a small force to their support. The king assented, and sent Ptolemy forward to receive the traitor from their hands. They gave him up, and he was conducted with a rope round his neck into the presence of the king, who ordered him to be scourged and then conveyed to Zariaspa, which some identify with Bactras, there to await his final doom. The army next marched forward to Maracanda, now Samarcand, then merely the capital of the Sogdian satrapy, but destined to be in aftertimes the capital of the vast empire founded by Timur. It stood in the valley of the Polytimertos, Arcohic, a region of such exuberant fertility and beauty that it figures in Persian poetry as one of the 4 paradises of the world. Alexander remained for some time in this pleasant neighborhood to remount his cavalry and otherwise recruit his forces. He then advanced to the river Jaxartes, which formed the boundary between the Persian Empire and the barbarous Scythian tribes, and which the Greeks confounded with the Tanais or Don. The country was protected against the inroads of these warlike tribes by a line of fortified towns, of which the largest and strongest, Syropolis, had been founded, as its name imports, by Cyrus. Alexander captured all these fortresses and manned them with small Macedonian garrisons, and to curb the Scythians still more effectually, founded on the banks of the Jaxartes, near where Cogent now stands, still another Alexandria, which the Greeks for distinction's sake called Eschater, or the Extreme. In the midst of this undertaking, he was interrupted by the sudden outbreak of a widespread rebellion instigated by Spithaemenes and his confederates. Taking immediate and energetic steps for its suppression, he in a few days recovered the 7 towns, and then crossing the Jaxartes, defeated the Scythians, who with a view to aid the insurgents had mustered in great force on its right bank. After this victory, he received tidings of the first serious disaster that had befallen his arms. He had sent a large force to operate against Spithaemenes, who was at the time besieging the Macedonian garrison which held Maracanda. On learning that this force was approaching, the rebel chief retired down the Polydamerdos to Bokhara, and thence to the vast desert which stretches from Sogd to the Sea of Aral. Here he was joined by a large body of Scythian horsemen, and thus reinforced turned upon his pursuers, drove them back from the edge of the desert, which they had just entered, into the valley whence they had emerged, and there, amid the woody ravines of the Palatymtos, cut them to pieces almost to a man. Encouraged by this success, he returned to Maracanda and renewed the siege of its citadel. But on learning that Alexander was rapidly returning from the Jaxartes, he retraced his steps towards the desert, and reached it before the enemy overtook him. The course of the pursuit led Alexander to the scene of the late disaster. His first care was to bury the slain, and he then avenged their death by ravaging with fire and sword, in all its length and breadth, the lovely valley of the Palatymtos. He showed no mercy, but slaughtered all who fell into his hands, soldier and citizen alike. This is certainly, as Thirlwall remarks, one of the acts of his life for which it is most difficult to find an excuse. As the year 329 BC was now drawing to a close, he recrossed the Oxus and returned to Zariaspa Bactra, where he spent the winter. Sentence was here pronounced upon Bessos, who was mutilated and then sent to Ecbatana for execution. Alexander's European forces, as the narrative has shown, were constantly undergoing diminution, not only by losses in the field, but also by his leaving Macedonian veterans to garrison important strongholds, or to form the nucleus of the population of the cities he founded. He therefore from time to time sent requisitions for recruits to Macedonia and Greece, and as these were adequately met, the fighting quality of his troops was always maintained at the same high level. During his stay at Bactra, a great number of such recruits arrived, and filled up the large gap which the late disaster had made in his ranks. There came thither also ambassadors from the king of the Scythians, bringing presents and the offer of a marriage alliance, which was declined. The king of the Chorasmians, moreover, whose dominions, according to his own account, bordered on the land of the Colchians and the Amazons, came in person and offered his services to Alexander should he wish to subdue the nations to the north and west of the Caspian Sea. Alexander, however, being now anxious to enter India, declined his offers for the present. The accounts of his next 2 campaigns are confused and not always mutually consistent. According to Curtius, when he moved from Zariaspa, he crossed the river Achos, now the Axu, and came to a city called Marginia, probably the Marginan of our times. Arrian, however, makes no mention of this expedition. The Bactrians were still imperfectly subjugated, and the Sogdians, notwithstanding the severe chastisement they had received, were again up in arms against his authority. He therefore left Crateros to deal with the former, while he marched in person against Maracanda. On his way thither he performed another of his marvelous achievements, the capture of a fortress perched on the summit of a steep, lofty, and strongly fortified rock, held by a powerful garrison and deemed to be impregnable. He captured it, nevertheless. Within this stronghold Oxyaartes, a Bactrian chief, had for safety deposited his wife and daughters. Roxana, the eldest daughter, was, next to the wife of Darius, the most beautiful of all Asiatic women, and Alexander was so captivated with her charms that he did not hesitate to make her his wife. Spithaemenes, meanwhile, assisted by the Massagetae, one of the Scythian tribes that ranged over the Chorasmian desert, made a devastating eruption into Bactria, and though he was in the end repulsed by Crateros, escaped into the desert beyond the reach of pursuit. Fearing he might renew his attack in some other quarter, Alexander hastened to Maracanda to settle the province and provide for its security against future hostile incursions. To this end, he directed a number of new towns to be founded and planted with Macedonian, Greek, and native colonists. In the course of this expedition, he came to the royal park at Bazaria, perhaps Baccara, and while hunting within its precincts, killed a lion of extraordinary size with his own hand. On his return to Maracanda, a tragic incident occurred: his murder of Clados, from whom he had received some provocation in the course of a drunken revel. As he was tenderly attached to Clados, who was the brother of his nurse, and had saved his life at the Granicos, his remorse for this frenzied deed knew no bounds at the time, and gave him many bitter moments in his afterlife. His next expedition led him towards the western frontier of the province, where he reduced the district called Zenipa, which lay on the skirts of the Nura Mountains, a range that runs from east to west about 10 miles north of Baccara. As Spitamenes was supposed to be in the desert not far off, he left Koinos in that part of the country with orders to capture that audacious rebel, while he himself withdrew to Nautaka, where he intended to pass the winter. This place was situated in a fertile oasis between Samarkand and the Oxus, and must have occupied the site of Kershi or Kesh, noted afterwards as the birthplace of Timur. Spitamenes, meanwhile, attacked Koinos, but was defeated after a severe struggle and driven back into the desert. His Scythian confederates, fearing their own country might be invaded, cut off his head and sent it to Alexander. And so perished the most active, bold, and persevering antagonist that he had as yet encountered in Asia, one of the few who resolutely and to the last scorned to bend his neck to a foreign yoke. With the first return of spring, BC 327, he moved from his winter quarters to invade the Periodoci, who, as their name indicates, inhabited a mountainous district and were, some think, a branch of the widespread Taka tribe, the name of which appears in Taxila, which designated a great capital it possessed in India. In the country of the Periodoci, which lay to the east of Bactria and Sogdiana, there was another great rock fortress, which, like the Sogdian, was deemed impregnable. It was the main stronghold of a chief called Corionares, who, after holding out for some time, was persuaded by Oxyartes to cast himself on the generosity of the great conqueror, a quality of which he had himself a very satisfactory experience. Corionares therefore surrendered and was rewarded by being confirmed in his government. Alexander, after this success, proceeded to Bactra in order to make preparation for his expedition into India, but left Crateros to reduce such of the tribes as still held out for independence. At Bactra, another tragedy was enacted. The court pages, at the instigation of one of their number, called Hermalaus, who had been subjected to some degrading punishment, conspired against the king, who narrowly escaped assassination. The pages, who all belonged to families of high rank, were tortured to extract confessions of their guilt, and were then stoned to death by the Macedonians. The confessions indicated, it is said, that Callisthenes, a literary man attached to the court who had been permitted, on the recommendation of his kinsman Aristotle, to accompany the expedition, not only knew of the existence of the plot, but had encouraged the pages to persist in their design. He had rendered himself obnoxious to the king by the freedom with which he expressed his opinions and by his opposition to the Persian fashions introduced into the court, and his doom was sealed. Accounts differ as to the time and mode of his death. According to Ptolemy, he was tortured and then crucified, but Aristobulus and Charles agree in stating that he was carried about in chains and died at last of disease in India. The summer had set in when Alexander set out from Bactra on his Indian expedition. He crossed the chain of Peloponnesos in 10 days and halted at the Alexandria, which he had founded at their base, to settle the affairs of that city and the surrounding district. The narrative of his campaigns, from the time he left this place till he led his army into Carmania, after its disastrous march through the burning sands of the Gedrosian desert, is given in full detail in the translations which form the body of this work. His march, which on his emerging from the desert lay through the beautiful and fertile province of Carmania, resembled a festive procession, and the license in which he permitted his soldiers to indulge was meant no less to obliterate the memory of their terrible sufferings in the desert than to celebrate according to Bacchic fashion and example the conquest of India. In Carmania, Alexander received intelligence that Philip, who had been left in command of all the country west of the Indus, had been slain in a mutiny by the Greek mercenaries under his command, but that the Macedonian troops had quelled the mutiny and put the assassins to death. He did not at the time appoint any successor to Philip, but empowered Eudermos and Taxiles to take temporary charge of the affairs of the satrapy. Before he left Carmania, he was rejoined by Crateros, who brought in safety the division of the army which he had led from the Indus by way of Arachosia, Drangiana, and the Carmanian desert. Nearchos also visited his camp, which at the time was a 5 days' journey distant from the sea, and communicated the welcome news that the fleet had arrived in safety at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The admiral was instructed to continue the voyage by sailing up the Gulf to the mouth of the Tigris, while Hephaestion was put in command of the main army with orders to proceed to Sausa along the maritime parts of Persis and Sausiana. The king himself, with a small division, took the upper road, which led to that capital through Pasargad and Persepolis. In Persis, things had not gone well in his absence. The satrap whom he had appointed was dead, and his office had been usurped by Orcsines, a Persian of great wealth and high rank, against whom many acts of violence and oppression were charged. He found also that the tomb of Cyrus had been desecrated and plundered, and this outrage excited his violent indignation, since he looked upon that conqueror as the founder of the vast empire which was now his own. He could not discover the perpetrators, but had to content himself with ordering the violated sepulchre to be properly restored. On reaching Persepolis, he investigated the charges against Orcsines, and finding them proved, put him to death, and gave his satrapy to Peucestas, one of the commanders of his bodyguard. In Persis, the health of Kalanos, the Indian gymnosophist, who, at Alexander's request, had abjured the ascetic life and followed him from India, began to fail. And, as he chose rather to die than suffer the infirmities of age, he announced that it was his intention to burn himself. The king attempted to dissuade him, but finding that he was inexorably bent on self-destruction, ordered a funeral pyre to be prepared for him, and all the arrangements connected with his cremation to be superintended by Ptolemy. On the day appointed, the devotee ascended the pyre and perished in its flames, exhibiting throughout a serene fortitude and self-possession, which greatly astonished the Macedonians who attended in throngs to witness this strange spectacle. Strabo makes Pasargadae to be the scene of this incident, but Diodoros, Sausa, and with more probability, since we know that Nearchos was an eyewitness of the burning. Alexander reached Sausa in the beginning of the year 324 BC and remained there for a considerable time, regulating the affairs of his new dominions. One of his great objects was to fuse together as far as was practicable his European with his Asiatic subjects, and to this end he assigned to some 80 of his generals Asiatic wives, giving with each an ample dowry. He took himself a second wife, Barcenare, called sometimes Statera, the eldest daughter of Darius, and, it is said, also a third, Parasates, the daughter of Achos, one of the predecessors of Darius. About 10,000 Macedonians followed the example of their superiors, and all who did so received presents from their royal master. Carrying out this object in another form, he enrolled a large number of Asiatics among his European troops. These new schemes were so bitterly resented by the better class of his Macedonian veterans that they rose against him in a mutiny which he had no little difficulty in quelling. About 10,000 of these veterans were dismissed, and they returned to Europe under the command of Crateros. Towards the close of the year he went to Ecbatana, and there he lost his chief favorite Hephaestion, who succumbed to an attack of fever. His grief at this bereavement knew no bounds, and showed itself in acts which seem copied from those wherewith Achilles demonstrated his passionate sense of the loss of his beloved Patroclus. From Ecbatana, he marched back towards Babylon, and was met on the way by ambassadors from all parts of the known world, who came to do homage to the greatest of all kings and conquerors, and also by a deputation of Chaldean priests who warned him of danger if at that time he should enter Babylon. He entered it nevertheless, though with gloomy forebodings. Early in the spring of 323 BC, as this city was the best point of communication between the eastern and western parts of his dominions. He had selected it to be the capital of his vast empire, and accordingly took measures immediately on his return for the improvement of its internal condition, for the drainage of the swampy lands in its neighborhood, which rendered its climate unhealthy, and also for removing obstacles to the safe and easy navigation of the great river, by which it communicated with the sea. His ambition being still, however, unsated, he meditated fresh conquests, which, if effected, would have made him master of the world from the shores of the Atlantic to the Eastern Ocean. But his end was now drawing near. The climate of Babylon was malarious, and as his spirits were depressed both by his loss of Hairfestion and by superstitious fears, he was less able to withstand its malignant influences. He caught a fever, and having aggravated its virulence by indulging in convivial excesses, was cut off in June 323 BC at the age of 33, and after he had reigned for nearly 13 years. So passed from the earth, says Bishop Thirlwall, one of the greatest of her sons, great above most for what he was in himself, and not, as many who have borne the title, for what was given him to effect. Great, not merely in the vast compass and the persevering ardor of his ambition, but in the course which his ambition took, in the collateral aims which ennobled and purified it, so that it almost grew into one with the highest of which man is capable, the desire of knowledge and the love of good. In a word, great as one of the benefactors of his kind. It may be truly asserted that his was the first of the great monarchies founded in Asia that opened a prospect of progressive improvement, and not of continual degradation, to its subjects. It was the first that contained any element of moral and intellectual progress. This estimate, high as it is, appears to be just and sober, and to hold a due balance between the extravagant eulogiums and the damnatory criticisms of other writers, such as Mitford, Williams, and Droysen on the one hand, and Niebuhr, Saint Croix, and Grote on the other, who all alike allowed their ethical and political proclivities to bias their judgment. Alexander was dignified both in his appearance and in his demeanor. He was not above the ordinary height, but his frame was well built and extremely muscular. He was very handsome in person, says Arrian, devoted to exertion, of an active mind and a most heroic courage, tenacious of honor, ever ready to meet dangers, indifferent to the pleasures of the body, and strictly observant of his religious duties. Plutarch tells us that the statues of Alexander which most resembled him were those of Lysippus, who alone had his permission to represent him in marble, and who best hit off the turn of his head, which leaned a little to one side. He adds that he was of a fair complexion, with a tinge of red in his face and upon his breast, and that his breath and whole person were so fragrant that they perfumed his undergarments. In another passage, describing Alexander's habits, the same author says that he was very temperate in eating, and that he was not so much addicted to wine as he was thought to be. What gave rise to this opinion was his practice of spending a great deal of time at table. The time, however, was passed rather in talking than drinking, every cup introducing some long discussion. Besides, he never sat long at table except when he had abundance of leisure. There was always a magnificence at his table, and the expense rose with his fortune till it came to the fixed sum of 10,000 drachms for each entertainment. As in his dying moments he had given orders that his body should be conveyed to Ammon in the Libyan oasis, it was embalmed, and after more than 2 years had been spent in making preparations for its removal, it was conveyed with vast pomp in a car of wondrous magnificence to Egypt, where it was entombed first at Memphis, and afterwards, by the authority of Ptolemy, at Alexandria, the greatest of all the cities which he had founded and called after his name. Alexander was so prematurely cut off, and was besides so much occupied before his death with organizing fresh expeditions, both maritime and military, that he had no time to improve or complete the measures which he had initiated for promoting the fusion and securing the permanent unification of the multifarious races comprised in his empire. Had he been vouchsafed a longer term of life, it seems probable that he would have succeeded in welding so firmly together all the parts of his dominions that centuries might have elapsed before they became again disintegrated. But the dissensions which speedily broke out between his great captains, originating in their ambition to rule with independent authority, shattered his empire and embroiled it in wars which lasted for nearly half a century. Soon after his death, Perdiccas, to whom in his last moments he had given his signet ring, was appointed to conduct the government on behalf of the royal family, which was held to consist of Archidios, the king's half-brother, a man of weak intellect and character, and Queen Roxana, who a few months after her husband's death gave birth to a son who received the name of Alexander Agos. The satrapies were then divided among the leading generals. Perdiccas soon began to use his position for the furtherance of his own selfish designs, and having secured the support of Eumenes, attempted to crush his colleagues and assume all power to himself. He marched first into Egypt against Ptolemy, but on the banks of the Nile he was defeated and slain in a mutiny of his own men. 321 BC tidings soon afterwards reached the army that Crateros had been defeated and slain in fighting against Eumenes while marching to assist Ptolemy. The office of regent was upon this offered to Ptolemy, who declined its acceptance, as he held that the satrapies should become independent kingdoms. The army then conferred that office, along with the tutelage of the royal family, on Antipater of Macedonia, who had crossed over into Asia to oppose Perdiccas. A new partition of the provinces, which did not differ much from the former, was then made at a place in Upper Syria called Triperdizos. Under this arrangement, Ptolemy held Egypt, Lysimachos, Thrace, Antigonos, Phrygia or Central Asia Minor, Seleucos, Babylon, Antigens, Sausiana, Peucestas, Persia, Pithon, son of Crateros, Media, Nearchos, Pamphylia and Lycia, Archidios, Hellespontine, Phrygia, Antipater and Polysperchon, Macedonia and Greece. Eumenes still held the satrapy at first assigned to him, that of Cappadocia, Paphlagonia and Pontos, and was now the leader of those who had been the adherents of Perdiccas. He was supported by Alcetas, the brother of Perdiccas, Peucestas, Attalos, Antigens, and by the influence of Olympias, the mother of Alexander. Besides Perdiccas and Crateros, two other great generals had by this time disappeared from the scene: Meleager, who had been cut off by Perdiccas, and Leonatos, who had been slain in the Lamian War. Antigonos was appointed by Antipater to conduct the war against Eumenes, and after many fluctuations of fortune at last, captured him and put him to death. This happened early in the year 316 BC. The fortunes of Alexander's empire were then left at the disposal of 5 men: Antigonos, Lysimachos, Ptolemy, Seleucos, and Cassander, the son of Antipater, who had died in the year 319 BC. The ambition and ever-increasing power of Antigonos soon led his colleagues to form a coalition against him, and a long series of hostilities followed. In the end, Antigonos and his son Demetrios, surnamed Polyarchares, were defeated by the Confederates in the Battle of Ipsos in 301 BC. Antigonos fell on the field of battle, and the greater part of his dominions fell to the share of Seleucos, whose cavalry and elephants had been chiefly instrumental in winning the victory. He received as his reward a great part of Asia Minor, as well as the whole of Syria from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean. Ptolemy obtained Phoenicia and Hollosyria, but these provinces afterwards gave rise to frequent wars between succeeding kings of Egypt and Syria. A war in later times broke out between Seleucos and Lysimachos, in which the latter was slain in 281 BC. His kingdom of Thrace was afterwards merged in that of Macedonia. Thus the empire of Alexander, after a period of incessant wars continued for upwards of 40 years, was divided between the powerful monarchs of Macedonia, Egypt, and Syria. The successors of Seleucos were unable to retain hold of their remote eastern dependencies. About the middle of the 3rd century B.C., Theodoros or Diodoros, the governor of Bactria, revolted from his grandson Antiochus Roman II, and made Bactria an independent kingdom. Not long afterwards, Asoka, the grandson of Chandragupta, as we learn from one of his own inscriptions, sent missionaries to the kings of the West to proclaim to them and to their subjects the doctrines of Buddhism. The kings named in the inscription are Antiochus Roman II, king of Syria, Tiramia Ptolemy Roman III, Euergetes, king of Egypt, Antigonas Gonatas, king of Macedonia, Magas, king of Kyrene. About the year 212 B.C., Antiochus Roman III, surnamed the Great, marched eastward to recover Parthia and Bactria, which had both revolted from the second Antiochus. He was, however, unable, even after a war which lasted for some years, to effect the subjugation of these kingdoms, and accordingly concluded a treaty with them in which he recognized their independence. With the assistance of the Bactrian sovereign Euthydermos, who founded the greatness of the Bactrian monarchy, he made an expedition into India, where he renewed the alliance with that country which had been formed in the days of Sandracatos. From Sophagasinos, the chief of the Indian kings, he obtained a large supply of elephants, and then returned to Syria by the route through Arachosia in the year 205 BC. Illustration: Alexander's route in the Panjab. John Bartholomew & Co., EDINR. Note: lines of route shewn thus. Arrian. Arrian's Anabasis. Fourth book. Chapter Roman 22. Alexander crosses the Indian Caucasus to invade India and advances to the river Kaphern. After capturing the Rock of Coroners, Alexander went himself to Bactra, but dispatched Crateros with 600 of the companion cavalry and a force of infantry, consisting of his own brigade with that of Polysperchon and Attalos and that of Alcetas, against Catenares and Ostinares, the only chiefs now left in the country of the Periodicaerni who still held out against him. In the battle which ensued, Crateros, after a severe struggle, proved victorious. Catenares fell in the action, while Ostinares was made prisoner and brought to Alexander. Of the barbarians who had followed them to the field, there were slain 120 horsemen and about 1,500 foot. Crateros, after the victory, led his troops also to Bactra. While Alexander was here, the tragic incident in his history, the affair of Callisthenares and the pages, occurred. When spring was now past, he led his army from Bactra to invade the Indians, leaving Amyntas in the land of the Bactrians with 3,500 horse and 10,000 foot. In 10 days, he crossed the Caucasus and arrived at the city of Alexandria, which he had founded in the land of the Peripamessadae when he first marched to Bactra. The ruler whom he had then set over the city he dismissed from his office, because he thought he had not discharged its duties well. He recruited the population of Alexandria with fresh settlers from the surrounding district, and also with such of his soldiers as were unfit for further service. He then ordered Nicanor, one of the companions, to take charge of the city itself and regulate its affairs, but he appointed Tyriasps satrap of the land of the Peripamessadae and the rest of the country as far as the river Kaphern. Having reached the city of Nicaea and sacrificed to the goddess Atherna, he dispatched a herald to Taxilares and the chiefs on this side of the river Indus, directing them to meet him where it was most convenient for each. Taxilares accordingly and the other chiefs did meet him and brought him such presents as are most esteemed by the Indians. They offered also to give him the elephants which they had with them, amounting in number to 25. Having here divided his army, he dispatched Hephaestion and Perdiccas with the brigades of Gorgias, Clados, and Meleager, half of the companion cavalry, and the whole of the mercenary cavalry, to the land of Pucellates and the river Indus. He ordered them either to seize by force whatever places lay on their route or to accept their submission if they capitulated, and when they came to the Indus to make whatever preparations were necessary for the transport of the army across that river. They were accompanied on their march by Taxilares and the other chiefs. On reaching the river Indus, they began to carry out the instructions which they had received from Alexander. One of the chiefs, however, Astares, a prince of the land of Pucellates, revolted, but perished in the attempt, besides involving in ruin the city to which he had fled for refuge, which the troops under Hephaestion captured in 30 days. Astares himself fell, and Sangios, who had some time before fled from Astares and deserted to Taxilares, a circumstance which guaranteed his fidelity to Alexander, was appointed governor of the city. Chapter Roman 23. Alexander wars against the Spasians. Alexander took command in person of the other division of the army, consisting of the Hypaspists, all the companion cavalry except what was with Hephaestion, the brigades of infantry called the foot companions, the archers, the Agrianians, and the horse lancers, and advanced into the country of the Aspasians and Gurtians and Asacarnians. The route which he followed was hilly and rugged, and lay along the course of the river called the Chiers, which he had difficulty in crossing. This done, he ordered the mass of the infantry to follow leisurely, while he rode rapidly forward, taking with him the whole of his cavalry, besides 800 Macedonian foot soldiers, whom he mounted on horseback with their infantry shields. For he had been informed that the barbarians inhabiting those parts had fled for refuge to their native mountains, and to such of their cities as were strongly fortified. When he proceeded to attack the first city of this kind that came in his way, he found men drawn up before it in battle order, and on these he fell at once, just as he was, put them to rout, and shut them up within the gates. He was wounded, however, in the shoulder by a dart which penetrated through his breastplate, but not severely, for the breastplate prevented the weapon from going right through his shoulder. Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, and Leonatos were also wounded. He then encamped near the city on the side where he thought the wall was weakest. Next day, as soon as there was light, the Macedonians attacked the outer of the two walls by which the city was encompassed, and as it was but rudely constructed, they captured it without difficulty. At the inner wall, however, the barbarians made some resistance, but when the ladders were applied, and the defenders were galled with darts wherever they turned, they no longer stood their ground, but issued from the city through the gates and made for the hills. Some of them perished in the flight, while such as were taken alive were to a man put to death by the Macedonians, who were enraged against them for having wounded Alexander. Most of them, however, made good their escape to the mountains, which lay at no great distance from the city. Alexander razed it to the ground, and then marched forward to another city called Andaca, which surrendered on capitulation. When the place had thus fallen into his hands, he left Crateros in these parts, with the other infantry officers, to take by force whatever other cities refused voluntary submission, and to settle the affairs of the surrounding district in the best way existing circumstances would permit, while he himself advanced to the river Euaspla, where the chief of the Vespasians was. Chapter Roman 24. Operations against the Vespasians. In this expedition, Alexander took with him the Hypaspists, the archers, the Agrianians, the brigade of Koinos and Atalos, the cavalry guard, about 4 squadrons of the other companion cavalry, and 1/2 of the mounted archers. After a long march he reached, on the second day, the city of the Vespasian chief. The barbarians, on hearing of his approach, set fire to their city and fled to the mountains. But Alexander's men followed close at the heels of the fugitives, as far as the mountains, and made a great slaughter of the barbarians before they could escape to rough and difficult ground. During the pursuit, Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, descried the chief of the Indians of that country standing at the time on a small eminence, with some of his shield-bearing guards around him, and although his own following was much smaller, he nevertheless continued the chase, being still on horseback. When the ascent, however, became so difficult that his charger could no longer mount it at a good pace, he left him there, and handing him over to one of the Hypaspists to lead, he proceeded on foot, just as he was, to come up with the Indian. The latter, on seeing that Ptolemy was now near at hand, turned round to face him, as did also his shield-bearing guards. The Indian, closing with his adversary, struck him on the breast with a long spear which pierced his cuirass, but the cuirass broke all the force of the blow. Ptolemy, on the other hand, smote the Indian right through the thigh, laid him prone at his feet, and stripped him of his arms. When his men saw their leader lying dead, they left the place. But the other Indians, when they saw on looking from the mountains that the dead body of their chief was being carried off by the enemy, were filled with grief and rage, and rushing down to the small eminence fought for the recovery of the corpse with the utmost determination. For by this time Alexander also was on the eminence, and had brought with him the infantry soldiers, who had now alighted from their horses. This reinforcement, falling upon the Indians, succeeded, after a hard struggle, in driving them off to the mountains, and securing the possession of the dead body. Alexander then crossed the mountains, and came to a city at their base, named Arrian. He found that the inhabitants had burned the place and taken to flight. Here Crateros, with his staff and the troops under his command, rejoined him, after having fully carried out all the orders given by the king. As the city seemed to occupy a very advantageous site, he commanded Crateros to fortify it strongly, and people it with as many natives of the neighborhood as should consent to make it their home, together with any soldiers found unfit for further service. He then marched to a place where, as he had ascertained, most of the barbarians of that part of the country had taken refuge, and on reaching a certain mountain encamped at its base. Meanwhile Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, who had been sent out by Alexander to procure forage, and had gone with a few followers a considerable distance in advance to reconnoiter the enemy, came back to Alexander to report that he had seen more fires where the barbarians were posted than in Alexander's camp. Alexander, without believing that the fires were so numerous, was still convinced that a host of barbarians had mustered together from the surrounding country, and therefore leaving a part of his army where it was encamped in proximity to the mountain. He took with him such a force as the reports led him to think would be adequate, and when the fires were near in view, he divided it into 3 parts. The command of one part he gave to Leonatos, an officer of the bodyguard, placing under him the brigade of Attalos along with that of Balacros. The command of the 2nd division he gave to Ptolemy, the son of Lagos. It consisted of a third of the royal hypaspists, together with the brigade of Philippos and Philotas, 2 companies of archers, each 1,000 strong, the Agrianians, and half of the horsemen. The 3rd division Alexander led in person against the position occupied by the main body of the barbarians. Chapter Roman 25. Defeat of the Vespasians, the Acenians and Gurians attacked. When they saw the Macedonians advancing against them, they came down from the high ground which they had occupied into the plain below, confident in their numbers, and despising the Macedonians for the smallness of theirs. A sharp conflict followed, but Alexander without much trouble gained the victory. Ptolemy did not draw up his men in line upon the plain, but since the barbarians were posted on a small hill, he formed his battalions into column, and led them up the hill on the side where it was most assailable. He did not surround the entire circuit of the hill, but left an opening for the barbarians by which to escape if they meant flight. With these men also the conflict was sharp, not only from the difficult nature of the ground, but also because the Indians were of a different metal from the other barbarians there, and were by far the stoutest warriors in that neighborhood, but brave as they were driven from the hill by the Macedonians. The men of the 3rd division under Leonatos were equally successful, as they also routed those with whom they engaged. Ptolemy states that the men taken prisoners were in all above 40,000, and that there were also captured more than 230,000 oxen, from which Alexander chose out the best, those which he thought superior to the others both for beauty and size, with a view to send them to Macedonia to be employed in agriculture. He marched thence to invade the country of the Acenians, for they were reported to have under arms and ready for battle an army of 20,000 cavalry and more than 30,000 infantry, besides 30 elephants. Crateros had now completed the work of fortifying the city, which he had been left to plant with colonists, and rejoined Alexander with the heavy armed troops and the engines which it might be necessary to employ in besieging towns. Alexander himself then proceeded to attack the Acenians, taking with him the companion cavalry, the horse archers, the brigade of Koinos and Polysperchon, and the 1,000 Agrianians and the archers. He passed through the country of the Gurians, where he had to cross the Gurios, the river named after that country. The passage was difficult on account of the depth and swiftness of the stream, and also because the stones at the bottom were so smooth and round that the men on stepping on them were apt to stumble. When the barbarians saw Alexander approaching, they had not the courage to encounter him in the open field with their collective forces, but dispersed to their several cities, which they resolved to defend to the last extremity. Chapter Roman 26. Siege of Massaga. Alexander marched first to attack Massaga, which was the greatest city in those parts. When he was now approaching the walls, the barbarians, supported by a body of Indian mercenaries brought from a distance, and no less than 7,000 strong, sallied out with a run against the Macedonians when they observed them preparing to encamp. Alexander thus saw that the battle would be fought close to the city, whereas he wished the enemy to be drawn away to a distance from the walls, so that, if they were defeated, as he was certain they would be, they might have less chance of escaping with their lives by a short flight into the city. Alexander therefore ordered the Macedonians to fall back to a little hill which was about 7 stadia distant from the place where he had meant to encamp. This gave the enemy fresh courage, as they thought the Macedonians had already given way before them, and so they charged them at a running pace and without any observance of order. But when once their arrows began to reach his men, Alexander immediately wheeled round at a signal agreed on and led the phalanx at a running pace to fall upon them. But his horse lancers and the Agrianians and the archers darted forward, and were the first to come into conflict with the barbarians, while he was leading the phalanx in regular order into action. The Indians were confounded by this unexpected attack, and no sooner found themselves involved in a hand-to-hand encounter than they gave way and fled back to the city. About 200 of them were killed, and the rest were shut up within the walls. Alexander brought up the phalanx against the fortifications, but was wounded in the ankle, though not severely, by an arrow shot from the battlements. The next day he brought up the military engines, and without much difficulty battered down a part of the wall. But when the Macedonians attempted to force their way through the breach which had been made, the Indians repelled all their attacks with so much spirit that Alexander was obliged for that day to draw off his forces. On the morrow, the Macedonians renewed their assault with even greater vigor, and a wooden tower was brought up against the wall from which the archers shot at the Indians, while missiles were discharged against them from engines. They were thus driven back to a good distance, but still, their assailants were after all unable to force their way within the walls. On the third day, Alexander led the phalanx once more to the assault, and causing a bridge to be thrown from an engine over to that part of the wall which had been battered down. By that gangway, he led the hypaspists over to the breach, the same men who by a similar expedient had enabled him to capture Tyre. The bridge, however, broke down under the great throng which was pushing forward with eager haste, and the Macedonians fell with it. The barbarians on the walls, seeing what had happened, began amid loud cheering to ply the Macedonians with stones and arrows, and whatever missiles they had ready at hand or could at the moment snatch up, while others sallying out from posterns in the wall between the towers, struck them at close quarters before they could extricate themselves from the confusion caused by the accident. Chapter Roman 27. Massaga taken by storm, Ora and Basira besieged. Alexander then sent Alcetas with his brigade to take up the wounded and recall to the camp the active combatants. On the fourth day, another gangway on a different engine was dispatched by him against the wall. Now the Indians, as long as the chief of that place was still living, continued with great vigor to maintain the defense, but when he was struck by a missile from an engine and was killed by the blow, while some of themselves had fallen in the uninterrupted siege, and most of them were wounded and disabled for fighting, they sent a herald to treat with Alexander. To him it was always a pleasure to save the lives of brave men, and he came to an agreement with the Indian mercenaries to the effect that they should change their side and take service in his ranks. Upon this they left the city, arms in hand, and encamped by themselves on a small hill which faced the camp of the Macedonians. But as they had no wish to take up arms against their own countrymen, they resolved to arise by night and make off with all speed to their homes. When Alexander was informed of this, he surrounded the hill that same night with all his troops, and having thus intercepted the Indians in the midst of their flight, cut them to pieces. The city now stripped of its defenders he took by storm, and captured the mother and daughter of a Sicernos. Alexander lost in the siege from first to last 25 of his men in all. He then dispatched coinos to Basira, convinced that the inhabitants would capitulate on learning that Massaga had been captured. He, moreover, sent Attalos, Alcetas, and Dermetrios, the captain of cavalry, to another city, Ora, instructing them to draw a rampart round it, and to invest it until his own arrival. The inhabitants of this place sallied out against the troops under Alcetas, but the Macedonians had no great difficulty in routing them and driving them back within the walls of the city. As regards coinos, matters did not go well with him at Basira, for as it stood on a very lofty eminence and was strongly fortified in every quarter, the people trusted to the strength of their position and made no proposals about surrendering. Alexander, on learning this, set out for Basira, but as he knew that some of the barbarians of the neighboring country were going to steal unobserved into the city of Ora, having been sent by Abbasares for this very purpose, he directed his march first to that city. He then sent orders to coinos to fortify some strong position as a basis of operations against the city of the Basirians, and to leave in it a sufficient garrison to prevent the inhabitants from going into the country around for provisions without fear of danger. He was then to join Alexander with the remainder of his troops. When the men of Basira saw coinos departing with the bulk of his troops, they regarded the Macedonians who remained as contemptible antagonists, and sallied out into the plain to attack them. A sharp conflict ensued in which 500 of the barbarians were slain, and upwards of 70 taken prisoners. The rest fled together into the city, and were more rigorously than ever debarred all access to the country by the garrison of the fort. The siege of Ora did not cost Alexander much labor, for he captured the place at the first assault and got possession of all the elephants which had been left therein. Chapter Roman 28. Basira captured, Alexander marches to the rock Yornos. When the inhabitants of Basira heard that Ora had fallen, they regarded their case as desperate, and at the dead of night fled from their city to the rock, as all the other barbarians were doing. For, having left their cities, they were fleeing to the rock in that land called Yornos, for this is a mighty mass of rock in that part of the country, and a report is current concerning it that even Heracles, the son of Zeus, had found it to be impregnable. Now whether the Theban, or the Tyrian, or the Egyptian Heracles penetrated so far as to the Indian's eye can neither positively affirm nor deny, but I incline to think that he did not penetrate so far. For we know how common it is for men, when speaking of things that are difficult, to magnify the difficulty by declaring that it would baffle even Heracles himself. And in the case of this rock, my own conviction is that Heracles was mentioned to make the story of its capture all the more wonderful. The rock is said to have had a circuit of about 200 stadia, and at its lowest elevation a height of 11 stadia. It was ascended by a single path cut by the hand of man, yet difficult. On the summit of the rock there was, it is also said, plenty of pure water which gushed out from a copious spring. There was timber besides, and as much good arable land as required for its cultivation, the labor of 1,000 men. Alexander, on learning these particulars, was seized with an ardent desire to capture this mountain also, the story current about Heracles not being the least of the incentives. With this in view, he made Ora and Massaga strongholds for bridling the districts around them, and at the same time strengthened the defenses of Basira. The division under Hephaestion and Perdiccas fortified for him another city called Orobades, in which they left a garrison, and then marched on to the river Indus. On reaching it, they began preparing a bridge to span the Indus, in accordance with Alexander's orders. Alexander now appointed Nicanor, one of the companions, satrap of the country on this side of the Indus, and then first marched himself towards that river and received the submission of the city of Pucellaeades, which lay not far from the Indus. He placed in it a garrison of Macedonian soldiers under the command of Philippos, and then occupied himself in reducing other towns, some small ones, situated near the river Indus. He was accompanied on this occasion by Caphios and Asagetes, the local chiefs. On reaching Embalima, a city close adjoining the rock of Yornos, he there left Crateros with a part of the army to gather into the city as much corn as possible and all other requisites for a long stay, that the Macedonians, having this place as the basis of their operations, might, during a protracted siege, wear out the defenders of the rock by famine, should it fail to be captured at the first assault. He himself then advanced to the rock, taking with him the archers, the Agrianians, the brigade of Koinos, the lightest and best armed men selected from the remainder of the phalanx, 200 of the companion cavalry, and 100 horse archers. At the end of the day's march, he encamped on what he took to be a convenient site. The next day he advanced a little nearer to the rock, and again encamped. Chapter Roman 29, Siege of Yornos. Some men thereupon who belonged to the neighborhood came to him, and after proffering their submission undertook to guide him to the most assailable part of the rock, that from which it would not be difficult to capture the place. With these men he sent Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, a member of the bodyguard, leading the Agrianians and the other light-armed troops and the selected hypaspists, and directed him, on securing the position, to hold it with a strong guard and to signal to him when he had occupied it. Ptolemy, who followed a route which proved rough and otherwise difficult to traverse, succeeded in occupying the position without being perceived by the barbarians. The whole circuit of this he fortified with a palisade and a trench, and then raised a beacon on the mountain from which the flame was likely to be seen by Alexander. Alexander did see it, and next day moved forward with his army, but as the barbarians obstructed his progress, he could do nothing more on account of the difficult nature of the ground. When the barbarians perceived that Alexander had found an attack to be impracticable, they turned round and in full force fell upon Ptolemy's men. Between these and the Macedonians hard fighting ensued, the Indians making strenuous efforts to destroy the palisade by tearing up the stakes, and Ptolemy to guard and maintain his position. The barbarians were worsted in the skirmish, and when night began to fall withdrew. From the Indian deserters, Alexander selected one who knew the country and could otherwise be trusted, and sent him by night to Ptolemy with a letter importing that, when he himself assailed the rock, Ptolemy should no longer content himself with defending his position but should fall upon the barbarians on the mountain, so that the Indians, being attacked in front and rear, might be perplexed how to act. Alexander, starting at daybreak from his camp, led his army by the route followed by Ptolemy when he went up unobserved, being convinced that if he forced a passage that way and effected a junction with Ptolemy's men, the work still before him would not then be difficult. And so it turned out. For up to midday there continued to be hard fighting between the Indians and the Macedonians, the latter forcing their way up the ascent, while the former plied them with missiles as they ascended. But as the Macedonians did not slacken their efforts, ascending the one after the other, while those in advance paused to rest, they gained with much pain and toil the summit of the pass early in the afternoon and joined Ptolemy's men. His troops being now all united, Alexander put them again in motion and led them against the rock itself, but to get close up to it was not yet practicable. So came this day to its end. Next day at dawn, he ordered the soldiers to cut 100 stakes per man. When the stakes had been cut, he began piling them up towards the rock, beginning from the crown of the hill on which the camp had been pitched to form a great mound, whence he thought it would be possible for arrows and for missiles shot from engines to reach the defenders. Every one took part in the work helping to advance the mound. Alexander himself was present to superintend, commending those that were intent on getting the work done, and chastising anyone that at the moment was idling. Chapter XXX, Capture of Yornos, advanced to the Indus. The army by the first day's work extended the mound the length of a stadium, and on the following day the slingers by slinging stones at the Indians from the mound just constructed, and the bolts shot at them from the engines, drove them back whenever they sallied out to attack the men engaged upon the mound. The work of piling it up thus went on for 3 days, without intermission, when on the 4th day a few Macedonians forced their way to a small hill which was on a level with the rock, and occupied its crest. Alexander, without ever resting, drove the mound towards the hill which the handful of men had occupied, his object being to join the two together. But the Indians, terror-struck both by the unheard-of audacity of the Macedonians in forcing their way to the hill, and also by seeing that this position was now connected with the mound, abstained from further resistance, and, sending their herald to Alexander, professed they were willing to surrender the rock if he granted them terms of capitulation. But the purpose they had in view was to consume the day in spinning out negotiations, and to disperse by night to their several homes. When Alexander saw this, he allowed them to start off as well as to withdraw the sentinels from the whole circle of outposts. He did not himself stir until they began their retreat, but when they did so, he took with him 700 of the bodyguards and the hypaspists and scaled the rock at the point abandoned by the enemy. He was himself the first to reach the top, the Macedonians ascending after him, pulling one another up, some at one place and some at another. Then, at a preconcerted signal, they turned upon the retreating barbarians and slew many of them in the flight, besides so terrifying some others that in retreating they flung themselves down the precipices, and were in consequence dashed to death. Alexander thus became master of the rock which had baffled Heracles himself. He sacrificed upon it and built a fort, giving the command of its garrison to Cyzicatos, who long before had in Bactria deserted from the Indians to Bessos, but after Alexander had conquered the Bactrian land served in his army, and showed himself a man worthy of all confidence. He then set out from the rock and invaded the land of the Acarnanians, for he had been apprised that the brother of Acarnos, with the elephants and a host of the barbarians from the adjoining country, had fled for refuge to the mountains of that land. On reaching Dioda, he found there were no inhabitants either in the city itself or the surrounding district. So next day he sent out Nearchos and Antiochos, commanders of the hypaspists, the former with the light-armed Agrianians, and the latter with his own regiment and other 2 regiments besides. They were dispatched to examine the nature of the localities, and to capture, if possible, some of the barbarians who might give information about the state of matters in the country, and particularly about the elephants, as he was very anxious to know where they were. He himself now marched towards the river Indus, and the army going on before made a road for him, without which there would have been no means of passing through that part of the country. He there captured a few of the barbarians, from whom he learned that the Indians of the country had fled away for refuge to Abessarers, but had left their elephants there at pasture near the river Indus. He ordered these men to show him the way to the elephants. Now many of the Indians are elephant hunters, and men of this class found favor with him and were kept in his retinue, and on this occasion he went with them in pursuit of the elephants. 2 of these animals were killed in the chase by throwing themselves down a steep place, but the others on being caught suffered drivers to mount them, and were added to the army. He was further fortunate in finding serviceable timber along the river, and this was cut for him by the army and employed in building boats. These were taken down the river Indus to the bridge, which a good while before this Hephaestion and Perdiccas had constructed. 5th Book. Chapter I. Alexander at Nyssa. In the country traversed by Alexander between the Caucasus and the river Indus, they say that besides the cities already mentioned, there stood also the city of Nyssa, which owed its foundation to Dionysos, and that Dionysos founded it when he conquered the Indians, whoever this Dionysos in reality was, and when or whensoever he made his expedition against the Indians. For I have no means of deciding whether the Theban Dionysos setting out either from Thebes or the Lydian Timolos marched with an army against the Indians, passing through a great many warlike nations unknown to the Greeks of those days, but without subjugating any of them by force of arms except only the Indian nations. All I know is that one is not called on to sift minutely the legends of antiquity concerning the gods. For things that are not credible, if one reasons as to their consistency with the course of nature, do not seem to be incredible altogether if one takes the divine agency into account. When Alexander came to Nyssa, the Nysians sent out to him their president, whose name was Acuphis, and along with him 30 deputies of their most eminent citizens, to entreat him to spare the city for the sake of the god. The deputies, it is said, on entering Alexander's tent found him sitting in his armor, covered with dust from his journey, wearing his helmet and grasping his spear. They fell to the ground in amazement at the sight and remained for a long time silent. But when Alexander had bidden them rise and to be of good courage, then Acuphis taking up speech thus addressed him. The Nysians entreat you, O king, to permit them to be still free, and to be governed by their own laws from reverence towards Dionysos. For when Dionysos, after conquering the Indian nation, was returning to the shores of Greece he founded with his war-worn soldiers, who were also his bacchanals, this very city to be a memorial to posterity of his wanderings and his victory, just as you have founded yourself in Alexandria near Caucasus, and another Alexandria in the land of the Egyptians, not to speak of many others, some of which you have already founded, while others will follow in the course of time. Just as your achievements exceed in number those displayed by Dionysos. Now Dionysos called our city Nyssa, and our land the Nysian, after the name of his nurse Nyssa, and he besides gave to the mountain which lies near the city the name of Meros, because according to the legend he grew, before his birth, in the thigh of Zeus. And from his time forth we inhabit Nyssa as a free city, and are governed by our own laws, and are a well-ordered community. But that Dionysos was our founder, take this as a proof, that ivy which grows nowhere else in the land of the Indians grows with us. Chapter Roman 2. Alexander permits the Nysians to retain their autonomy, visits Mount Meros. It gratified Alexander to hear all this, for he was desirous that the legends concerning the wanderings of Dionysos should be believed, as well as that Nyssa owed its foundation to Dionysos, since he had himself reached the place to which that deity had come, and meant to penetrate farther than he. For the Macedonians, he thought, would not refuse to share his toils if he advanced with an ambition to rival the exploits of Dionysos. He therefore confirmed the inhabitants of Nyssa in the enjoyment of their freedom and their own laws, and when he inquired about their laws, he praised them because the government of their state was in the hands of the aristocracy. He moreover requested them to send with him 300 of their horsemen, together with 100 of their best men selected from the governing body, which consisted of 300 members. He then asked Acuphis, whom he appointed governor of the Nicaean land, to make the selection. When Acuphis heard this, he is said to have smiled at the request, and when Alexander asked him why he laughed, to have replied, "How, O king, can a single city, if deprived of 100 of its best men, continue to be well governed? But if you have the welfare of the Nicaeans at heart, take with you the 300 horsemen, or, if you wish, even more. But instead of the 100 of our best men you have asked me to select, take with you twice that number of our worst men, so that on your returning hither you may find the city as well governed as it is now." By these words he persuaded Alexander, who thought he spoke sensibly, and who ordered him to send the horsemen without again asking for the 100 men who were to have been selected, or even for others to supply their place. He requested Acuphis, however, to send him his son and his daughter's son to attend him on his expedition. Alexander felt a strong desire to see the place where the Niceans boasted to have certain memorials of Dionysos. So he went, it is said, to Mount Meros with the companion cavalry and the body of foot guards, and found that the mountain abounded with ivy and laurel and umbrageous groves of all manner of trees, and that it had also chases supplied with game of every description. The Macedonians, to whom the sight of the ivy was particularly welcome, as it was the first they had seen for a long time, there being no ivy in the land of the Indians, even where they have the vine, are said to have set themselves at once to weave ivy chaplets, and accoutred as they were, to have crowned themselves with these, chanting the while hymns to Dionysos and invoking the god by his different names. Alexander, they say, offered while their sacrifice to Dionysos and feasted with his friends. Some even go so far as to allege, if anyone cares to believe such things, that many of his courtiers, Macedonians of no mean rank, while invoking Dionysos, and wreathed with ivy crowns, were seized with the inspiration of the god, raised in his honor shouts of Avoy, and reveled like bacchanals celebrating the orgies. Chapter Roman 3, How Eratosthenes Views the Legends Concerning Heracles and Dionysos. Alexander crosses the Indus. Anyone who hears these stories is free to believe them or disbelieve them as he chooses. For my own part, I do not altogether agree with Eratosthenes the Cairenian, who says that all these references to the deity were circulated by the Macedonians in connection with the deeds of Alexander, to gratify his pride by grossly exaggerating their importance. For, to take an instance, he says that the Macedonians, on seeing a cavern among the Parapamisidae, and either hearing some local legend about it, or inventing one themselves, spread a report that this was beyond doubt the cave in which Prometheus had been bound, and to which the eagle resorted to prey upon his vitals, until Heracles, coming that way, slew the eagle and freed Prometheus from his bonds. And again, he says that the Macedonians transferred the name of Mount Caucasos from Pontos to the eastern parts of the world, and the land of the Parapamisidae adjacent to India, for they called Mount Parapamizos, Caucasos, to enhance the glory of Alexander as if he had passed over Caucasos. And again, he says that when the Macedonians saw in India itself oxen marked with a brand in the form of a club, they took this as a proof that Heracles had gone as far as the Indians. Eratosthenes has likewise no belief in similar stories about the wanderings of Dionysos. Whether or not the accounts about them are true, I cannot decide, and so leave them. When Alexander arrived at the river Indus, he found a bridge already made over it by Hephaestion, and 2 30-oared galleys, besides a great many small boats. He found also a present which had been sent by Taxilares the Indian, consisting of 200 talents of silver, 3,000 oxen fattened for the shambles, 10,000 sheep or more, and 30 elephants. The same prince had also sent to his assistance a force of 700 horsemen, and these brought word that Taxilares surrendered into his hands his capital Taxila, the greatest of all the cities between the river Indus and the Hydaspes. Alexander there offered sacrifices to the gods to whom it was his custom to sacrifice, and entertained his army with gymnastic and equestrian contests on the banks of the river. The sacrifices proved to be favorable for his undertaking the passage. Chapter Roman 4, General Description of the Indus and of the people of India. That the Indus is the greatest of all the rivers of Asia, except the Ganges, which is itself an Indian river. That its sources lie on this side of the Parapamizos or Caucasos. That it falls into the great sea which washes the shores of India towards the south wind. That it has 2 mouths, both of which outlets abound with shallows, like the 5 mouths of the Ister. And that it forms a delta in the land of the Indians closely resembling the Egyptian delta, and that this is called in the Indian tongue Patala. Let this be my description of the Indus, setting forth those facts which can least be disputed. since the Hydaspes and the Aixenares and the Hydraiotares and the Hyphasis, which are also Indian rivers, are considerably larger than any other rivers in Asia, but are smaller, I may even say much smaller, than the Indus. Just as also the Indus itself is smaller than the Ganges. Indeed, K. Terzias, if anyone thinks him a proper authority, states that where the Indus is narrowest, its banks are 40 stadia apart, and where broadest 100 stadia, while its ordinary breadth is the mean between these two distances. This river Indus Alexander began to cross at daybreak with his army to enter the country of the Indians. Concerning this people, I have, in this present work, described neither under what laws they live, nor what strange animals their country produces, nor in what number and variety fish and water monsters are bred in the Indus, the Hydaspes, the Ganges, and other Indian rivers. Nor have I described the ants which dig up gold for them, nor its guardians the griffins, nor other stories invented rather to amuse than to convey a knowledge of facts, since there was no one to expose the falsehood of any absurd stories told about the Indians. However, Alexander and those who served in his army did expose the falsehood of most of them, although some even of these very men invented lies of their own. They proved also, in contradiction of the common belief, that the Indians were goldless, those tribes at least, and they were many, which Alexander visited with his army, and that they were not at all luxurious in their style of living, while they were of so great a stature that they were amongst the tallest men in Asia, being 5 cubits in height, or nearly so. They were blacker than any other men except the Ethiopians, while in the art of war they were far superior to the other nations by which Asia was at that time inhabited. For I cannot make any proper comparison between the Indians and the race of ancient Persians, who, under the command of Cyrus, the son of Cambyses, wrested the supremacy of Asia from the Medes, and added to their empire other nations, some by conquest and others by voluntary submission. For the Persians of those days were but a poor people, inhabiting a rugged country and approximating closely in the austerity of their laws and usages to the Spartan discipline. Then, with regard to the discomfiture of the Persians in the Scythian land, I cannot with certainty conjecture to what cause it was attributable, whether to the difficult nature of the country into which they were led, or to some other mistake made by Cyrus, or whether it was that the Persians were inferior in the art of war to those Scythians whose territories they invaded. Chapter V. The Rivers and Mountains of Asia. However, I shall treat of the Indians in a separate work, in which I shall set down whatever seems to be most credible in the reports supplied by those who accompanied Alexander in his expedition, and by Nearchos who made a voyage round the great sea which adjoins the Indians. I shall then add the accounts of the country which were compiled by Megasthenes and Eratosthenes, who are both writers of standard authority. I shall describe the customs of the Indians and the remarkable animals which their country is said to produce, and also the voyage which was made by Nearchos in the outer sea. In the meantime, it will suffice if I content myself with describing only what seems requisite to make the account of Alexander's operations clearly intelligible. Mount Taurus divides Asia, beginning from Mycalere, the mountain which lies opposite to the island of Samos. Then forming the boundary of the country of the Pamphylians and Cilicians, it stretches onwards to Armenia. From the Armenians it passes into Merdia and runs through the country of the Parthians and the Chorasmians. Reaching Bactria it there unites with Mount Parapamizos, which the Macedonians of Alexander's army called the Caucasos, for the purpose, it is said, of magnifying the deeds of Alexander. For it could thus be said that he had carried his victorious arms even beyond the Caucasos. It is possible, however, that this mountain range may be a continuation of that other Caucasos which is in Scythia, in the same way as it is a continuation of the Tauric range. For this reason I have before this occasionally called this range Caucasos, and in future I mean to call it so. This Caucasos extends as far as the great Indian Ocean in the direction of the east. All the important rivers of Asia accordingly rise either in Mount Taurus or Mount Caucasos, and shape their courses some to the north, and others to the south. Those which run northward discharge their waters either into the Maeotic Lake or into the Hyrcanian Sea, which is in reality a gulf of the Great Sea. The rivers which run southward are the Euphrates, Tigris, Indus, Hydaspes, Euxines, Hydriots, and Hyphasis, together with the rivers between these and the Ganges. All these either enter the sea, or, like the Euphrates, disappear among the swamps which receive their waters. Chapter Roman 6. Position and boundaries of India and how its plains may have been formed. If anyone takes this view of Asia, that it is divided by the Tauros and the Caucasos from west to east, then he finds that it is formed by the Tauros itself into two great sections, one of which lies towards the south and the south wind, and the other towards the north and the north wind. The southern section is divided into 4 parts, of which, according to Eratosthenes, India is the largest, this being also the opinion of Megasthenes, who resided with Saberdios, the satrap of Arachosia, and who tells us that he frequently visited Sandracatos, the king of the Indians. They say that the smallest part is that which is bounded by the river Euphrates, and which extends to our own inland sea, while the other 2 parts which lie between the river Euphrates and the Indus will scarcely bear comparison with India, even if both were taken together. They also say that India is bounded towards the east and the east wind as far as the south by the Great Sea, and towards the north by Mount Caucasos, as far as its junction with the Tauros, while the river Indus cuts it off from other countries towards the west and the northwest wind as far as the Great Sea. The larger portion of India is a plain, and this, as they conjecture, has been formed from the alluvial deposits of the rivers, just as in other countries' plains, which are not far off from the sea, are generally formations of their respective rivers, a fact which explains why the names of such countries were applied of old to their rivers. There is, for instance, in the country of Asia the plain of the Hermos, a river which rises in the mountain of Mother Dindamariner, and on its way to the sea flows past the Ionian city of Smyrna. There is again another Lydian plain, called that of the Castros, which is a Lydian river, and another plain in Mysia, that of the Caicos, and another in Caria, that of the Meandros, which extends as far as the Ionian city of Miletos. In the case of Egypt again, the 2 historians, Herodotos and Hercateos, or at any rate the author of the work on Egypt, if he was other than Hercateos, agree in declaring that in the same way Egypt was the gift of its river, and clear proofs have been adduced by Herodotos in support of this view, so that even the country itself got perhaps its name from the river. For that in early times, Aegyptos was the name of the river which the Egyptians and other nations now call the Nile. The words of Homer sufficiently prove, since he says that Menelaus anchored his ships at the mouth of the river Aegyptos. Now, if the rivers we have mentioned, which are of no great size, can each of them separately form in its course to the sea a large tract of new country, by carrying down silt and slime from the upland districts in which they have their sources, there can be no good reason for doubting that India is mostly a plain which has been formed by the alluvial deposits of its rivers. For if the Hermos and the Castros and the Caicos and the Meandros and the other rivers of Asia which fall into the inland sea were united, they could not be compared in volume of water with one of the Indian rivers, and much less with the Ganges, which is the greatest of them all, and with which neither the volume of the Egyptian Nile nor the Istros, Danube, which flows through Europe, can be for a moment compared. Nay, the whole of those rivers, if combined into one, would not be equal to the Indus, which is already a large river where it issues from its springs, and which after receiving as tributaries 15 rivers, all greater than those of Asia, enters the sea still retaining its own name. Let these remarks which I have made about the country of the Indians suffice for the present, while I reserve all other particulars for my description of India. Chapter Roman 7. The Bridging of Rivers. In what manner Alexander made his bridge over the Indus. Neither Aristobulus nor Ptolemy, the authorities whom I chiefly follow, have given any account. Nor can I decide for certain whether the passage was bridged with boats, as was the Hellespont by Xerxes, and as were the Bosporos and the Istros by Darius, or whether the bridge he made over the river was one continuous piece of work. I incline, however, to think that the bridge must have been made of boats, for neither would the depth of the river have admitted the construction of an ordinary kind of bridge, nor could a work so vast and difficult have been executed in so short a time. But if the passage was bridged with boats, I cannot decide whether the vessels being fastened together with cables and anchored in a row sufficed to form a bridge as did those by which, as Herodotos the Halicarnassian says, the Hellespont was joined, or whether the method was that which is used by the Romans in bridging the Istros and the Celtic Rhine, and by which they bridged the Euphrates and the Tigris as often as necessity required. Since, however, the Romans, as far as my knowledge goes, have found that the bridging of rivers by boats is the most expeditious method of crossing them, I think it worth a description here. The vessels at a preconcerted signal are let go from their moorings and rowed downstream not prow but stern foremost. The current of course carries them downward, but a small pinnace furnished with oars holds them back till they settle into their appointed place. Then baskets of wickerwork, pyramid-shaped and filled with rough stones, are lowered into the river from the prow of each vessel to make it hold fast against the force of the current. As soon as one of those vessels has been held fast, another is in the same way anchored with its prow against the stream, as far from the first as is commensurate with their bearing the strain of what is put upon them. On both of them beams of wood are rapidly laid lengthwise, and on these again planks are placed crosswise to bind them together. In this manner the work proceeds through all the vessels which are required for bridging the passage. At each end of the structure, firmly fixed railed gangways are thrown forward to the shore so that horses and beasts of burden may with the greater safety enter upon it. These gangways serve at the same time to bind the bridge to the shore. In a short time the whole is completed amid great noise and bustle, though discipline is by no means lost sight of as the work proceeds. In each vessel, the occasional exhortations of the overseers and their rebukes of negligence neither prevent orders from being heard nor the work from being quickly executed. Chapter Roman 8. Alexander arrives at Taxila, receives an embassy from Abbasares and advances to the Hydaspes. This method has been practiced by the Romans from of old, but how Alexander bridged the river Indus I cannot say, for even those who served in his army are silent on the matter. But the bridge was made, I should think, as nearly as possible in the way described, or if it was otherwise contrived, let it be so. When Alexander had crossed to the other side of the Indus, he again offered sacrifice according to his custom. Then marching away from the Indus, he arrived at Taxila, a great and flourishing city, the greatest indeed of all the cities which lay between the river Indus and the Hydaspes. Taxilares, the governor of the city, and the Indians who belonged to it, received him in a friendly manner, and he therefore added as much of the adjacent country to their territory as they requested. While he was there, Abbasares, the king of the Indians of the hill country, sent him an embassy which included his own brother and other grandees of his court. Envoys came also from Doxares, the chief of the province, and those like the others brought presents. Here again, in Taxila, Alexander offered his customary sacrifices and celebrated a gymnastic and equestrian contest. Having appointed Philip, the son of Machadas, satrap of the Indians of that district, he left a garrison in Taxila and those soldiers who were invalided, and then moved on towards the river Hydaspes, for he had learned that Poros with the whole of his army lay on the other side of that river, resolved either to prevent him from making the passage or to attack him when crossing. Upon learning this, Alexander sent back Koinos, the son of Polmocrates, to the river Indus with orders to cut in pieces all the boats that had been constructed for the passage of the Indus, and to bring them to the river Hydaspes. In accordance with these orders, the smaller boats were cut each into 2 sections, and the 30-oared galleys into 3, and the sections were then transported on wagons to the banks of the Hydaspes. There the boats were reconstructed, and appeared as a flotilla upon that river. Alexander then taking the forces which he had with him when he arrived at Taxila, and 5,000 of the Indians commanded by Taxilares and the chiefs of that country advanced towards the Hydaspes. Chapter Roman 9. Alexander, on reaching the Hydaspes, finds Poros prepared to dispute its passage. Alexander encamped on the banks of the river, and Poros was seen on the opposite side, with all his army and his array of elephants around him. Against the place where he saw Alexander had encamped, he remained himself to guard the passage, but he sent detachments of his men, each commanded by a captain, to guard all parts of the river where it could be easily forded, as he was resolved to prevent the Macedonians from effecting a landing. When Alexander saw this, he thought it expedient to move his army from place to place, so that Poros might be at a loss to discover his real intentions. For this purpose, he divided his army into many parts, and some of the troops he led himself in different directions, sometimes to ravage the enemy's country, and sometimes to find out where he could most easily ford the river. He placed various commanders at various times over different divisions of his army, and dispatched them also in different directions. At the same time, he caused provisions to be conveyed to the camp from all parts of the country on this side of the river, to impress Porus with the conviction that he intended to remain where he was near the bank, till the waters of the river subsided in winter, and afforded him a large choice of passages. As the boats were constantly plying up and down the stream, and the skins were being filled with hay, while all the bank was lined, here with horse and there with foot, all this prevented Porus from resting and concentrating his preparations at any one point selected in preference to any other as the best for defending the passage. At this time of the year, besides, all the Indian rivers were swollen and flowing with turbid and rapid currents, for the sun is then wont to turn towards the summer tropic. At this season incessant rains deluge the soil of India, and the snows of the Caucasus then melting flood the numerous rivers to which they give birth. In winter they again subside and become small and clear, and in many places fordable, with the exception of the Indus and the Ganges, and perhaps some one or two others. The Hydaspes at all events does become fordable. Chapter X. Alexander's devices to deceive Porus and steal the passage of the river. Alexander therefore publicly announced that he would remain where he was throughout that season of the year if his passage was for the present to be obstructed. But he continued as before waiting in ambush to see whether he could anywhere rapidly steal a passage to the other side without being observed. He clearly saw that it was impossible for him to cross where Porus himself had encamped near the bank of the Hydaspes, not only because he had so many elephants, but also because his large army arrayed for battle and splendidly accoutred was ready to attack his troops the moment they landed. He foresaw besides that his horses would refuse to mount the opposite bank, where the elephants would at once encounter them, and by their very aspect and their roaring would terrify them outright. Nor did he think that even before they gained the shore they would remain upon the inflated hides during the passage, but that on seeing the elephants even at a distance off, they would become frantic and leap into the water. He resolved therefore to steal the passage, and to do this in the following way. Leading out by night the greater part of his cavalry along the river bank in different directions, he ordered them to set up a loud clamor, raise the war shout, and fill the shores with every kind of noise, as if they were really preparing to attempt the passage. Porus marched meanwhile along the opposite bank, in the direction of the noise, having his elephants with him, and Alexander gradually accustomed him to lead out his men in this way in opposition. When this had been done repeatedly, and the men did nothing more than make a great noise and shout the war cry, Porus no longer made any counter-movement when the cavalry issued out from the camp, but remained within his own lines, his spies being, however, posted at numerous points along the bank. When Alexander had thus quieted the suspicions of Porus about his nocturnal attempts, he devised the following stratagem. Chapter Roman 11. Arrangements made by Alexander for crossing the Hydaspes unobserved. There was a bluff ascending from the bank of the Hydaspes at a point where the river made a remarkable bend, and this was densely covered with all sorts of trees. Over against it lay an island in the river overspread with jungle, an untrodden and solitary place. Perceiving that this island directly faced the bluff, and that both places were wooded and adapted to screen his attempt to cross the river, he decided to take his army over this way. Now the bluff and the island were 150 stadia distant from the great camp, but along the whole of the bank he had posted running sentries at a proper distance for keeping each other in sight, and readily transmitting along the line any orders that might be received from any quarter. In every direction, moreover, shouts were raised by night, and fires were burnt for many nights together. But when he had made up his mind to attempt the passage, the preparations for crossing were made in the camp, without any concealment. In the camp, Crateros had been left with his own division of the cavalry, and the Arachosian and Parapamesadan horsemen, together with the brigades of the Macedonian phalanx commanded by Alcetas and Polysperchon, and the contingent of 5,000 men under the chiefs of the hither Indians. He had ordered Crateros not to attempt to cross the river before Porus moved off against them, or before learning that he was flying from the field, and that they were victorious. If, however, said he, Poros with one part of his army advances against me while he leaves the other part and his elephants in his camp, then please to remain where you are. But if Poros takes all his elephants with him, and a portion of the rest of his army is left behind in the camp, then do you cross the river with all possible speed. For, added he, it is the elephants only which make it impossible for the horses to land on the other bank. The rest of the army can cross over without difficulty. Chapter Roman 12, Alexander crosses the Hydaspes. Such were the instructions given to Crateros. But halfway between the island and the main camp in which he had been left, there were posted Meleager, Attalos, and Gorgias, with the mercenary cavalry and infantry, who had received orders to cross to the other side in detachments, into which their ranks were to be separated as soon as they saw the Indians fairly engaged in battle. He then selected to be taken under his own command the corps of bodyguards called companions, the regiments of cavalry under Herphaestion, Perdiccas, and Dermetrios, also the Bactrian, Sogdian, and Scythian cavalry, and the Don horse archers, and from the phalanx of infantry the Hypaspists, the brigade of Clados and Koinos, and the archers and the Agrianians, and with these troops he marched with secrecy, keeping at a considerable distance from the bank that he might not be seen to be moving towards the island and the bluff, from which he intended to cross over to the other side. There in the night the skins, which had long before been provided for the purpose, were stuffed with hay and securely stitched up. During the night a violent storm of rain came on, whereby his preparations and the attempt at crossing were not betrayed to the enemy by the rattle of arms and the shouting of orders, since the thunder and rain drowned all other sounds. Most of the boats which he had ordered to be cut into sections had been conveyed to this place, and when secretly pieced together again were hidden away in the woods along with the 30-oared galleys. Towards daybreak the wind had died down and the rain ceased. The rest of the army then crossed over in the direction of the island, the cavalry mounted on the skin pontoon rafts, and as many of the foot soldiers as the boats could hold embarked in them. They so proceeded that they were not seen by the sentries posted by Poros till they had passed beyond the island, and were not far from the bank. Chapter Roman 13, Incidents of the Passage of the River. Alexander himself embarked on a 30-oared galley, and went over accompanied by Ptolemy, Perdiccas, and Lysimachos, his bodyguards, and by Seleucus, one of the companions, who was afterwards king, and by one half of the Hypaspists, the other half being on board of the other galleys of like size. As soon as the soldiers had passed beyond the island, they steered for the bank, being now full in view of the enemy, whose sentinels on seeing their approach galloped off at the utmost speed of each man's horse to carry the tidings to Poros. Meanwhile Alexander was himself the first to disembark, and taking the horsemen who had been conveyed over in his own and the other 30-oared galleys, he at once formed them into line as they kept landing, for the cavalry had orders to be the first to disembark. At the head of these duly marshaled, he moved forward. Owing, however, to his ignorance of the locality, he had unawares landed not on the mainland, but upon an island, the great size of which prevented it all the more from being recognized as an island. It was separated from the mainland by a branch of the river in which the water was shallow. But the violent storm of rain, which had lasted the most of the night, had so swollen the stream that the horsemen could not find the ford, and he feared that the latter part of the passage would be as laborious as the first. When at last the ford was found, he led his men through it with difficulty, for the water where deepest reached higher than the breasts of the foot soldiers, and as for the horses their heads only were above the river. When he had crossed this piece of water also, he selected the mounted corps of bodyguards, and the best men from the other squadrons of cavalry, and brought them from column into line upon the right wing. Then in front of all the cavalry he posted the horse archers, and next in line to the cavalry, and in front of all the infantry, the royal Hypaspists commanded by Seleucus. Next to these again, he placed the royal foot guards, and then the other Hypaspists, each in what happened to be the order of his precedence for the time being. At each extremity of the phalanx were posted the archers, and the Agrianians, and the javelin men. Chapter Roman 14, Skirmish with the son of Paros at the landing place. Alexander, having made these dispositions, ordered the infantry, which numbered nearly 6,000 men, to follow him at the ordinary marching pace and in regular order. For when he saw that he was superior in cavalry, he took with himself only the horsemen, about 5,000 in number, and led them forward at a rapid pace. Toron, the captain of the archers, he ordered to hasten forward with his men to give support to the cavalry. He had come to the conclusion that if Poros engaged him with all his troops, he would either, without difficulty, overpower him by charging with his cavalry, or would remain on the defensive till the infantry came up during the action, or that if the Indians, terrified by the marvelous audacity of his passage of the river, should take to flight, he would be able to pursue them closely, and the slaughter being thus all the greater, there would not be left much more work for him to do. Aristobulus says that the son of Poros arrived with about 60 chariots before Alexander made the final passage from the large island, and that he could have hindered Alexander from landing, for he made the passage with difficulty even when no one opposed him, if the Indians had but leaped down from their chariots and fallen upon those who first stepped on shore. The prince, however, passed by with his chariots, and allowed Alexander to accomplish the passage in complete safety. Against these Indians Alexander, he says, dispatched his horse archers, who easily put them to a rout which was by no means bloodless. Other writers say that while the troops were landing, an encounter took place between the Indians, who had come with the son of Poros and Alexander at the head of his cavalry, and that as the son of Poros had come with a superior force, Alexander himself was wounded by the Indian prince, and that his favorite horse Baucephalus was killed, having been wounded, like his master, by the son of Poros. But Ptolemy, the son of Logos, with whom I agree, gives a different account, for he states, like the others, that Poros sent off his son, but not in command of merely 60 chariots. And indeed it is not at all likely that Poros, on learning from the scouts that either Alexander himself, or, at all events, a part of his army, had made the passage of the Hydaspes, would have sent his own son with no more than 60 chariots, which, considered as a reconnoitering party, would have been too numerous, and not rapid in retreat, but considered as meant to repel such of the enemy as had not yet crossed the river, and to attack those who had already landed. An altogether inadequate force. He says that the son of Poros arrived at the head of 2,000 men and 120 chariots, and that Alexander had made even the final passage from the island before the prince appeared upon the scene. Chapter 15. The arrangements made by Poros for the conflict. Ptolemy states further that Alexander at first dispatched against the prince the horse archers, and led the cavalry himself, under the belief that Poros was advancing against him with the whole of his army, and that this was a body of advanced cavalry thrown forward by Poros. But when he discovered what the real strength of the Indians was, he then briskly charged them with what cavalry he had with him. When they noticed that Alexander himself and his body of cavalry did not charge them in an extended line, but by squadrons, their ranks gave way, and 400 of their horsemen fell, and among them the son of Poros. Their chariots, moreover, were captured, horses and all, for they proved heavy in the retreat and useless in the action itself, by having stuck fast in the clay. When the horsemen who had escaped from this rout reported one after another to Poros that Alexander himself had crossed the river with the strongest division of his army, and that his son had been slain in the fight, he was still at a loss what to determine, for the division which had been left with Crateros in the great camp, right opposite to his own position, appeared to be undertaking the passage. But he at last decided to march with all his forces against Alexander, and fight it out with the strongest division of the Macedonians, led by the king in person. He nevertheless left there in his camp a few of the elephants and a small force to deter the cavalry under the command of Crateros from landing. He then took all his cavalry, 4,000 strong, all his chariots, 300 in number, 200 of his elephants, and 30,000 efficient infantry, and marched against Alexander. When he found a place where he saw there was no clay, but that the ground from its sandy nature was all flat and firm, and suited for the movements of cavalry whether charging or falling back, he then drew up his army in order of battle, posting his elephants in the front line at intervals of at least 100 feet, so as to have his elephants ranged in front before the whole body of his infantry, and so to spread terror at all points among Alexander's cavalry. He took it for certain, besides, that none of the enemy would have the audacity to push in at the intervals between the elephants, not the cavalry, since their horses would be terrified by these animals, and much less the infantry, since they would be checked in front by his heavy-armed foot soldiers falling upon them, and trampled down when the elephants wheeled round upon them. Behind these he drew up his infantry, which did not close up in one line with the elephants, but formed a second line in their rear, so that the regiments were only partly pushed forward into the intervals. He had also troops of infantry posted on the wings beyond the elephants, and on both sides of the infantry, the cavalry had been drawn up, and in front of it the chariots. Chapter Romans 16, the plan of attack adopted by Alexander. In this manner had Poros arranged his troops. As soon as Alexander perceived that the Indians had been drawn up in battle order, he made his cavalry halt, that he might get in hand each regiment of the infantry as it came up. And even when the phalanx by a rapid march had effected a junction with the cavalry, he still did not at once marshal its ranks and lead it into action, and thus expose the men, while tired and out of breath, to the barbarians who were quite fresh. But he gave them time, while he rode round their ranks, to rest until they could recover themselves. When he had observed how the Indians were arranged, he made up his mind not to advance against the center, in front of which the elephants had been posted, while the intervals between them had been filled with compact masses of infantry, for he feared lest Poros should reap the advantage which he had calculated on deriving from that arrangement. But as he was superior in cavalry, he took the greater part of that force, and marched along towards the left wing of the enemy to make his attack in this quarter. Koinos he sent at the head of his own regiment of horse and that of Demetrios to the right, and ordered him, when the barbarians, on seeing what a dense mass of cavalry was opposed to them, should be riding along to encounter it, to hang close upon their rear. The command of the phalanx of infantry he committed to Seleucus, Antigenes, and Toron, who received orders not to take part in the action till they saw that the phalanx of infantry and the cavalry of the enemy were thrown into disorder by the cavalry under his own command. When the Indians were now within reach of his missiles, he dispatched against their left wing the horse archers, who were 1,000 strong, to throw the enemy in that part of the field into confusion with storms of arrows and charges of their horses. He marched rapidly forward himself with the companion cavalry against the left wing of the barbarians, making haste to attack their cavalry in a state of disorder while they were still in column, and before they could deploy into line. Chapter Romans 17, description of the Battle of the Hydaspes, defeat of Poros. The Indians meanwhile had collected their horsemen from every quarter, and were riding forward to repulse Alexander's onset, when Koinos, in accordance with his orders, appeared with his cavalry upon their rear. Seeing this, the Indians had to make their cavalry face both to front and rear, the largest and best part to oppose Alexander, and the remainder to wheel round against Koinos and his squadrons. This therefore at once threw their ranks into confusion, and disconcerted their plan of operations. And Alexander, seeing that now was his opportunity while their cavalry was in the very act of forming to front and rear, fell upon those opposed to him with such vigor that the Indians, unable to withstand the charge of his cavalry, broke from their ranks, and fled for shelter to the elephants as to a friendly wall. Upon this, the drivers of the elephants urged these animals forward against the cavalry. But the Macedonian phalanx itself now met them face to face, and threw darts at the men on the elephants, and from one side and the other struck the elephants themselves as they stood around them. This kind of warfare was different from any of which they had experience in former contests, for the huge beasts charged the ranks of the infantry, and wherever they turned went crushing through the Macedonian phalanx, though in close formation, while the horsemen of the Indians, on seeing that the infantry was now engaged in the action, again wheeled round and charged the cavalry. But Alexander's men, being far superior in personal strength and military discipline, again routed them, and again drove them back upon the elephants, and cooped them up among them. Meanwhile, the whole of Alexander's cavalry had now been gathered into one battalion, not in consequence of an order, but from being thrown together in the course of the struggle. And wherever they fell upon the ranks of the Indians, they made great carnage before parting from them. The elephants, being now cooped up within a narrow space, did no less damage to their friends than to their foes, trampling them under their hoofs as they wheeled and pushed about. There resulted in consequence a great slaughter of the cavalry, cooped up as it was in a narrow space around the elephants. Many of the elephant drivers, moreover, had been shot down, and of the elephants themselves some had been wounded, while others, both from exhaustion and the loss of their mahouts, no longer kept to their own side in the conflict, but as if driven frantic by their sufferings, attacked friend and foe quite indiscriminately, pushed them, trampled them down, and killed them in all manner of ways. But the Macedonians, who had a wide and open field and could therefore operate as they thought best, gave way when the elephants charged, and when they retreated followed at their heels and plied them with darts, whereas the Indians, who were in the midst of the animals, suffered far more the effects of their rage. When the elephants, however, became quite exhausted, and their attacks were no longer made with vigor, they fell back like ships backing water, and merely kept trumpeting as they retreated with their faces to the enemy. Then did Alexander surround with his cavalry the whole of the enemy's line, and signal that the infantry, with their shields linked together so as to give the utmost compactness to their ranks, should advance in phalanx. By this means, the cavalry of the Indians was, with a few exceptions, cut to pieces in the action. Such also was the fate of the infantry, since the Macedonians were now pressing upon them from every side. Upon this all turned to flight, wherever a gap could be found, in the cordon of Alexander's cavalry. Chapter Roman 18, sequel of the battle and surrender of Poros. Meanwhile Crateros and all the other officers of Alexander's army, who had been left behind on the opposite bank of the Hydaspes, crossed the river when they perceived that Alexander was winning a splendid victory. These men, being fresh, were employed in the pursuit, instead of Alexander's exhausted troops, and they made no less a slaughter of the Indians in the retreat than had been made in the engagement. The loss of the Indians in killed fell little short of 20,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, and all their chariots were broken to pieces. 2 sons of Poros fell in the battle, and also Spidacares, the chief of the Indians of that district. The drivers of the elephants and of the chariots were also slain, and the cavalry officers and the generals in the army of Poros all. The elephants, moreover, that escaped destruction in the field were all captured. On Alexander's side, there fell about 80 of the 6,000 infantry who had taken part in the first attack, 10 of the horse archers who first began the action, 20 of the companion cavalry, and 200 of the other cavalry. When Poros, who had nobly discharged his duties throughout the battle, performing the part not only of a general, but also that of a gallant soldier, saw the slaughter of his cavalry and some of his elephants lying dead, and others wandering about sad and sullen without their drivers, while the greater part of his infantry had been killed, he did not, after the manner of Darius, the great king, abandon the field and show his men the first example of flight, but, on the contrary, fought on as long as he saw any Indians maintaining the contest in a united body, but he wheeled round on being wounded in the right shoulder, where only he was unprotected by armor in the battle. All the rest of his person was rendered shot-proof by his coat of mail, which was remarkable for its strength and the closeness with which it fitted his person, as could afterwards be observed by those who saw him. When he found himself wounded, he turned his elephant round and began to retire. Alexander, perceiving that he was a great man and valiant in fight, was anxious to save his life, and for this purpose sent to him first of all Taxilares the Indian. Taxilares, who was on horseback, approached as near the elephant which carried Poros as seemed safe, and entreated him, since it was no longer possible for him to flee, to stop his elephant and listen to the message he brought from Alexander. But Poros, on finding that the speaker was his old enemy Taxilares, turned round and prepared to smite him with his javelin, and he would probably have killed him had not Taxilares instantly put his horse to the gallop and got beyond the reach of Poros. But not even for this act did Alexander feel any resentment against Poros, but sent to him messenger after messenger, and last of all Marius, an Indian, as he had learned that Poros and this Marius were old friends. As soon as Poros heard the message which Marius now brought just at a time when he was overpowered by thirst, he made his elephant halt and dismounted. Then, when he had taken a draught of water and felt revived, he requested Marius to conduct him without delay to Alexander. Chapter Roman 19. Alexander makes Poros his firm friend and ally, founds 2 cities, death of his famous horse Baucephalus. He was then conducted to Alexander, who, on learning that Marius was approaching with him, rode forward in front of his line with a few of the companions to meet him. Then, reining in his horse, he beheld with admiration the handsome person and majestic stature of Poros, which somewhat exceeded 5 cubits. He saw, too, with wonder that he did not seem to be broken and abased in spirit, but that he advanced to meet him as a brave man would meet another brave man after gallantly contending with another king in defense of his kingdom. Then Alexander, who was the first to speak, requested Poros to say how he wished to be treated. The report goes that Poros said in reply, "Treat me, O Alexander, as befits a king," and that Alexander, being pleased with his answer, replied, "For mine own sake, O Poros, thou shalt be so treated, but do thou, in thine own behalf, ask for whatever boon thou pleasest," to which Poros replied that in what he had asked everything was included. Alexander was more delighted than ever with this rejoinder, and not only appointed Poros to govern his own Indians, but added to his original territory another of still greater extent. Alexander thus treated this brave man as befitted a king, and he consequently found him in all respects faithful and devoted to his interests. Such, then, was the result of the battle in which Alexander fought against Poros and the Indians of the other side of the Hydaspes in the month of Mounishan of the year when Hergemen was archon in Athens. Alexander founded 2 cities, one on the battlefield and the other at the point whence he had started to cross the river Hydaspes. The former he called Nicaea in honor of his victory over the Indians, and the other Baucephala in memory of his horse Baucephalas, which died there, not from being wounded by anyone, but from toil and old age, for he was about 30 years old, and had heretofore undergone many toils and dangers along with Alexander. This Baucephalas was never mounted by anyone except Alexander only, for he disdained all other riders. He was of an uncommon size and of generous mettle. He had by way of a distinguishing mark the head of an ox impressed upon him, and some say that from this circumstance he got his name. But others say that though he was black, he had on his forehead a white mark which bore a close resemblance to the brow of an ox. In the country of the Auxians, this horse disappeared from Alexander, who sent a proclamation through the land that he would kill all the Auxians if they did not bring him his horse, and brought back, he was immediately after the proclamation had been issued. So great was Alexander's attachment to his favorite, and so great was the fear of Alexander which prevailed among the barbarians. Let so much honor be paid by me to this Baucephalas for Alexander's sake. Chapter Roman 20. Alexander conquers the Glossae, receives embassies from Abessarers and other chiefs, and crosses the Aixenares. When Alexander had duly honored with splendid obsequies those who had been slain in the battle, he offered to the gods in acknowledgement of his victory the customary sacrifices, and celebrated athletic and equestrian contests on the bank of the river Hydaspes, at the place where he first crossed with his army. He then left Crateros behind with a part of the army to build and fortify the cities which he was founding there, while he advanced himself against the Indians, whose country lay next to the dominions of Poros. Aristobulus says that the name of the nation was the Glauconicae, but Ptolemy calls them the Glossae. By which of the names it was called I take to be a matter of no consequence. Alexander invaded their country with the half of the companion cavalry, picked men from each phalanx of the infantry, all the horse archers, the Agrianians, and the other archers. The people everywhere surrendered on terms of capitulation. In this manner, he took 37 cities, the smallest of which contained not fewer than 5,000 inhabitants, while many contained upwards of 10,000. He took also a great many villages which were not less populous than the towns, and this country he gave to Poros to rule, and between him and Taxilares he effected a reconciliation. He then sent Taxilares home to his capital. At this time, envoys came from Abessarers to say that their king surrendered himself and his whole realm to Alexander. Yet before the battle in which Alexander had defeated Poros, Abessarers was ready with his army to fight on the side of Poros. But he now sent his brother along with the other envoys to Alexander, taking with them money and 40 elephants as a present. Envoys also arrived from the independent Indians and from another Indian ruler called Poros. Alexander ordered Abessarers to come to him as quickly as possible, threatening that if he did not come, he would see him and his army arriving where he would not rejoice to see them. At this time Phrataphernes, the satrap of Parthia and Hyrcania, at the head of the Thracians who had been left with him, came to Alexander. There came also envoys from Cyzicatos, the satrap of the Acarnanians, reporting that these people had slain their governor and revolted from Alexander. Against these, he sent Philippos and Tyriasperes to quell the insurrection and restore tranquility and order to the province. Alexander himself advanced towards the river Aixenares. This is the only Indian river of which Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, has mentioned the size. He states that where Alexander crossed it with his army in boats, and on inflated hides the current was so rapid that the waters dashed with foam and fury against the large and jagged rocks with which the channel was bestrewn. He informs us also that it was 15 stadia in breadth. And while the passage was easy for those who crossed upon inflated hides, not a few of those who were carried in boats perished in the waters, as many of the boats were dashed to pieces by striking against the rocks. From this description, we may fairly conclude, if we institute a comparison, that the size of the river Indus has been pretty correctly stated by those who take it to have an average breadth of 40 stadia. While, where narrowest and of course deepest, it contracts to a breadth of 15 stadia, which I take to be its actual breadth in many parts of its course. For I conclude that Alexander selected a part of the Aixenares where the passage was widest, and where the current would consequently be slower than elsewhere. Chapter Roman 21. Pursuit after Poros, nephew of the great Poros, conquest of the country between the Aixenares and the Hydriadares, passage of the latter river. After crossing the river, he left Koinos there upon the bank with his own brigade, and ordered him to superintend the passage of the river by those troops which had been left behind to collect corn and other supplies from the part of India which was now under his authority. Poros he sent home to his capital with orders to select the best fighting men of the Indians, and to muster all the elephants he possessed, and to rejoin him with these. He resolved to pursue in person the other Poros, the bad one, with the lightest troops in his army, for word had been brought that he had fled from the country of which he was the ruler. For, while hostilities still subsisted between Alexander and the other Poros, this Poros had sent envoys to Alexander offering to surrender into his hands both his person and the country over which he ruled, but this more from enmity to Poros than friendliness to Alexander. On learning therefore that Poros had not only been set at liberty, but had his kingdom restored to him, and that too with a large accession of territory, he was overcome with fear, not so much of Alexander as of his namesake Poros, and fled from his country, taking with him as many fighting men as he could persuade to accompany him in his flight. Alexander, while marching to overtake him, arrived at the Hydriadares, another Indian river, not less in breadth than the Aixenares, but not so rapid. Over all the country which he overran he planted garrisons in the most suitable places, so that the troops under Crateros and Koinos might, while scouring it far and near for forage, traverse it in safety to join him. He then dispatched Hephaestion with a force comprising 2 divisions of infantry, his own regiment of cavalry and that of Demetrios, and 1/2 of the archers, into the country of that Poros who had revolted. He received orders to hand over the country to the other Poros, and when he had reduced all the independent Indian tribes bordering on the banks of the Hydriadares, to place these also under the rule of Poros. He himself then crossed the river Hydriadares, where he met with none of the difficulties which had attended the passage of the Aixenares. When he was advancing into the country beyond the Hydriadares, he found most of the natives willing to surrender on capitulation, while some met him in arms, and others were captured when attempting to escape and reduced to submission. Chapter Roman 22. Alexander marches against the Catayans, takes Pimprama, and lays siege to Sangala. Alexander, meanwhile, had learned that the Catayans and other tribes of independent Indians were preparing to meet him in battle if he invaded their country, and were inviting the neighboring tribes, which were independent like themselves, to cooperate with them. He learned also that the city near which they meant to engage him was strongly fortified, and was called Sangala. The Catayans themselves enjoyed the highest reputation for courage and skill in the art of war, and the same warlike spirit characterized the Oxydraci, another Indian race, and the Malay, who were also an Indian race. For when shortly before this time Poros and Abessarers had marched against them with their armies, and had besides stirred up many of the independent Indians against them, they were obliged, as it turned out, to retreat without accomplishing anything at all adequate to the scale of their preparations. Alexander, on receiving this intelligence, marched rapidly against the Catayans, and on the second day after he had left the river Hydrioters arrived at a city named Pimprama, belonging to an Indian race called the Adraistai, which surrendered on terms of capitulation. Alexander gave his troops rest the next day, and on the third day advanced to Sangala, where the Catians and the neighboring tribes that had joined them were mustered before the city, and drawn up in battle order on a low hill, which was not on all sides precipitous. They lay encamped behind their wagons, which, by encircling the hill in 3 rows, protected the camp with a triple barricade. Alexander, on perceiving the great number of the barbarians and the nature of the position they occupied, drew up his army in the order which seemed best suited to the circumstances, and at once dispatched against them the horse archers just as they were, with orders to ride along and shoot at the Indians from a distance, so as not only to prevent them from making a sortie before his own dispositions should be completed, but to wound them within their stronghold even before the battle began. Upon his right wing, he posted the corps of horse guards and the cavalry regiment of Clados, next to these the Hypaspists, and then the Agrianians. The left wing he assigned to Perdiccas, who commanded his own cavalry regiment and the battalions of the foot guards. The archers he formed into 2 bodies and placed them upon each wing. While he was making these dispositions, the infantry and cavalry which formed the rearguard arrived upon the field. This cavalry he divided in 2 parts, and led one to each wing, and with the infantry that had arrived, he closed up the ranks of the phalanx more densely. Then he took the cavalry, which had been drawn up on the right, and advanced against the wagons ranged on the left wing of the Indians, where the position seemed easier to assault, and where the wagons were not so closely packed together. Chapter Roman 23. Alexander drives the Catians into Sangala, which he invests on every side. But when the Indians, instead of sallying out from behind their wagons to attack the cavalry as it advanced, mounted upon them, and began to shoot from the top of them, Alexander saw that this was not work for cavalry, and so, having dismounted, he led on foot the phalanx of infantry against them. The Macedonians found no difficulty in driving the Indians from the first row of wagons, but on the other hand, the Indians, having formed in line in front of the second row, were able to force back their assailants with greater ease, standing as they did more compactly together, and in a narrower circle, while the Macedonians had less room in which to operate against them. At this time they quietly drew back the wagons of the first row, and through the gaps each man, as he found an opportunity, assailed the enemy in an irregular way. Yet even from these wagons they were forcibly driven by the phalanx of infantry, and even at the third row they no longer held ground, but fled with all the haste they could into the city and shut themselves up within its gates. Alexander that same day encamped with his infantry around the city, as far at least as the phalanx enabled him to surround it, for the wall was of such great extent that his camp did not completely environ it, opposite the part where the gap was left, and where also was a lake not far from the walls. He posted the cavalry all round the lake, as he knew it not to be deep, and at the same time anticipated that the Indians, terrified by their previous defeat, would abandon the city during the night. The event showed he had conjectured aright, for about the second watch the most of them dropped down from the wall and came upon the outposts of the cavalry. The foremost of them were cut to pieces by the sentinels, but those in the rear, perceiving that the lake was guarded all round, withdrew into the city. Alexander now encompassed the city with a double stockade, except where the lake shut it in, and around the lake he posted guards to keep still stricter watch. He resolved also to bring up the military engines against the place for battering down the walls. Some deserters, however, came to him from the city and informed him that the Indians intended that very night to escape from the city by way of the lake, where the gap occurred in the stockade. So at that point he stationed Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, with 3 divisions of the Hypaspists, each 1,000 strong, all the Agrianians, and a single line of archers, and pointed out to him the particular spot where the barbarians, as he conjectured, were likeliest to attempt forcing their passage. "And now," said he, "when thou perceivest the barbarians forcing their way at this point, do thou with the army arrest their advance, and order the trumpets to sound the signal. And do you, sirs," he added, turning to the officers, "as soon as the signal is given, each of you with your men in battle order, hasten towards the noise wherever the trumpet summons you. I shall not myself stand idly by away from the broil." Chapter Roman 24. Alexander captures Sangala, razes it to the ground, and advances to the river Hyphasis. Such were the directions he gave, and Ptolemy in that place collected as many as he could of the wagons which the enemy had left behind in their first flight, and placed them athwart, so that the fugitives might imagine there were many obstacles to their escaping by night. He ordered the stakes, which had been cut but not fixed in the ground, to be formed into stockades at different points between the lake and the wall. All this was done by the soldiers during the night. But when it was now about the fourth watch, the barbarians, in accordance with the information Alexander had received, opened the gates which fronted the lake and rushed towards it at full speed. They did not, however, escape the vigilance either of the pickets posted there, or of Ptolemy who lay behind ready to support them. And just then the trumpeters gave him the signal, and he advanced against the barbarians with his troops which were under arms and drawn up ready for action. The wagons, moreover, as well as the stockade, which had been constructed between the wall and the lake, impeded the fugitives. And as soon as the trumpet sounded, the alarm Ptolemy with his men fell upon them and killed them, one after another, as they slunk out from the wagons. Upon this, the Indians fled back once more to the city for refuge, and as many as 500 of them were slain in the retreat. Meanwhile Poros also arrived, bringing with him the remainder of his elephants and a force of 5,000 Indians, and the military engines which had been constructed by Alexander were now being brought up to the wall. But the Macedonians, before any part of it was battered down, took the city by storm, having undermined the wall, which was of brick, and planted ladders against it all round. In the capture 17,000 of the Indians were slaughtered, and more than 70,000 were captured, together with 300 wagons and 500 horsemen. The loss in Alexander's army during all the siege was somewhat under 100 killed, but the proportion of the wounded to the number killed was higher than usual, for there were 1,200 wounded, including some officers, and among these Lysimachos, a member of the bodyguard. Alexander, having buried the dead according to custom, sent Eumenes, his secretary, in command of 300 horsemen to the two cities which had revolted along with Sangala, to tell those who held them that Sangala had been captured, and that Alexander would not at all deal hardly with them if they remained where they were, and received him in a friendly way, for that none of the independent Indians who had voluntarily surrendered themselves had received any ill treatment at his hands. But they had already learned that Sangala had been stormed by Alexander, and being terrified by the news had left the cities and were in flight. When Alexander was informed of their flight, he hastened after them, but as they had a long start of him, most of them baffled his efforts to overtake them. Those, however, who were left behind in the retreat when their strength failed were taken by the troops and slaughtered to the number of about 500. As he gave up the design of pursuing the fugitives any farther, he drew back to Sangala and razed the city to the ground. The land belonging to it he made over to those Indians who had formerly been independent, but who had voluntarily submitted to him. He then sent Poros with his own forces to the cities which had submitted to introduce garrisons within them, but he himself with his army advanced to the river Hyphasis to conquer the Indians who dwelt beyond it. Nor did there appear to him any end of the war, as long as an enemy remained to be encountered. Chapter Roman 25. Alexander, finding the army unwilling to advance beyond the Hyphasis, convokes his officers and addresses them on the subject. It was reported that the country beyond the Hyphasis was exceedingly fertile, and that the inhabitants were good agriculturists, brave in war, and living under an excellent system of internal government. For the multitude was governed by the aristocracy, who exercised their authority with justice and moderation. It was also reported that the people there had a greater number of elephants than the other Indians, and that those were of superior size and courage. This information only whetted Alexander's eagerness to advance farther, but the Macedonians now began to lose heart when they saw the king raising up without end toils upon toils and dangers upon dangers. The army, therefore, began to hold conferences at which the more moderate men bewailed their condition, while others positively asserted that they would follow no farther though Alexander himself should lead the way. When this came to Alexander's knowledge, he convoked the officers in command of brigades, before the disorder and despondency should be further developed among the soldiers, and he thus addressed them. On seeing that you, O Macedonians and allies, no longer follow me into dangers with your wonted alacrity. I have summoned you to this assembly that I may either persuade you to go farther or be persuaded by you to turn back. If you have reason to complain of past labors, and of me your leader, I need say no more. But if by those labors you have acquired Ionia, and the Hellespont with the two Phrygias, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, Lydia, Caria, Lycia, and Pamphylia, as well as Phoenicia and Egypt, together with Hellenic Libya, part of Arabia, hollow Syria, Mesopotamia, Babylon, Sausiana, Persis, and Media, and all the provinces governed by the Medes and Persians, not to mention other states which were never subject to them. If in addition we have conquered the regions beyond the Caspian Gates, those beyond Caucasus, the Tanais also, and the country beyond Bactria, Hyrcania, and the Hyrcanian Sea. If we have driven the Scythians back into their deserts, and if besides, the Indus, Hydaspes, Aixenares, and Hydriotares flow through territories that are ours, why should you hesitate to pass the Hyphasis also and add the tribes beyond it to your Macedonian conquests? Are you afraid there are other barbarians who may yet successfully resist you? Although of those we have already met some have willingly submitted, others have been captured in flight, while others have left us their deserted country to be distributed either to our allies or to those who have voluntarily submitted to us. Chapter Roman 26, continuation of Alexander's speech. For my part, I think that to a man of spirit there is no other aim and end of his labors except the labors themselves, provided they be such as lead him to the performance of glorious deeds. But if anyone wishes to know the limits of the present warfare, let him understand that the river Ganges and the eastern sea are now at no great distance off. This sea, I am confident, is connected with the Hyrcanian Sea, because the great ocean flows round the whole earth. I shall besides prove to the Macedonians and their allies that the Indian Gulf is connected with the Persian, and the Hyrcanian Sea with the Indian Gulf. From the Persian Gulf, our fleet will sail round to Libya as far as the Pillars of Heracles. From these pillars, all the interior of Libya becomes ours, and thus all Asia shall belong to us, and the boundaries of our empire in that direction will coincide with those which the deity has made the boundaries of the earth. But if we now turn back, many warlike nations extending beyond the Hyphasis to the eastern sea, and many others lying northwards between these and Hyrcania, to say nothing of their neighbors the Scythian tribes, will be left behind us unconquered, so that if we turn back there is cause to fear lest the conquered nations, as yet wavering in their fidelity, may be instigated to revolt by those who are still independent. Our many labors will in that case be all completely thrown away, or we must enter on a new round of toils and dangers. But persevere, O Macedonians and allies. Glory crowns the deeds of those who expose themselves to toils and dangers. Life, signalized by deeds of valor, is delightful, and so is death, if we leave behind us an immortal name. Know ye not that it was not by staying at home in Turin or Argos, or even in Peloponnesos or Thebes, that our ancestor was exalted to such glory, that from being a man he became, or was thought to be, a god? Nor were the labors few even of Dionysos, who ranks as a god far above Heracles. But we have advanced beyond Nyssa, and the rock Yornos, which proved impregnable to Heracles, is in our possession. Add, then, the rest of Asia to our present acquisitions, the smaller part of it to the greater. Could we ourselves, think you, have achieved any great and memorable deeds if, sitting down at home in Macedonia, we had been content without exertion merely to preserve our own country, by repelling the attacks of the neighboring Thracians, Illyrians, and Tribalians, or those Greeks whose disposition to us is unfriendly? If indeed, while leading you, I had myself shrunk from the toils and dangers to which you were exposed, you would not without good reason be dispirited in prospect of undertaking fresh enterprises, seeing that while you alone shared the toils, it was for others you procured the rewards. But our labors are in common. I, equally with you, share in the dangers, and the rewards become the public property. For the land is yours, and you are its satraps, and among you the greater part of its treasures has already been distributed. And when all Asia is subdued then, by heaven, I will not merely satisfy, but exceed every man's hopes and wishes. Such of you as wish to return home I shall send back to your own country, or even myself will lead you back. But those who remain here I will make objects of envy to those who go back. Chapter Roman 27, Koinos, replying to Alexander, states the grievances of the army. When Alexander had spoken to this and the like effect, a long silence followed, because those present neither dared to speak freely in opposition to the king, nor yet wished to assent to what he proposed. Alexander again and again requested that anyone who wished should speak, even if his views differed from those which he had himself expressed. But the silence was unbroken for a long time, till at last Koinos, the son of Polmocrates, summoned up courage and spoke to this effect. Forasmuch as you do not wish, O king, to rule Macedonians by constraint, but say that you will lead them by persuasion, or suffering yourself to be persuaded by them, will not have recourse to compulsion. I intend to speak, not on behalf of myself and fellow officers, who have been honored above the other soldiers, and have most of us received splendid rewards of our labors, and from having been highly exalted above others are more zealous than others to serve you in all things, but in behalf of the great body of the army. Yet on behalf of this army I intend not to say what may be agreeable to the men, but what I think will be conducive to your present interests and safest for the future. I feel bound by my age not to conceal what appears to be the best course to follow, bound by the high authority conferred on me by yourself, and bound also by the unhesitating boldness which I have hitherto exhibited in all enterprises of danger. The more I look to the number and magnitude of the exploits performed under your command by us who set out with you from home, the more does it seem to me expedient to place some limit to our toils and dangers. For you see yourself how many Macedonians and Greeks started with you, and how few of us are left. From our ranks you sent away home from Bactra the Thessalians as soon as you saw they had no stomach for further toils, and in this you acted wisely. Of the other Greeks, some have been settled in the cities founded by you, where all of them are not willing residents. Others still share our toils and dangers. They and the Macedonian army have lost some of their numbers in the fields of battle. Others have been disabled by wounds. Others have been left behind in different parts of Asia, but the majority have perished by disease. A few only out of many survive, and these few possess no longer of the same bodily strength as before, while their spirits are still more depressed. All those whose parents are still living have a yearning to see them, a yearning to see their wives and children, a yearning to see were it but their native land itself, a desire pardonable in men who would return home in great splendor derived from your munificence, and raised from humble to high rank and from indigence to wealth. Seek not, therefore, to lead them against their inclinations, for you will not find them the same men in the face of dangers, if they enter without heart into their contests with the enemy. But do you also, if it agree with your wishes, return home with us, see your mother once more, settle the affairs of the Greeks, and carry to the house of your fathers those your great and numerous victories. Then having so done, form, if you so wish, a fresh expedition against these same tribes of Eastern Indians, or, if you prefer, against the shores of the Euxine Sea, or against Carchardon, and the parts of Libya beyond the Carchardonians. It will then be your part to unfold your purpose, and then other Macedonians and other Greeks will follow you, young men full of vigor instead of old men worn out with toils, men for whom war, through their inexperience of it, has no immediate terrors, and eager to set out from the hope of future rewards. They will also naturally follow you with the greater alacrity, from seeing that the companions of your former toils and dangers have returned home wealthy instead of poor, and raised to high distinction from their original obscurity. Moderation, in the midst of success, is, O king, the noblest of virtues, for though, at the head of so brave an army, you have nothing to dread from mortal foes, yet the visitations of the deity cannot be foreseen, and man cannot, therefore, guard against them. Chapter Roman 28. Alexander, mortified by the refusal of his army to advance, secludes himself in his tent, but in the end resolves to return. When Koinos had concluded his address, those present are said to have signified their approval of what he said by loud applause, while many by their streaming tears showed still more expressively their aversion to encounter further dangers, and how welcome to them was the idea of returning. But Alexander, who resented the freedom with which Koinos had spoken, and the hesitation displayed by the other generals, broke up the conference. But next day, while his wrath was still hot, he summoned the same men again, and told them that he was going forward himself, but would not force any of the Macedonians to accompany him against their wishes, for he would find men ready to follow their king of their own free will. But those who wished to go away were free to go home, and might tell their friends there that they had returned, and left their king in the midst of his enemies. It is said that with these words he withdrew into his tent, and did not admit any of his companions to see him on that day, nor even till the third day after, waiting to see whether a change of mood, such as often takes place in an assemblage of soldiers, would manifest itself among the Macedonians and the allies, and make them readier to yield to his persuasions. But when a deep silence again reigned throughout the camp, and the soldiers were evidently offended by his wrath without their minds being changed by it, he began none the less, as Ptolemy, the son of Logos, states, to offer their sacrifice for the passage of the river. But when on sacrificing he found the omens were against him, he then assembled the oldest of the companions, and especially his intimate friends among them, and as everything indicated that to return was his most expedient course, he intimated to the army that he had resolved to march back. Chapter Roman 29. Alexander erects altars on the banks of the Hyphasis to mark the limits of his advance, recrosses the Hydriotaires and Axionaires, and regains the Hydaspes. Then they shouted, as a mixed multitude would shout when rejoicing, and many of them shed tears. Some of them even approached the royal pavilion and invoked many blessings on Alexander, because by them and them only did he permit himself to be vanquished. He then divided the army into brigades, which he ordered to prepare 12 altars to equal in height the highest military towers, and to exceed them in point of breadth, to serve as thank offerings to the gods who had led him so far as a conqueror, and also as a memorial of his own labors. When the altars had been constructed, he offered sacrifice upon them with the customary rites, and celebrated a gymnastic and equestrian contest. Having thereafter committed all the country west of the river Hyphasis to the government of Poros, he marched back to the Hydriotaires. After crossing this river, he retraced his steps to the Axionaires, and on arriving there found the city which he had ordered Hephaestion to fortify completely built. Herein he settled as many of the inhabitants of the neighborhood as were willing to make it their domicile, and such also of the mercenary soldiers as were now unfit for further service. He then began to make preparations for the downward voyage to the Great Sea. At this time Arsaces, ruler of the country adjoining the dominions of Abessarires, together with the brother of Abessarires and his other relatives, came to him, bringing presents such as the Indians consider the most valuable, and some 30 elephants sent by Abessarires. They represented that Abessarires was prevented from coming in person by illness, a statement which the ambassadors sent by Alexander to Abessarires corroborated. Alexander, readily believing that such was the case, made Abessarires satrap of his own dominions, and moreover placed Arsaces under his jurisdiction. Having then fixed the amount which was to be paid as tribute, he again offered sacrifice near the river Axionaires. He then recrossed that river, and reached the Hydaspes, where he employed his army in repairing the damage caused by the rains to the cities of Nicaea and Baucephala, and set the other affairs of the country in order.